It's Championship Day. Hello everyone and welcome along to the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Final. In just a few races time, in just a few hours time, we will have our title crowned and passed on to one of our many teams. It's been a great season so far. Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary here in the commentary booth, ready to go. And Ewan, we've had some great racing in this season. We've had some exciting moments, of course, in this new generation of car that we've been running. We've removed the GT3s, running these hypercars, the LMDHs. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it has. It's been a nice change as well from the last few years of R1 competition, where, as you say, we've been using the GT3s, now moving into the hypercars. It's been a completely different ballgame, but it's been very interesting. And some of the, certainly some of my favourites anyway, I'd mark out Monza with no chicane, is returning again for another round. So, here today, that is. So, very much looking forward to some of the favourites coming back again for this final however many races it's going to be, potentially 10 or so here tonight.
It could indeed. This is how the season's worked out so far. So we had 12 teams that started, and the bottom 6 being the RENNSPORT community teams 1, 2 and 3, EMM, SimNation, PXN and Referox. They are not racing tonight. They've been knocked out of the competition. The top 6 teams are the ones that we'll be seeing in action. Verstappen Sim Racing, BS Competition, TC, Porsche Commander, the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team and Mouse. We even got through with a single driver last round in Max Benneker. Obviously, these 6 teams are what we're going to be talking about over this evening. And this evening is split up really into 2 parts here. We have the hero stage, which is the part that's on your screen now. So we'll have 4 races. 2 of the races will be reverse grids. 2 of them will be qualified. And in each of that, we'll pick our hero driver. We'll talk about that in a moment's time. And then basically the top team will become the top seeded team that will head through into our team part of the event, where their points will be reset to 100, and then everyone else will be a percentage of that. It'll be the fight to get into Finalist Mode, which you can see at the bottom. The first team to get to 160 points enters Finalist Mode. If they win past that point, then the event is over. That is why you're saying that it could go on for all 10 races. If they get into Finalist Mode and still can't win, well, we could go the full distance like what we did last year. You remember you did the last race when we were at the Esports World Cup last year. We got to the last one and basically the champion was already crowned, but we still kind of had to do it anyway because they hadn't won.
It was very, very unusual, wasn't it? The finale of last year's competition in Saudi. It certainly was. But I doubt that format and that eventuality, is going to come up again tonight. I mean, it could do, but I doubt it. Coming into race 6, partially because there are double the teams in this final stage than what there were in that final stage a year ago, but also because of that 160 point marker you can see down there to enter Finalist Mode. Now, looking at the point system for this series this season, I would, and especially this is a team thing, obviously, rather than drivers' championships we've had in years gone past as well. I would say that it's much easier to get to Finalist Mode potentially today than what it has been in some previous formats that we've had. It's just a thought, might not be, but it could be done in just 3 team races today at a minimum.
Well, obviously, we'll talk about the teams part and who's going to win a little bit later on. Before all of that, we've got to focus here on the hero part. Who's going to be basically going into that part as top seed? All the points have been zeroed, and we are pretty much ready to go. Each of the team elects one of their hero drivers. They will be scoring double points, and the defensive driver, they'll be the ones basically trying to help the team out here a little bit. Very much being number 2.
Yeah, and it's another great format that R1 has introduced as well. I've loved Finalist Mode over the last few years, but this is an added intrigue into it as well, this hero mode as well. Now, every driver in this, you can see all 12 of them are going to be racing with us today. Every driver has to be in hero mode twice out of the 4, so you can't just pick one driver the whole way through, as I'm sure some teams would have liked to. You've got to try and manage who's going to be better at what circuit. So as you can see here, race 1, Siggy, Oliveira, Keithley, Collins, Nuninghoff and Benneker through this first race of the day, which will be at Spa. Now, surely there would have been some discussions within the teams, within the driver pairings. Where are your strongest circuits? Which circuits maybe will you need a little bit of help at? That is the sort of discussions that will have been going on, but they can't change throughout the day. They've set in stone, we've already got the list, they've set in stone who's going to be hero when, and they can't change that from now.
Yeah, and the way that this is going to work kind of counter to how some of the RENNSPORT R1 stuff has been before, not only with the hero mode, if you did join us for the RENNSPORT Summit where you won't have seen it, obviously it'll be a new format for you, which is great. It's very exciting, like you say, very different, and always really good to see it. See a new innovation added. Also, another one is that across these opening 4 races, they're basically split into blocks of 2. And in those races, one of them, the second race, is a reverse grid from so for race 2 here will be a reverse grid from the race 1 finishing order, which will play its part as to who's going to drop back and do what, which is fair enough. But also, you say about the hero mode, who's in hero mode. Obviously, you can't be like, right, this is Kevin Siggy's block. He'll be in hero mode for the opening 2 races. It's if Kevin Siggy is in hero mode here for Verstappen Sim Racing, Enzo Benito is in hero mode for race 2 for the reverse grid, which is actually kind of how you want to do it, at least from grid position. But it's just one of those things for these teams to be thinking about.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And I just looked through there, noticed that 2 of the teams have gone for a sort of, it seems to me they've just decided which circuits do you want to be in finalist mode at, but I think the other 4 teams have thought about it the way that you've just explained there, in that the reverse grid races are potentially something to factor in more than the circuits themselves. So BS Competition, TC Esports, the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team and Mals have all gone with the same drivers in 2 and 4 and the same drivers in 1 and 3. So if you say, we've got a number 1 and a number 2 driver, as it were, then put your slower driver in hero mode for 2 and 4, where they're likely to have an elevated grid position because of the reverse grid that you talk about, and put your stronger driver in hero mode for 1 and 3. Verstappen Sim Racing and Porsche Coanda haven't gone for that. I guess they're thinking, well, we're probably fast enough to be able to do this anyway, so it doesn't really matter who's in hero mode where. Let's just decide it on a circuit-based thing. But very interesting that the other 4 teams have thought about it in a sort of number 1, number 2 sort of scenario.
Now, let's talk about some of the teams that we've got here. Obviously, the 6 teams that we've seen a little bit earlier on, Verstappen Sim Racing and Porsche Coanda, are definitely 2 that we're focused on as potentially being the ones to maybe go out there, win this whole thing. BS Competition, you can't count them out. TC Esports have been fantastic. I know probably for a lot of the TC Esports contingent, their mind will probably be on a little football game on a little bit later on tonight. Thibaut Courtois, of course, the Belgian national goalkeeper. They'll be out in action in about 4 hours' time. Maybe the goal for them is to go out there, win races early, and just take the whole competition before the match even kicks off. Don't think that's quite possible, but look, I'm sure it would have been passed on in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can get it done by 8 o'clock or whatever it is when it starts, then they'll be doing very well indeed. They've been one of the teams, I've got to say, though, on a serious point, who've really impressed me, actually, over the course of the regular season, especially early on. I felt towards the middle they maybe fell away a bit, but they had a fairly strong last round as well last week, so maybe just coming back into form again at the right time. But Jack Keithley really has been powering them on this season in terms of his especially qualifying performance. He took a pole, I think it was Laguna Seca, in his group last week, and he's been able to really drive home a good bit of qualifying with nice race results as well. Generally, he did miss a round or 2, which was the rounds they were a little bit more shaky, so he's very important to them, but he is here, and Sobrero can do the business as well when required, as we know. I think did he win the race? He certainly had podiums. They've got a dark horse team, certainly.
Yeah, across the 8 races that they've done over the season, they've won 3 of them, 2 in the hands of David Sobrero, 1 in the hands of Jack Keithley, a couple of top 6s and a couple of top 5s from Augustin Torlaschi. For Jack Keithley, looking at the stats, there was 4 podiums from him, 4 from David Sobrero. Those will be the 2 in action for them tonight. Can't count out some of the other teams, the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team, Mals as well being the 6th team in there. Obviously, it was just a sole occupant for Max Benneker last week. Great to see Lerner back. Across the season, their highest finish has been 3rd. As Morris has had 1 third. I think Max has had 4. Neither, obviously, based on that, have race victories. I wouldn't necessarily say, though, to count them out. They're both quality drivers, and I think Mouse can play its part in this competition. I find it hard to rule them out completely.
I do as well, based on history, and that's never the first thing you want to grab to, if you're looking at a team to win. But they've shown in the past that they can do it. Max Benneker at one stage I felt was in the conversation for one of the greatest of all time in sim racing. I think maybe in the last few years it's faded away slightly, but he's got a whole list of achievements to his name. and Moritz Lerner as well has, albeit to a slightly lesser degree. If they can really fire on all cylinders tonight, absolutely they can play a part. And I know last week when Beneke was on his own, he did step up a level, I felt, finishing in third place, I think, in both races last week. He, at a time, was in amongst the Verstappen sim racing drivers. He was in between them at Fuji at a time in that second race. He didn't need to be in between them, so he didn't chance his arm to stay in second, but he showed that he could do, which is potentially ominous.
Well, we will get to qualifying in just a few moments' time. The opening qualifying session for this round, be at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Always kind of feels right starting here at Spa. Obviously, it's where we started R1 back in 2023, was around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Just a couple of technical issues they're getting sorted, and then we'll be moving on with the competition and seeing who's going to come out on top. You say about Max Beneke maybe being in that conversation for greatest of all time at various points of his career. Obviously, you can chuck the same thing to Joshua Rogers. Obviously Kevin Siggy is out there. He's definitely going to be in and around the conversation, certainly one of the best in the conversation. Maybe you could throw Lewis McGlade in there, you and a day. It's up to you, mate.
You've beaten Siggy once before in the championship, is that right?
I mean, not in a championship, but definitely in a couple of races here and there. Normally it was after he got crashed out, spun rounds and all that stuff, but that's fine. We were in Division 2 of the Touring Pro Series Virtual Carrera Cup. We were in the second split of that with some other names that you would not have ever heard of. I think Jack Sedgwick might have been one of them, actually, though, but that's fine. It's a long time ago.
I have heard of him.
You have heard of him, yeah. At least
yes. I've not been commentating in sim racing obviously as long as you, but I was watching back in the day. It's
if you're watching Division 2 of the Touring Pro Series Virtual Carrera Cup, I feel very bad for you.
Well, look, I wouldn't put it past myself at whatever I would have been for, even younger. So anyway, it's but I wasn't, as you can probably guess.
Had a life,
yeah. But no, I certainly in terms of those names, there's plenty of names who we've had in R1 here who can throw into that conversation. I mean, you go back to that very first event that we had in Katowice. Here at Spa, the track was in RENNSPORT, and so many of the greatest in sim racing, certainly at that time in 2023, were there on the same stage. And that was the great thing. I think we almost take it for granted 3 years on that we have all these guys from different upbringings, if you will, in sim racing, all racing together. Whereas before, I mean, we'd never have got a feel with Moritz Lerner, for example, against all these guys because he was over in Race Room doing great things, and not many others were. And we almost take it for granted these days that all these guys from different simulators, from all the different ones really, have come over to RENNSPORT to race against each other, and it's shown that the playing field is rather level.
Yeah, and the list of different race winners and stuff is always very special. And some drivers have made their career, or at least really shown that their form and consistency in this championship. Whether it has been your Joshua Rogers, your Sebastian Jobs, who are always high up, Darren McCormack, who's all high up on the all-time winners list. Someone though in the recent past, obviously to give a shout, was not racing back then. You could almost say maybe wasn't even a top flight sim racer back then. Charlie Collins, who sure, obviously back when we started was a very capable driver, but having done the last couple of seasons, joining a little bit later on in the 2023 season, I think he did one round in, it was at Nürburgring, if I remember correctly, in 2023, and in the full season it was fine, but nothing special. Then 2024 and 2025 started taking part a little more often. A quality driver, absolutely quality driver in this championship. It's kind of proven that, minus the double disqualification from the Porsche Grand team back at Le Mans. Charlie Collins has won 3 of the 6 races that he's actually been crossing the line and counted for.
Yeah, and so consistently as well, out qualifying his teammate Josh Rogers, which is no mean feat as well. So that's been unbelievable to see this season. And it is credit to the Porsche Commander team about obviously not the disqualification itself, obviously, but the picking yourself up from that afterwards, because they could have been in big trouble, really, after getting that disqualification there. They really could have been in trouble getting into that top 6. We've seen even Miles, who were a great team, struggling to get into that top 6. They needed some results on the very final round of the championship. in the end, Porsche Coanda made it very, very easily. And that's despite, by the way, Charlie Collins having a bit of an off day, to be honest, at Laguna Seca and Fuji with 2 non-podiums, which by his standards are what we'd call off days. So a credit to them that it wasn't such a panic for them to make it into that top 6 despite those 2 disqualifications. But they'll just have to watch out for the track limits again here today. And luckily for them, there's no Le Mans, so no re-going over those memories.
No fears, that's fine. Obviously, of the drivers that have taken part this season, 4 of them have 3 race victories. The only other one who's got a multiple race victory is David Sparrow. He's got 2 races where he's been able to take victory. He'll be the defender for the TC Esports team this evening. The drivers that have taken multiple victories, you said, what was he just said about Charlie Collins? The Verstappen sim racing duo, you can see cars moving around the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps in practice. We'll hopefully be able to jump in and see the qualifying session in just a few moments' time. The Verstappen sim racing duo, Kevin Siggy and Enzo Benito. Enzo Benito, 3 victories, including 1 at the previous round. They both took victories in their 2 races in the previous evening a week ago. And the 4th driver who's taken 3 victories, Kaiki Oliveira, who's taken 1 victory around over the rounds 2, 3 and 4. Obviously for BS competition, Robbie Stableford as well. Shout out. 5 consecutive podiums. BS competition should not be counted out either.
No, absolutely, and especially in the last few weeks, they've been very, very strong indeed. Eventually getting up to 2nd place in the standings, in qualifying for this, in the regular season standings. So very impressive indeed, and especially Kaiki Oliveira, who's gone from sort of top 6ing all the time, which is what he used to do, to actually going on and pushing on to win a few races as well. Now, you could argue that BS competition have avoided Verstappen sim racing and Porsche Coanda on a couple of occasions, like last week, for example, when he took a victory. It wasn't avoiding them because you get put in the group that you're put in, but he did win without them there, which is maybe just a small caveat to bring to that one. But you still got to actually go on and win the actual race itself, and so absolutely you can't count him out. And it's a good idea, I think, to put him as hero first and get him on double points, because I think he will probably be in front of Stableford, and he obviously gets the double points for that, but also that puts Stableford in the reverse grid, then back ahead of Oliveira when he's in hero mode, etc. for the second race of the day.
Practice is about to come to a close here in the opening round, so we'll be able to see them qualified their way around, as is always the case here in R1. It'll be a super pole session, just a single lap counting, which is always a tricky one for the drivers to deal with. And certainly in this car, I've found we don't have as tight qualifying sessions. Everyone can kind of basically lap in the same sort of lap time, but actually nailing it in the qualifying session is so brutally difficult in this car.
I think part of it as well, though, is maybe it is down to the car, but part of it is because of that wealth of experience that they've built up in the GT3s for 3 seasons, 3 whole calendar years, has not happened yet in the hypercars. Now, they'll all be catching up to one another, they'll all be getting closer, but there's not quite that compression of the field been happening yet compared to what we've seen in the GT3s, where it is so close and there's barely anything to show between each driver in a qualifying session. So, it might be down to the hypercar. It might also be down to the slight lack of practice that we've seen so far for these hypercars compared to the GT3s in 3 years. But obviously, as I say, that will change over time.
Frustrations for Kevin Siggy. I think there's been a couple of issues on setting up and joining the server for a couple of our drivers. Did notice that in the practice session there was the Verstappen sim racing duo. I didn't think either of them were in the session, and we may have an even longer delay for what could be quite a long evening of racing as well. So we'll get our fingers crossed that we can get going pretty soon. At least Morris Lerner is finding the funny side of it. Obviously, he's racing in multiple competitions at the moment. I'll be commentating on tomorrow in the DTM Esports Championship, and we'll see what he can get along with that. So, Kevin Siggy will not be taking to the circuit. That was what the frustrations were about, could not get in. And he is the hero for the Verstappen sim racing team, so double disappointment. And typically, I will say, if they're not in the qualifying session, they don't normally get to start the race either. Kaiki Oliveira, I think, had this at the start of this online season, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Although I think did he still get a point for? Oh no, you don't get a point for being 12th, of course.
No, exactly.
No.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have mattered in any case. So yeah, but I think that is right based on my memory as well, that he didn't get back. So that could be absolutely massive for Verstappen Sim Racing. And don't forget, this is the hero stage where it's sort of the preamble to the team stage, if you like. So to explain it, after the 4 races, each team's score will be scaled to 100 points. Basically, the winners of this stage will get 100 points, and then everybody else's points are going to be scaled to 100 in a similar way to what we've done before we get to the team stage and finalist mode and all that sort of thing. So it's not, this is not the end game, but it's bad news for Verstappen Sim Racing if they're going to slip behind this early.
Obviously, Benica driving round here, keeping obviously out of the drama that Verstappen Sim Racing might be falling foul of with Kevin Siggy, and through no real control of their own. Just one of those things that happens in racing. Through the middle sector, 50.7 for Max Benica. We'll see the Mouse duo over the line. We'll see, obviously, Benica being the hero driver for the Mouse team. This one, Charlie Collins will be the hero driver for the Porsche Commander team into the final sector. What is the lap time going to be for Max Benica? Obviously, when you're in hero mode, the priority is winning the race, getting the double points for it. Very much be helped. Although Benica's been beat in the middle sector by Charlie Collins. Across the line, a 56.6. I think that is about to get absolutely obliterated here. Ewan?
Yep, I'm not sure anybody's going to be able to do better than this from Charlie Collins. He is flying right now, as he has been on so many occasions in qualifying sessions this season. Charlie Collins is destroying the field here early on, including his own teammate Josh Rogers out of the final corner, and this is potentially going to be a low 56. It's a 56-0 from Charlie Collins. That is going to be very difficult to beat.
Yeah, very impressive. Joshua Rogers into the final sector, 56.026 is what they're aiming for, though. We'll see if that time is beatable from Joshua Rogers. Bit of a slide there into the final chicane, up towards the line, 56.026, ready to be beaten. Slow down for Rogers out of the final corner. I think we're actually going to get a restart from the qualifying session again. So that lap time from Charlie Collins might not actually matter. Unfortunately, we might need to get another reset in to get Kevin Siggy going. This will be it's going to be a long night, Ian.
Yeah, it could be. Absolutely. But yeah, Kevin Siggy will be very relieved because, as I say, that would have been very bad for Verstappen Sim Racing if they were to miss out on their hero driver there. And again, to reiterate, hero drivers scoring double the usual points. The other drivers, their teammates, scoring normal points for wherever it is that they finish. So if he were to finish it last, it would have been 0 times 2. As we all know, that's still 0. So it would have been terrible for Verstappen Sim Racing, no matter whether Benito had won the race or what. So yeah, that's good news for Verstappen Sim Racing that they're going to get to go again here.
Yeah, obviously I'm sure Kevin Siggy would have been very loud in the complaints there. Obviously, it's one of those ones, I think, this is not how race control would do it, but imagine if you were in Verstappen Sim Racing's boots and it was Enzo Benito that was having the technical problem, but Kevin Siggy was still on the circuit and maybe was setting a good time. You probably wouldn't be as loud in the complaints if you knew that you could maybe have Kevin Siggy win the race, as he has done 3 times this season, if he was the one in hero mode and starting up there. Whereas if it being the other way around and your hero driver potentially starting from the back or not at all, you kind of have to fight that. Even this early in the competition, when, like you say, this is effectively the preamble, this is the build-up, this is the bit before we get into the team event, before we can crown our champion. You still don't want to be starting off on the back foot, because all the points you score now could just help you out later on, either by making sure the top seed, so you have 100 points going into it, or by the more points you score, everyone's a further percentage behind. So you're effectively, the more points you score now, the more points you're taking off of other teams potentially later on in this competition.
Yeah, exactly. And, that's the good thing about this part of the competition, is that, just finishing first, actually, it's not something you should really settle for or can really settle for. You push on to try and make yourself more in the lead than everybody else, which is a little bit unusual in motorsport. But also I find that on these final days that momentum is such a key thing. We referenced last year's final competition just a moment ago on day 4. Redline as it was then were really being challenged by Virtus Pro as they were then on the final day. And that was the case for about 4 races until Darren McCormack had an incident at the bus stop chicane, I think with Jeffrey Rietveld, if I remember correctly. And it just totally took the wind out of Virtus Pro's sails, because they were only about 9 points behind, and in under that point system, that was very, very close. And they just never really recovered from it. And as we've already referenced, they were second by a mile, Redline were first by a mile, and Vitality were third by a mile, leading to that weird scenario in the final race of the day. But momentum was so key on that day, and I find that, I mean, same for Darren McCormack in Munich back 3 years ago. Won the first 2, maybe 3 races of the day. Had a bad race, and that was it. Didn't really ever recover from that. Didn't get closer to winning the driver's title on that day. Whereas Marcel Cinčić just came right at the right time. James Baldwin came right at the right time. Momentum's so important on these final days, and so starting off like that would have been terrible.
Yeah, exactly. It is critical. By the way, it was the first 2 races. McCormack's results on that day. I'm just having a look at the old sheet.
Pretty ridiculous.
Now. It was first, then 11th, second. It took him 3 races to get back into the game. When, like I say, James Baldwin took that trio of victories. And then he had a race that didn't quite go his way, ended up 12th position, and then had 10th and 10th. And by that time, Marcel Cinčić was in position to win, with just finishing in the top 4 in all the races. And that's where this kind of format, when we talk about it being, as soon as you get to finalist mode, it's all about winning and winning and winning and winning. And all we kind of really talk about is winning. Winning is only important in finalist mode, right? If you don't win, as Marcel Cinčić had, he didn't win a single race before he got into finalist mode. Got into finalist mode, and then it did take a little while, fair enough. But he won a race whilst he was in it. If you take all of your victories before you get into finalist mode, and suddenly then everyone's targeting you and you can't quite get it across the line, you'll be like, well, God, I could win earlier, but I can't do it now. And it's that big hit of confidence. It's better to be consistent early on in a format like this rather than wins left, right and centre.
Yeah, especially early on, as you say, getting to finalist mode, although, of course, winning will get you there a little bit quicker. And we're not expecting quite such a long lead up to finalist mode in the team stage of tonight's competition, because it's only 160 points. As I say, you need 2 fairly good races from your 2 drivers, but I don't think it's unreasonable to expect the team who go into the team stage with 100 points to make it after 2 races and be in finalist mode in time for race 3. I don't think that's unreasonable, but they might not. You just never know. Again, the momentum, though, I think will just carry them forward a little bit. But as you say, winning when you get there is the most important. And trying to win when you're the only ones in finalist mode, I find, is very, very difficult. Mention that Munich example there, but also there's so many examples of drivers finding it very, very hard when they get there first, because effectively, I mean, it's a little bit easier in the team scenario, and we've seen that in the past, but you've still got 10 other drivers who the last thing they want is for one of you to win. If you get a front row lockout in qualifying, then you're sort of set. But if you don't, it's very difficult when there's 10 people who hate you and don't want you to win this race at all costs.
At least 10 people that hate you.
Yeah.
Obviously, yes, when you get into that finalist mode, like you say, the reason why if you can lock out the front row, it really makes that difference, because it doesn't need to be a 1-2 for the team. And it does not matter, once we get to that point of the competition, it does not matter which driver wins, as long as it's one of your drivers on the top step of the rostrum. And so they'll play that game where effectively whoever's in second will battle like crazy with everyone behind to allow the gap to be built. And at this level, once that gap's over a second and a half, 2 seconds, very unlikely it will be closed on down. Right, we'll tie qualifying once again, and we'll see who's going to come out on top and who's going to filter where. Kaiki Oliveira had 2 poles this season, 5 poles in total in the R1 competition. Heads his way to the top of the hill, now through Les Combes and Malmedy, before dropping back down through the descent.
Through the middle sector, the famous middle sector, which used to take the GT3s about a minute, if I'm correct, about 60 seconds or so. In a hypercar, it's only about 50 with the added downforce that they have, and it's an absolute joy, some of these corners, to drive in a hypercar. This corner especially, Pouon just using a little bit of that outside curve that Lewis McLean is very familiar with, and fly through Pont, and then in towards Piff Paff as well, which is another great chicane if you've got a bit of downforce, as these guys do.
Look, I spun on that curve once, and it was whilst I was, setting the fastest lap of the car. And just looking after the tyre.
Home run! It's out of the park!
Yeah, it's not my proudest moment, all right? It's fine. I'll never be teammates with Ewan O'Leary, Cameron Roger, or Enzo Fazzi ever again in sim racing. It's fine. Kaki Oliveira, though, he doesn't need to be teammates with anyone apart from Robbie Stapleford at the moment, the stapler, who will be the last car to go out in the session. Kaki Oliveira is the driver in hero mode. Final chicane for the BMW M Hybrid. Slams that curb on the right, slams the curb on the left with a bit of a slide as well. That might help him off the corner, but I think he looks particularly happy with the lap, and he's normally quite the happy chappy. 56.390, about 3/10 off of what Charlie Collins was able to do a bit earlier on in the not session that we didn't run ever.
You could tell there that he was grimacing a little bit. He didn't want to show it, but he wasn't happy with that final chicane there at all. As Maximilian Den now comes into the final chicane, and he was already going better, it looks like, through the middle sector, although that now has been beaten. He's coming up towards the start-finish line now. Might go quicker. Well, not quite. It's only just in the 56s, in fact, but he was able to go quicker than Oliveira, which maybe says it all.
David Sobrero, he'll be the defender here for the R1 TCE Sports team. Obviously, we'll wait for Jack Keithley. He'll be out a little bit later on in this qualifying session. We'll see what the black, gold and blue can do. Sobrero, twice a winner this season, up towards the line, exceeding track limits a little bit on the exit of the final chicane. Shaking his head at 56.240. It's enough to grab provisional pole position, but I think the shake of the head tells you that there's probably going to be some faster times behind.
Yep, and based on what we've seen in that first bit with Charlie Collins, that little taster that we got earlier, it might be a very low 56 required, or maybe even a 55 if you want to take pole position for this first race of the day. But out of the final corner for Max Benneker here. He did such a great job of defending Miles on his own a week ago. He's only third, and probably going to be lower than that when all these times come through.
Diggy, fastest in the middle sector so far, 50.192. Expected it to be a low 1 minute 56 lap time if he's able to piece it together. 56.0 was the time that Charlie Collins did earlier on in the day. That'll be around the target time. And he finally gets out of this qualifying session. The Slovenian superstar up towards the line. What's it going to be? Second place? No, it is going to be provisional pole. 55.922. Under the 1 minute 56 barrier. Really nice lap time there.
Yeah, absolutely. Can anybody beat that? Because, Siggy has set the benchmark with that time there. Robbie Stapleford is expected to just sort of back up Oliveira in this race if possible. I expect him to slip between Oliveira and Benneker at the moment with these sector times. And he does go into fourth place. It's a 56.5, but here now comes Josh Rogers.
Yeah, really going strongly in that first sector. The second sector, I think, is actually a little bit slower than what Siggy was able to do, but it's in and around that kind of mark. And realistically, he'll be wanting his teammate to go even faster than him, as it'll be Joshua Rogers who will be the defender of the Porsche Commander team. Out to the final corner, 55.922 the target. Up towards the line, 55.877. It is the fastest time of the session so far. Incredible for the Porsche man.
And it will be difficult to beat. Potentially only his teammate will get close to that. Jack Keithley will be certainly looking to head the charge here for TCE Sports, and he rather has been through this season so far, but I'm not sure this is going to be quite that. Sobrero's put in a good lap time by his own standards, and Keithley slips in just in front of him.
Just ahead indeed. Big lap time here needed for the Porsche Commander team. It'll be Joshua Rogers, who at the moment is set for his first pole position of the 2026 season. And yeah, that is sometimes a little bit of a surprise. He's had 34 pole positions in this competition. 34 for Sebastian Joe, 33 for Max Benneker. Charlie Collins will try and steal one away if he could do so, up toward the line. Third position, 56.076 for Charlie Collins, behind the Verstappen sim racing car of Kevin Siggy.
It looks like this could be a Porsche Commander, then Verstappen sim racing sort of 1, 2, 3, 4 if you like. But let's see if anybody can interrupt that here as Lerner comes out of the final corner and up towards the start-finish line. It is going to be 8th place, ahead though of his teammate by just 1,000ths of a second.
A little bit disappointing there for the Miles duo to be in 8th and 9th position. They were maybe expecting a little bit more heading into this one. 2 lap times left to go The first of which, Verstappen Sim Racing's Enzo Benito, before we get the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team of Nico Nuninghoff into the final complex. Enzo Benito just trying to join his teammate Kevin Siggy up there somewhere near the front couple of rows. You are exactly right. Porsche Commander, Verstappen Sim Racing. Copy and paste that for the first 2 rows.
Yeah, but Rogers is not the hero driver here, so there will be some want for movement there amongst those guys. The RENNSPORT Grandmaster team are definitely the wild cards, I would say, in the 6 teams that we have here today. If they were to be able to finish higher than 6th, I think would be a bit of an achievement for them. What can Nico Nuninghoff do here? He does get ahead of both Mouse drivers and goes into 9th.
I mean, look, solid lap time there for Nuninghoff. You're absolutely right. They are the... in a sense, the odd ones out, but they have shown themselves quite nicely at various points this season. The opening qualifying session then of the day is done, and Joshua Rogers, after qualifying on the front row 3 times this season, on the second row a further 3 times as well, finally grabs his first pole position, his 35th pole in total. He was getting close to being under pressure from Max Beneco, who's actually qualified outside of the top 5 for the first time this season. Isn't that a fun fact?
Yes, if we go back further, then there might be even more of a longer time since he's managed that, by the way. Or maybe I'll be surprised that he did it in the last race of when they went out in Saudi or something. But anyway, it is not very often that you see that. And that was a bit of an off lap for him and for Moritz Lerner really as well. They both qualified down there, right down the back end of the field, which is not a good... I mean, we were talking about whether they can, whether they do have a chance here. Well, based on the regular season, you'd say they don't, and based on that qualifying session, they'll struggle to do well as well.
I'm excited to see how this one's going to play out. I really don't know. Obviously, this opening part of the event, the first 4 races, matter maybe a little bit less. It's more just about getting those points onto the board and getting yourself ready for the team stage of this competition. But points at this stage, and I guess more importantly here, Ewan, momentum at this stage is the more important factor.
Absolutely. You'll get tired of me saying the word momentum, because I think it is very, very important on a final day like this, because of the examples that we've already given here. Get yourself off to a good start. And I think, to be honest, I mean, this is not how these 2 teams think, but I think if Verstappen Sim Racing Porsche Commander get to that end of the hero phase and they are sort of near the other team, within 5 or 10 points when the points are reset, then they'll be very pleased with that. Obviously, they'd like to be ahead of the other, but I think they will know and realise and accept that this is going to be close through this phase, heading into the next one. And so it's about not losing it at this stage, really. And maybe it's about sort of working together almost to distance the other teams, because they could feasibly manage that. If they mob the front 4 positions in all 4 races, then they could almost count the other teams out before we've even really got going.
So what you're saying is you need to open a thesaurus, maybe even just use your best friend in the whole world, an AI platform, to find other words for momentum. That's what we need to do this evening. That is the challenge for tonight.
I'll find other words for AI if you want.
Go on then.
Well, that'll have to wait till after.
Well, I mean, look, the spreadsheet that you're currently looking at is powered by artificial intelligence.
Mostly by human, but anyway.
Look, I put the details in there, but yes, it's fine. First race of the evening, then the first race of the finals is about ready to go. The 5 lights are out, and we are racing. Joshua Rogers leading from pole position, his first one of the season. Look to the inside from Charlie Collins. A bit of a hip check there between Collins and Siggy as they head through the opening corner. Collins got the inside run. Could he be passed by both the Verstappen Sim Racing cars, or will they drop in behind? Into the slipstream goes Kevin Siggy, the hero driver of the Verstappen Sim Racing car. Porsche will want this to be the other way around. So they might have been. Whoa, big spin there from Kevin Siggy, who tapped the rear end of Charlie Collins. Bravo for him, though. He managed to point it back the right way.
What a save that was. That was unbelievable from Kevin Siggy. The 2 teammates are now side by side, and that's just to protect from Enzo Benito, who's trying to get in the middle of them, but he can't do it. And Collins leads in front of Rogers, and Sobriero's off now with Stapleford, that is, of the BS competition team. So Siggy gets 2 of his positions straight back again.
Now for Sobrero and for Stapleford. The pair of them are not hero drivers for their given team, so it won't be so painful for TC Esports and for BS Competition. It won't be great for them, but certainly for BS Competition with Kaiki Oliveira up there in fourth, he'll be getting the double points of finishing in fourth position, so it could be an awful lot worse. Look at this for the RENNSPORT Grandmasters team and for Mouse. They've come up from the back of the field up to 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th across the quartet there. Obviously for Max Benneker, he'll be sat there thinking, oh, I wish I was where Moritz Lerner was, and Lerner was where I am.
But they might be able to coordinate something over the next 7 laps. That's the beauty of this format here. See, Verstappen Sim Racing are going to have to sort of do some thinking here about what they want to do. They're too far apart really to help each other from 3rd and 10th, but Miles are in a window where they can try and help one another. Siggy is not that far behind, I think it's worth remembering. I mean, he spun over the top of Radion. It was a spectacular spin and a spectacular save, but he is still here. He's still in this, and he can still get some solid points here, remembering that he is the hero here, and Keithley's coming in the pit lane.
Yeah, must have been a jump start potentially for Jack Keithley. Disaster for TC Esports, and into the pit lane. There you go, and Jack Keithley will drop his way down the order. That is not a good one. Can't save a good point from there unless in the next race. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. As soon as I said it, I was like, that wasn't worth it.
I mean, look, if Keithley's having a bad race, then he's got hero mode obviously as well, then it's not going to be good news for TC Esports, whatever way around it is. Nico Nunninghoff meantime into the top 5. What a great race from them so far. That's a bit rude, and Lerner has to go on the gravel. Here comes Maximilian Den as well, as they've been fighting hard. The Grandmaster team are both in the top half here. Only one of the team can boast that, and that's Porsche Coanda.
It's really impressive for the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team. Outside though, tries the mouse of Moritz Lerner, a bit of a hip check, and potentially working their way as a pair, as a duo through on Maximilian Den. Benneker to the outside, contact between the Maxes. It's a maximum fight for 6th position as they try for 7th position rather, and Benneker does get his way through. Kevin Siggy's back in on this as well as he looks to the inside to get past on Den in the Grandmaster team to the outside of Fania, with the inside for Campus by the time he gets on the brake. It will be Kevin Siggy through. Max Benneker though, 7th position. He had to work very hard for that.
He was looking so good briefly there for the Grandmaster team, but Den loses 3 places in one go. He never fully had 6th, but Lerner fought him off and then allowed his teammate through, and Kevin Siggy picked up the pieces as well. So Maximilian Den all the way back down to 9th position here in this train now, but Mouse are really recovering well here. Now they are together as well. Surely Benneker will be allowed in front of Lerner, at least by the finish line he will be. Obviously his point score is doubled.
Charlie Collins has built the gap to 1.8 seconds in front of this field over Enzo Benito. They would dearly love this to be a Porsche Commander 1-2 and start making some inroads in on BS Competition for Verstappen Sim Racing on the top of the points. For Charlie Collins, the aim for victory for a 4th time this season. Well, it seems pretty set up for him to do so. It's definitely his race to lose. Normally when it comes to this kind of situation, you should be able to keep Benito at bay. Bit of pressure there from Siggy. Den's closing in. This is the switch between the two mouse cars. The hero driver of Max Benneker will get his way through. Siggy will try and hold firm there with the Porsche on the outside of Max Den, who then leaves it down the inside and goes for a spin. He had to try everything there. Please don't rejoin.
Nearly came straight in the path of Sobrero there. Thankfully avoided that, and Stapleford's going to be quite close to coming through as well as a result of that spin, and does indeed. So yeah, for the Grandmaster team, it has just fallen away from them just in the last couple of moments with these issues. And some other teams able to benefit. Mao's now into 6th and 7th position, which is a lot more positive for them, but they've got obviously a lot of catching to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, obviously, the rest this afternoon. I mean, for Mouse being down there in 6th position on the leaderboard that we've got, the last team to transfer their way in, kind of wonder what would be a success for them in this opening part in the hero stage of this competition. Is it just closing in some of the gap to those ahead? Is it maybe getting up potentially into 4th position, trying to find their way past the Grandmaster team and TC Esports to put themselves a little bit more in contention for the running a little bit later on this evening?
I mean, it's difficult to look at this with anything other than saying, well, maybe just not being sixth, maybe being higher than sixth is a success here. They started the day 88 points behind, or they ended the regular season, I should say, 88 points behind Verstappen Sim Racing, who were the leaders. They still are. At the moment, they're 90 behind, so in effect, they're still losing 2 points, getting even further away from the lead, and that, therefore, the reason why I'm pointing out, gives them less points heading into the team phase a little bit later on, because it's scaled to the whoever the leaders are. So they're even effectively losing points in this scenario right now. So I don't know what their focus or their aims are, but at the moment they're even losing from here.
Yeah, I mean, look, whilst I say, I said it earlier on this evening, you can't count Mouse out as being a potential target for a win. You can kind of say that about all 6 of the teams. They all have the potential capability of winning this year. It really does come down to those top 3 teams. Verstappen Sim Racing, BS Competition and Porsche Commander are really the main 3 that we're looking at there. The 3 below are outsiders, and for Mouse, they just don't want to relinquish too much of a gap to Verstappen Sim Racing in front. They're being helped here by the fact that Kevin Siggy obviously had that opening lap drama. But Siggy's closing down in on Moritz Lerner here and could potentially get 7th position off him. They are all, though, closing in onto the back of Nico Nuninghoff in 5th position. So the question mark is, can Max Benneker get to Nuninghoff and get through? The chances of any further positions down the road certainly seem to have gone. 3 seconds it is between Nuninghoff and Oliveira.
Yeah, I mean, Nuninghoff is holding his own, though, quite well, I would say. He's keeping them at arm's length for now, but the problem is he's got sort of half this race remaining, which is not quite as good news for him. Benneker leading the charge. And I think the fact that Siggy's going to want to come through here, don't forget it's twice as important for him to try and come through here with the points that he has available to him. That might slow that group in behind as well. So I think Nuninghoff will hold on to about 5th position here. And again, that would be good for the Grandmaster team, although Maximilian Den isn't contributing much to that total. A double points, top 5. It's very strong, a very strong start for the RENNSPORT Grandmasters team. So I think they're holding on quite well here at the moment, and they look like they're going to continue doing that with the scenario behind.
Yeah, potentially. Obviously, still got, like I say, a fair way to go in this race, and the closest fight in this group is Siggy onto the back of Moritz Lerner. That gap has definitely closed down, and the Slovenian is closing in. We have a bit of a look here into the braking zone, not taking any risk with that one. Already had the brush, of course, a little bit earlier on this race with Maximilian Den at this very moment, and very part of the circuit. BMW versus BMW, as the M Hybrid of Siggy is right there, right under the rear wing of the German of Moritz Lerner. Down the hill they go into Speakers, the X-Curve, No Name. Again, we call it for No Name. It's got a lot of names. And now Piln. It's just, I think Siggy will probably wait until the next lap to run up towards Lacon. I don't think he'll feel that he needs to rush it too much more. You can see Max Benneker's not that far ahead. Yeah, and
their closest rivals, BS Competition, aren't gaining that much really. As you say, that the scope for even more positions is not certainly out of the question either. So he might well just bide his time here with Kevin Siggy, with hero mode in 8th position. Obviously, the positions he gains ever so valuable, but rash moves are not what you want at this stage. Maybe it will be into the bus stop chicane here. He's closing on the way towards Ponchemont here, absolutely flat out, and he is going to go for it here on the way into the final chicane. Outside first, turn to the inside, and so he might have this as he comes through. Oh, it's just about a little bit of contact. Can't quite do it, and this is now costing them a bit more time than necessary.
I mean, it will just slow him up a little bit here into the opening corner at La Source. I think Siggy will go out wider so that he can have a straighter exit here. Maybe not sit too far under the rear wing of Moritz Lerner. He might play a game down at the bottom of the hill here. You can see breaking the slipstream, dropping back into it, now starting to build that momentum. Siggy should find his way through here. Look at how much more speed he's carrying at the top of the hill, almost into the rear end of the Mouse driver. He's already spun once after contact through that opening complex at the Source. Eau Rouge and Rallion, and he can't be doing that one again. Slightly alongside, partially alongside. Moritz Lerner going full send, trying to keep it to the outside, and will keep the Verstappen Sim Racing car at bay. Can he do it fully though? Bit of a hip check between the pair of them. Siggy's still there at Malmedy, now drops back in line. Feisty racing, touring car racing between these two.
It certainly was. Siggy especially was really leaning on Lerner at times there, but he can't get the pass done. And this means really, to my mind, that he can't do any better than 7th place now, I would say. This is the last battle he's going to have in this race here, and it's just a question of whether he's going to succeed and finish in 7th, or if he's going to have to settle for 8th position, which wouldn't be the best start for Verstappen sim racing at all in this race here, this event here today. But he's still pushing on, and you'd expect him to be able to manage it eventually, but he can't get any more after this, which he would have been hoping to before.
One penalty I think the Porsche Command team would probably be wanting to avoid, anything to do with track limits. Well, guess what? They've not avoided it. Joshua Rogers, as far as I've been told, is a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. Obviously, it's not quite a disqualification they got back in Le Mans, but certainly not something that they'll be pretty happy to see. It will drop him back behind Nico Nunninghoff, and potentially it might drop him behind Max Benneker as well. He's just about around the 5-second mark.
Yeah, there isn't a very big gap behind Rogers, and he's not been as fast as you'd expect him in this race so far, absolutely not. So Benneker is really teetering on that edge now with Rogers. Oliveira and Nunninghoff at the moment are definitely going to be getting themselves past, and Rogers can't seemingly stay with Collins or Benito as things stand. There is Josh Rogers. In fact, he's coming under pressure from Kike Oliveira here, who's surely being told now that Rogers is going to sit behind him anyway, so there's no point in wasting time. But I guess if he fights with Rogers a bit, then he can cost Rogers some places if he wants to do that.
I mean, look, it's kind of one of those ones where you've got to think about what helps you, and what helps you might be an indirect thing with other teams as well. For example, Max Benneker, he's been told, by the way, Joshua Rogers got a 5-second post-race time penalty for track limit excursions. He might push a little bit harder just to make sure he's within that, because he'll gain from it. But also it will take some points off of Porsche Commander, which will naturally help them on the leaderboard, just to keep that little bit closer to that top group. If Porsche Commander end up winning later on this evening, it could be these are the important points that's actually assisted them to get in and around finalist mode. You never really know. We've only got a lap and a bit left to go. 7 more kilometres at the line for Charlie Collins, who looks set for a 4th victory this season. 3 seconds his gap to Enzo Benito. It has ballooned, and Collins is very much in control.
He certainly is. I mean, he's an unbelievable driver online, especially. I mean, I must admit some question marks raised about on-site last year, especially with the way that Porsche Commander went out before the final and so on. But even so, online he's unbelievable, is Charlie Collins, and it looks like Oliveira is going for the sort of helping Rogers thing here. But no, Rogers hasn't helped himself there. He's broken too late in towards La Source, and is that him trying to let Kike Oliveira go so that he can go, so that this can go a bit quicker? I'm not sure, but he's teetering on the edge of losing another place to Max Benneker here, is Rogers. Not sure if he realises it, not sure if he knows what the best strategy is for alleviating that, but he's back in behind Oliveira here, and it looks like he wants to stay there.
He's going to lift off and sit behind Oliveira. Not sure what the logic is on that one, but regardless, he's not fighting Kike Oliveira at the top of the hill. He definitely could have left his foot in there. That's a bizarre one. I don't know why he wouldn't. I'm sure it's one of those ones. I'm sure there is some solid information that's been said behind the scenes to Josh. They're not just going to give up position for no reason. But that's a bizarre one.
I certainly can't explain that at the moment. And also, he just looks off to me, Rogers, at the moment. Something looks wrong. More than 7 seconds behind his team. I know that Collins has been excellent this season, and Rogers has been not quite himself all season, really. But something even in this race just looks wrong for Josh Rogers. Maybe it's not seeing him in the lead just making me feel a little bit weird, but it just doesn't look quite right. And he's going to end up in 6th place if that penalty is indeed applied, and applied as 5 seconds as we suspect.
Final couple of corners left to go for Charlie Collins, and he has been the man in control at various points throughout this season. Before we got into the final, he's won 3 races before this. Hasn't won in the last 3 though, after that double disqualification back in Le Mans. Certainly a bit of a dark cloud above them. That dark cloud has certainly rescinded a little bit at the start today. Charlie Collins across the line to win again here in R1. That'll be his 13th victory in R1 competition. Benito and Oliveira will cross the line behind. We'll wait to see if Joshua Rogers does drop down the standings.
Indeed. And that would just put Porsche Commander with a little bit more work to do, because don't forget, with that double disqualification at Le Mans, they already did have quite a bit of work to do this season in general. And this is not the best start to it, certainly, as over the line there. Not a good start for TC Esports either, as Jack Keithley in hero mode finishes in 12th place. But there is Charlie Collins. His extraordinary run and his extraordinary season continues. And, we'll have to wait to chat to him, seemingly, because he's gone.
Desperate to get out of the rig. To be fair, look, we've got a bit of a heat wave in Europe, as I'm sure one or two of you that are watching this broadcast are aware. There is a bit of a heat wave to deal with, and I'm sure some of the drivers will literally finish the race and be like, right, I'm out of here. Which, fair shout. Unfortunately, Ewan, we don't get that option here in the commentary booth. We've got to sit here next to as many fans as we can and just chill our way through it. Obviously, we're not working that hard, so that's fine.
No, but it always surprises me putting headphones on how much heat comes out your ears, because your head just seems. I feel like I'm just an oven in my head. But anyway, unfortunately we've got cameras, so there's only so much we can do to cut ourselves down. And we've got to be mindful of that. But these drivers will be probably having a bit of a walk around, and who knows who's got air conditioning in their house, who knows who's got fans or whatever. It's not hot very often, obviously, where most of these people are racing. I'm sure Kike Oliveira is used to this sort of thing, but for a lot of them, they're not used to potentially as much heat as what they might be experiencing today. So yeah, eager to get out and get cool again.
Provisional race results here from the opening race of the night. Charlie Collins, Enzo Benito and Kike Oliveira will be the top three there, and Josh Rogers listed as fourth, expected to drop down from there. Nico Nuninghoff, Max Benneker will be in the top six, with Siggy, Lerner, Sobrero, Stableford, Den and Keithley at the back. I think you hit the nail on the head. The disappointment there will come from TC Esports. Obviously, Sobrero had that spin. Jack Keithley, we think maybe had a jump start, something like that, had to come through the pit lane for a drive-through. It's one of those, they both made their own mistakes, and I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, and don't forget what a great regular season they had. As I say, BS Competition were the ones who really came through at the end to finish strongly, and finish very strongly. But TC Esports were really there as well, especially early on. And as I said earlier, Jack Keithley's really the driving force in that, so the fact he's finished a long way down there is not good news.
Well, Charlie Collins joins us here in the commentary booth after another superb victory. Great qualifying lap as well. Obviously, you had to do it technically twice, but that's fine. But you took an important victory there. Josh also seemed to have a bit more pace in qualifying, grabbing his first pole of the season. Things are looking good for the team so far tonight.
Hey fellas, yeah, still early days. So first race of the night, so to kind of taking it race by race. That's what everyone says, I guess. But no, good first race, good execution. So yeah, happy with that.
Obviously, two different formats to deal with tonight. Hero phase, which is where we're currently at, and then of course moving on to the team pilot competition. Focusing here on the hero phase. You were in hero mode and you took the victory, got the maximum points. How much discussion has there been between the two of you as to how this is going to work, or are you just kind of going with the flow and you take it on a race-by-race basis?
Yeah, I think like you said, Lewis, it's just go with the flow, take it on a race-by-race basis. I mean, we have to race these tracks, all throughout the night, also after the hero format with qualifying as well. So we kind of just prepped everything as if we were racing these tracks without any different formats. So not trying to overcomplicate it.
Smart move for what is probably going to be quite a long evening for you. Thank you, Charlie. Charlie's jumped out of here. We'll grab Kike Oliveira straight into the commentary booth. We'll grab Enzo Benito first, I believe, who's jumped in with us. Enzo, obviously a podium to start the evening, but you're not the one in hero mode. What was that race like for you as a team? Was there much communication from Kevin on the race start?
Yeah, well, there is, but it was just a bit unfortunate up the Eau Rouge, and just somehow I lost the car, but whatever, we still have many races to go and we will try our best. It's going to be a good fight, I reckon. So yeah, we will see.
Is there like a number in your head as a team as to what you want the gap to be, at least as a percentage? What kind of gap you want going into the team phase, or is it just you just want to make sure that you're the top seed going into that team phase later on the season?
You always want to be the top. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But I mean, at the same time, even if you are in P2 and there is not big of a difference in terms of points, yeah, you can make up for it for sure in the team races. So yeah, we just need to somehow be very equal or ahead, and then we will fight very hard for it in the team races.
Well, best of luck in the reverse grid race that's coming up.
Thank you.
Finally, Kaiki Oliveira onto the podium. You've had quite the season here, Mr. Oliveira. You've taken your fair share of victories, 3 victories over 3 evenings. Another podium here to start out tonight. BS competition definitely looking pretty strong this season. How do you make the season start? Well, at least this evening, rather, starting for you.
Yeah, I mean, much more productive than the first round, which was Spa. I didn't manage to race. To some technical issues now, managed to race and be lucky and also work my way through for P3 and P3 with Josh having the penalty, also dropping behind. But yeah, all in all, it was a really strong race. Now in the finals, the stakes are much higher, and driving against the best on the championship will be a much tougher fight. But for sure, we are ready for any opportunity and every opportunity to win and to get the podiums and etc. You know.
Next race is a reverse grid race, so you'll be starting obviously down the back. Robbie Stableford, your teammate, he'll be the one in hero mode for this next race. He'll be starting then towards the front after a bit of a spin for him. So in a sense, even though he's had that issue in that race, it's actually kind of worked out quite well for you as a team, is it not?
Yeah. I mean, it's not the scenario that we want, teammate spinning, but like with the reverse grid, and also he's the hero for this race. So it kind of fell in the correct way, so we expect to keep the same momentum coming to Monza and the next races as well.
Best of luck, Kaiki.
Thank you. Ciao.
And there we go. Top 3 from the first race. I get the feeling, Ewan, that we're going to be chatting to those 3 quite a bit this evening, along, I'm sure, with Josh Rogers, with Kevin Siggy, and I'm sure a whole host of other drivers at various points this evening. But those 3 very, very fast in this opening race, and Charlie Collins taking a very important victory for the Porsche Commander team.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. It might well be those 3 quite often in the interviews today, but you know, there's some of the best drivers that we have here in R1, and they're going to be up towards the front many times, I'm sure. I mean, you mentioned it there with Oliveira and Stableford, that dynamic for hero mode. Now that Stableford's actually got a very good starting position for race 2 with hero mode, so they might have played it well. I guess one of the reasons for their strategy is, if you look at the example of the Verstappen sim racing team now, as they go into the second race of the day, as Enzo Benito is going to be in hero mode, but he finished higher than Siggy previously, and now he's going to be starting lower while he's got hero mode. So you see how they've got it sort of the wrong way around. You can never actually predict what's going to happen in these races, but you can see the pros of that strategy that BS Competition have gone for example, compared to Verstappen sim racing, with the way this first race has panned out.
Definitely a very passable location coming up in a few moments' time, and I don't mean that in a sense of passable as if you never want to go there. I've been there a couple of times, been lucky enough. Obviously, it's the Temple of Speed. We'll be going to Monza for the next race, starting off with the heavy hitters at Spa and Monza, and like I say, you can definitely get the overtakes done around here.
Yeah, and that's what's so interesting to me about both actually reverse grid locations that have been selected for this round, because they're both very sort of easygoing circuits to overtake. First of all, Monza, the most easy, I would say, but also Daytona, I believe, is the other reverse grid race a little bit later on. Both of potentially, I'd say, the top 2 in the top 2 of overtaking circuits on RENNSPORT at the moment, certainly in the history of R1 competition and what we've seen so far. So that's an interesting track choice for those second and fourth races, because of how passable they are. I would have been very interested to see what a Laguna Seca style circuit would have been like with that reverse grid, but alas, we'll qualify before that one.
Probably chaos. I think there would be a couple of biffs at the opening corner if that was the reverse grid race, but no, we'll be avoiding that one. Of course, 2 reverse grid races this evening, race 2 and race 4, before we'll have a breather and then reset the format going into the teams part of the event. Hopefully we'll be able to take to the grid fairly shortly and see our drivers get themselves ready. Prime opportunity for BS Competition and Robbie Stableford will be starting from 3rd position to take a victory. Jack Keithley will be starting up there as well. Unfortunately, though, for TC Esports, you can see there, obviously these are the hero drivers for this race, reversed their way round. Jack Keithley, he'll be starting from the reverse grid pole, will not be the one in hero mode.
Yeah, and there's one of the downsides of the strategy that they've gone for. If your hero driver does badly, it's bad for that first race, as we just saw for TC Esports there, who really slipped back, but it's not great for the second race either. Now, he, still starting for the lead, it's not a terrible place to be, but you'd rather it was your hero driver there. Just a little bit of solace, but there you go. That's the way that it's gone, and they already feel that this has not quite gone the way that they would have wanted. I mean, BS Competition have probably played this quite well. Stapleford would have liked to stay out of trouble in that first race, but didn't. He's going to be towards the front in hero mode, while Oliveira is going to have to fight back, but again, that luckily that doesn't matter so much for him, and then of course they'll get to re-qualify again in time for race number 3. So there's certainly some teams who've played this better already than others in this very tactical hero stage.
It is a tricky one, but the thing is you can sit back and do everything on paper and think, right, well, we've got that one right for our drivers and which way around we're doing hero and defender, right? But then the moment that the race begins, it can be up in the air. Look at Verstappen Sim Racing having Kevin Siggy be their hero of the opening race. He spun round. No one can predict that. Joshua Rogers not being the one in hero mode, and he is the one for this one. Sure, he'll actually be starting a little bit more in the middle of the pack, which actually will work out probably a little bit better for him. But remember, he did start the previous race from pole position. He had a fast car, at least in qualifying, so clearly pieced it together well then. And thankfully, the race result, at least in that sense, has worked out for Porsche, where they had the cars the right way around. But you can only predict so much in a Formula 1. So as much as it is very, very tactical, we heard from Charlie, from Porsche Commander there, that they are just kind of... They've selected their drivers. You've got to get it 50-50, do it whatever way round, and then you see what happens in the race. You can't outthink it that much. Like, if you overthink it, you're more likely to trip over yourself, like Ferrari almost every year in qualifying at Monza.
Well, yes, it's true. Well, that is probably the overthinking capital of the world, Monza, when it's F1 qualifying weekend, I would say. But there you go. I mean, as you say there, it's very easy thing to say, but it is true. Just finishing first and second each race is probably the best way to play it. But obviously that's easier said than done, of course. But take all the complications out of it. Just do as best as you can. Just drive the car as fast as possible, and that's probably the best way to play this over the course of all these races, no matter reverse grid, hero mode, or whatever it is. You can think about the other stuff later on, and there is the format. Yeah, Monza, the reverse grid race with the shortcut, so no big run down in towards the first chicane. Although, as we found out a couple of weeks ago when we used it for a regular season race, it just delays that big mess that you normally see into the first chicane to the second one instead.
Which I didn't get to commentate on earlier this season. I was away for that run. That was the third week, wasn't it? Of our competition. I was not here. You were. Tell me the drama. Tell me the goss. Tell me the tea. Who's happy with who?
Well, I remember talking to obviously production afterwards, Hugo Phillip. We were all agreeing that they were the best 2 races of the season. So, well, at the time, I mean, to be fair, I would still say actually after watching round 4 as well. But I thought, absolutely best races of the season. I thought it's just it's the amount of slipstream that you have here needs to be so much because these hypercars are so fast. I mean, even a place like Spa there, you get a little bit on the Camel Straight, and we saw a little bit of it in that race, in towards Les Combes there especially. But elsewhere, really, you don't get too much of it. So it was fantastic to have a super long straight, or at least a long flat out section, because obviously Curva Grande completely flat out, and that just gave way for really great racing. And it was definitely sort of draft style racing. You don't see too much in RENNSPORT, but it was very entertaining racing, certainly.
Yeah, very much so. But hopefully we'll be getting on with the race in just a few moments' time. Just waiting for race control to dot the I's, cross the T's, and hopefully that won't be the delay all the way through the night, because we want to see race cars. I know you're bored of seeing our ugly mugs, and not listen to Podcast Central, because we've had one solid race so far. Charlie Collins taking that victory. What is coming up next, and who's going to be reigniting themselves? It's going to be a tough one, and it's a joy sometimes to not have qualifying, but at least the cars going around on the circuit, so who knows. I'm just hoping rather we avoid the opening carnage, which normally we get here at Monza because of the first chicane. We don't have to do that anymore.
Exactly, but as I say, it felt to me, you didn't do the races, but it felt to me, commentating those a few weeks ago, that it only delayed it to the Della Roggia chicane anyway. You know, the same things happened, if you like, into a chicane at Monza, but it just felt like it happened after the Curva Grande rather than just before it. Maybe I'll be wrong and it will change for the second race, for the second time of tasking, of course, but, you know, it's a different field as well. There's so many different variables that we have. It is a longer run, and the fact there is a Curva Grande there just changed things a little bit heading into the second chicane rather than the first. I say we've got the top 6 teams here, and you'd say that all of them are sort of at least the drivers in them are recognised the top drivers here on RENNSPORT. So you'd hope a little bit more skillful and able to avoid one another, but you know sometimes that doesn't count for too much. So who knows what we're going to see here. There'll be a lot of anticipation, and all this waiting as well only increases the anxiety for the drivers going into it as well, especially for those who haven't done very well so far. You want to sort of get on with it and put it right straight away. You don't want to sort of wallow in the poor performance that you've just done. So the anxiousness will only be building heading towards the second race as well right now.
Yeah, exactly, and especially in the heat, the drivers will probably be very, very much wanting to just get on with it as quick as possible, and not wait around. We want to get that ball rolling as much as the drivers do, as much as I'm sure all of you watching do as well, and so we just have to wait more and more, unfortunately. But the drivers will be... they'll be excited. I'm sure the reverse grid always gives that little bit of excitement. And then we've obviously got a little bit later on to talk about in the night. I know we've spoken about it enough, but clearly, whilst we've got some downtime, we might as well talk about it a little bit more. We've got the hero drivers here. The stage that's coming up a little bit afterwards with the team race, where it goes back into the whole finalist mode conversation. Should be an awful lot of fun in that. And really, we're not having a clear favourite pieced together in front of us. Porsche Commander and Redline. Whoa! Verstappen Sim Racing still looking like the strongest contingent. Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, let's not start that game. It'll be a competition that we both want to not lose there. Anyway, by the way, when you said later on, I thought you were going to talk about the football. But
we can talk about that as well if you want. Who think's going to win Spain, Belgium? Thibaut Courtois, come on, mate. Not obviously no bias towards TC Esports, but you know we've got to support our contingent, our group, right?
Our sim racing, our sim racing contingent. Sorry, Thibaut, but I think Belgium are probably going to lose. But there you go.
Oh yeah, same.
Unless they can be angered into playing well again, then I don't think they'll be going very well.
I mean, do you see Belgium beating France? So they're either going to lose today or later on. Aren't they? Yeah, right. Sorry.
Is it going to be this week or Tuesday? It's going to be at some point, isn't it?
Why don't we commentate on football? I'll just give everyone the results straight away.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll just when it turns to 8 o'clock, we'll forget about this whole team race thing and the finalist mode and whoever's about to win this whole event. We'll just talk about Thibaut Courtois saving some. Well, probably relentless Spanish forwards, I'd imagine.
It wouldn't be the first time that I've done a sim racing race, or I've done a sim racing race whilst one eye's certainly been left on a football match of
more than one. 1 3/4.
Yeah. Well, look, I know you like yourself a little bit of football. I'm sure a lot of drivers do as well, and that's why we try and clash as little with certain other sports.
Some of us do.
Some of us do. Some of us just go quite a World Cup final, boom, right through the middle of it. That's fine. Charlie Collins looking very serious behind the wheel. Take a look at some of our other drivers. Max Den obviously had that spin whilst making contact a little bit with Kevin Siggy. Raced him for all of 2 apexes. Unfortunately went for a spin after that.
Yes, indeed. I do like Florian Hasper, by the way. It's not a jab. but there you go. We were barely watching that game when the last World Cup final was on. If we're honest, and heartbroken to find out that you don't remember you were on commentary with me at the time.
Do you know what I thought?
Anyway.
Well, it was Luke Crane, who I do know is in the is watching this. Hello, Luke. I thought it was Luke Crane because it was me, Luke, and Arjuna for the entire season. Luke clearly.
It wasn't. I did like half that season. Me and Luke shared half of that season.
Did you?
Yeah.
Are you not Luke Crane?
But we are slightly different.
Yeah, well, you've got fewer subscribers than him on YouTube, that's for sure.
That is a fact.
But I didn't realise you split the season in half. Or, honestly, again, both me and Arjuna both thought that it was...
I know! Both of you! Oh, God. So wounding, that.
Yeah, well, you just quite forget.
Might as well not turned up. Might as well have watched the World Cup final on my own, anyway.
You did get the extra time and penalty shootout.
I didn't.
Who did? Was that Arjuna?
That was Arjuna, yeah. I got the first... Well, I'll tell you, I got the first half, so it was 2-0 at the time. I thought, well, I've probably seen all the action now.
I got the second half, so at least there was that, yeah.
Yeah, so
fair.
you... Yeah. So...
Look, we all got our bits of drama,
I know,
and here we see Jack Keithley, who will be certainly supporting Thibaut Courtois. Another 6-minute wait for us as we enter the practice session. God, there's a lot of waiting around today.
Yeah, I go back to it. It's not good for the drivers, in terms of hanging about and really getting anxious about the race that's about to happen. Especially, I would say, when you've got a turn one. Like I'm going to call this turn one, by the way. Sorry if it's not accurate in any way, but that rundown towards turn one is looming so large in the mind anyway, and it's only going to be growing as this wait gets longer. So there'll be a bit of anxiousness, a bit of tetchiness from all the drivers, I think, to get this race underway, because it's a huge moment, the start of a race at Monza, as we all know.
It's an enormous run down to the apex of the opening corner anyway, right? So then to say that you've got to go around the entirety of Curva Grande as well into the Roger, which is far trickier than the opening, normally the opening chicane down at the Rettifiglio. So look, I'm curious. You've already seen this once, so or twice technically. As much as I've seen it obviously from a distance as a spectator, not as a commentator, not as part of the event. I'll be honest, I'm a little nervous. Although they don't they test around this, like certain teams for WEC, they test this layout.
Do they? I thought they tested normal Monza.
I am at least 3.5% sure, very high now, that I have seen videos of like the Toyota hypercar blast its way down and then skip over the first chicane. Yes, they did remove all of the chicanes and stuff that's in it, obviously. Not mental, sending cones flying. I think it was more to mimic the aero package of Le Mans rather than what you would normally do at Monza.
Maybe you're right. I haven't seen that, I must admit. I do I'm known for tuning out of motorsport in the winter, mostly. But I do think they have tested here. But I thought it was at the normal layout. It's not a bad place to do it, but it doesn't quite have the sort of flowing corners that I would like to test. And I'm sure they do that in other places instead. But good for speed and acceleration and braking and slow speed corners, but there's not too many really high speed flowing corners for you to do, which is quite an important part, really.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's less likely. It's probably a pre-season test. Probably more likely it's a private test rather than an actual official pre-season test or anything like that. But I tend to tune in and out of motorsport, see one clip on Instagram, much like everyone else, assume that is everything that motorsport has to offer. As into the chicane they go, quite the pack race. I don't think we're going to get too many breakaways in this.
No, exactly, and as I was just going to say, this is exactly the sort of racing, in case you didn't see the third round either, this is exactly the sort of racing that you're expected to see. I mean, I must admit, I know some people find this sort of racing a bit gimmicky or whatever. I actually really quite like this kind of racing. It's not sort of super speedway, absolute lottery sort of racing, but it is very draft heavy, and there is a lot of tactics involved in it, and being in the right place at the right time and all that kind of thing. I really do enjoy this kind of racing, and so do expect to see this. But also, you say no breakaways. There may be, at the front, there might be. It's one of those circuits where, yes, it's quite likely that a big group will stay together like this, but it's also not impossible that someone can break away, especially if they're in the right place at the right time and they time a run correctly or whatever. So, but both options are on the table, which is why I find this sort of racing so interesting.
So the times onto the board here in the practice session. Obviously there will be no qualifying. We'll be rolling straight into the race, so drivers will be probably maybe a little bit apprehensive on the run down into the opening corner. Obviously they're flying around here at Curva Grande. The opening part of this is not particularly difficult. It's absolutely easy, right up to about here, when you're obviously braking from such ludicrously high speed into a very narrow chicane, and you're guaranteed to have 2 wide. Nice one, they've got a TC Sports drivers off the road. You're guaranteed to have 2 wide, potentially even a bit of 3 wide heading into the Roger, and that never really ends well. It's fine.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll see what happens in this race. It's going to be very interesting indeed. When we get underway here very soon, I'm expecting the practice session will be over. The drivers should be warmed back up again, and they'll be ready to go for race 2 of the day. And you'd say that this is the important one for teams to pick themselves back up again. Jack Keefe is going to be on the pole in hero mode, I believe. Sorry, not in hero mode, in defensive mode, but he's going to have Tavis Abreu close. Both TC Sports drivers starting fairly towards the front, both Mausers towards the middle. Both Porsche Commanders going to be starting towards the back, for example. Those are the teams anyway who've got their teammates quite close together. So important races for all those in different ways. As practice now just come to a close, and there is the pole sitter ready to potentially be a sitting duck really as they come towards the first chicane.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's going to be holding on to too much of that race lead. I don't know who really the favourite is for this kind of race, because this is certainly, and this is why obviously people like this layout, this is certainly one of the car track combos where if it was a normal qualifying session, qualifying really doesn't matter that much, because I get the feeling you could probably win from the back or the front and anywhere in between. And it's more just about staying out of trouble at this point of the race.
As you say, in terms of predicting, it is almost impossible because of just how unpredictable it can be. Let's see what transpires though here at Monza without the first chicane as we get race 2 underway here at the hero stage, and it is already pressure for Jack Keighley. Maximilian Dennos is inside, he's already fiddling around with something as well as Robbie Stapleford bump traps. Here comes Siggy, 3 wide through the Curva Grande. This is absolutely mental. Coming into the De La Rocha chicane, Kevin Siggy might well be leading here, and he's in hero mode as well. He's trying to squeeze as much as possible. That's put Maximilian Den on the grass. He spins in front of the field, and somehow we get away with it. Siggy comes out the other side with the lead. Jack Keighley with second position in a remarkable start.
TC Esports running in second and third position. Joshua Rogers right up there in fourth as well. And you're absolutely right. Bit of disappointment there for Robbie Stapleford, but he managed to collect it along with Maximilian Den. We do have our 12 cars in one long train, which we do expect. If you get spun off this train, you are toast in this race. You will not really be involved in this race really for much longer. Kevin Siggy, by the way, as much as he is our race leader, I do not believe he's supposed to be in hero mode. I'm pretty sure those hero points would actually be for Enzo Benito in last.
I agree, based on the table we were handed earlier. That is correct. Let's just go about. There we go. He's just flipped there.
Yeah.
There we go. That's correct. So sorry, I just went along with the graphics there. Siggy is indeed in a defensive mode, as it were. Benito's right at the back still in hero mode, which is less than ideal. Here comes Josh Rogers, meantime, with David Sobrero just in front. He needs to get ahead of his teammate first of all as well, but Rogers is the one flying the flag for Porsche Commander, and what a start he's made already here. He started from the midfield, and he's already looking to move up to third here. Robbie Stapleford looks to follow. That was pretty close. There was a bit of side-to-side contact there between Rogers and Sobrero. Outside for Rogers. He's going to slip through nicely, and Sobrero forced to tuck into line. Stapleford as well as Maximilian Den, who's leading the next line. In fact, there's been a bit of trouble there. Den and Lerner are side by side. This field is breaking apart.
Got to say for Joshua Rogers though, I'm it's already building as to quite a large gap ahead. We're getting a little bit of slipstream from Keithley, who's getting a little bit from Siggy, but Siggy is doing everything he can to build that margin and pull away. Further back here, battle of the maxes. We saw this back in Puon at the Sega de Spa-Francorchamps. Beneke comes through on Den this time. Kaiki Oliveira backs out of it along with Charlie Collins. Nico Nuninghoff's dropped back into the final position on this grid. We've already completed a lap and a bit, nearly 2 laps of this second race of the evening. There comes a look to the inside. Kaiki Oliveira trying to get down the inside, can't do it yet because the slipstream's being given between the two maxes, Beneke to Den.
Yeah, and that does make it very, very tricky indeed. There's Benito just turning underneath Collins there, which is preventing Charlie Collins from getting a slipstream here, although they're sort of sharing it half and half. That's only going to put them both back further and allow Nico Nuninghoff to catch them both. Now they'll tuck back into line again a little bit more sensibly here as Collins gets into the slipstream again. Benito gets back out of it again, and Collins chops across his nose. He's trying to cut him off anyway into Curva Grande. He has to give him just a bit of space in the end. Tense racing between the two big names in this field. Side by side, it's late braking from Benito. It's Collins on the outside, who's surely going to be given the reverse treatment there. He's been given quite nice space by Benito through that first part. Into Lesmo 1 they go, and surely Collins is going to have to give up at some point. He's still holding it out for now, and maybe he is going to hold on right the way round here. Through the two Lesmos, he's still there. These two drivers still side by side and finally have to give it up. Nuninghoff decides not to punish Collins. A remarkable battle. You can question the sense of it, but a remarkable battle between these two.
I mean, that was intense racing. Bit of contact, that into Curva Grande. If it wasn't... Charlie Collins has gone and into the barrier. That is a big hit indeed. I'll spin it back round, but he'll continue on in 12th position. I was going to say, if the contact model wasn't quite what it is here on RENNSPORT, and if we were racing around in real life, I get the feeling that you and I, Ewan, we would have been reading out the eulogy for Enzo Benito and for Charlie Collins, because that would have been a very, very, very fast crash indeed. They probably would have written both their cars off, and maybe even them as well. Siggy leads by half a second, so Keithley's closing his way back in using that slipstream. He is dragging Joshua Rogers 1.3 seconds back to Sobrero, and that's where the gap I think might be a little bit too large. Maybe there's just enough. Here comes Beneke, here comes Oliveira, here comes Den.
Look at this. Oh, and Denny's looking on the grass there for a position. He's not going to do that, surely. Beneke slips back into line in front of Oliveira, and don't forget, Beneke's just sort of fending them all off for Moritz Lerner at the moment. Looks like Miles are going to finish in similar positions to what they did before, but Beneke can only hold on for so long here. Oliveira's coming through from 10th, don't forget, of a starting position, so this will be position number 3 gained of the day if he can get this. Can't quite do it through Lesmo 2, and here come the others. Den and Benito queued in behind.
Slipstream from Den getting on to the rear end of Kaiki Oliveira, and now Enzo Benito is knocking at the door himself. No switches. This is the kind of the awkward bit of this, is that this large slipstream game, once you have 2 or 3 cars, if it's just you versus one other, it's fine. It's once you get the 2 or 3 cars involved, suddenly the slipstream games become a little bit harder to keep on top of. Kaiki Oliveira down the inside, but that was more trying to break the slipstream of Den behind. And whilst we're looking at this quartet battle around, look at the gaps for the front. Siggy, Keithley and Rogers all separated by under 1 second.
Yes, very interesting indeed, and huge for Rogers to try and go on and win this, I feel, for Porsche Coandans. Keithley's going for this. Keithley's going for the lead right now on Kevin Siggy, it looks like, through the Curva Grande, while Oliveira's getting past Beneke. Keithley is potentially taking the race lead. They're side by side at the moment. Oh my goodness, and Den there very nearly with Beneke having a plane crash. Thankfully they get away with it, and they'll get back to single file here with Oliveira at the front. But Keithley is still side by side with Siggy. Rogers is just watching on behind. Siggy's held on finally, and it looks like Keithley hasn't been able to quite get his way past, but they're super close.
They really are, like you say, fighting over very small bits of this racetrack. As much as it is fairly wide here at the Temple Speed in Monza, they're still fighting over very little of it. Enzo Benito into 9th position, trying to score what he can for the team, and unfortunately for the Verstappen Sim Racing team, had they got the hero mode the other way around, they'd be looking very pretty on points so far this afternoon, as things are at the moment. They're not looking terrible, but it could be looking a lot better. Now this trio are very close together, and Robbie Stableford's getting the slipstream. He and David Sobrero are also closing their way back in, so it could be a quintet fight for the race lead. Moritz Lerner probably a little bit too far back along with Kaiki Oliveira, but you never know when they all start battling with 4 laps left to go as to how things are going to unfold in this group. We're on board with Rogers, and you can see Jack Keithley there, 2/10 between the top 2. Here comes Keithley, maybe going for the move.
He's going to the outside, shown the outside by Siggy, and here goes Rogers. Can he make space there? He can't quite, and he's going to be boxed in by Siggy and Keithley. Oh, Siggy got so close to turning Rogers there, who goes one side, then the other. Look at that from Josh Rogers. He's broke too late though. He's got across the chicane, and he's going to have to give up some places here. Siggy comes through and takes them both again. Rogers decides that he's allowed to keep second. Race control might decide differently, but for now he is in the middle, and Siggy's still in the lead.
It's one of those ones around here, and especially when you've had a track limit excursion in the previous race, I would do literally what Rogers is about to do now, I think, which is just go, right, it's fine, the slipstream gauge will allow me to get back involved in this fight anyway. I'm just going to back out of this one. I'm going to let Jack Keithley go back through. We're all back to where we were, first, second and third. It's fine. It's not worth trying to hang on around here when, you know, the slipstream games, they play such a large part in it. What is the point in trying to hang on to one position which you know you can get back pretty quickly anyway? Fair enough there. I'm sure race control might still have a look anyway, and we'll have to wait and see if that's going to delay the evening anymore. But for Siggy now, it's back to 3/4 of a second at the front with 3 laps left.
Yeah, you say that they're definitely going to get back because of the slipstream. Well, I'm not 100% sure right now. This gap has got out to 6/10. What are those margins where you think, well, maybe Siggy can actually get up? That wasn't my worst impression. Maybe Siggy could get away there at sort of 6 or 7 tenths a second, but no, he's not going to. Keithley's just dragging him back a little bit here. Rogers decides against it for now. He hasn't got long, Rogers here, but he knows that Keithley closing this gap for him is quite important if he wants to win this race.
Time ticking away, 2.5 laps left in this one here with Siggy back to the front, and it's one of those ones with this format and how it works. Technically the highest point scorer, because obviously the double points that you get for hero mode, technically the highest point scorer from this race is actually Josh Rogers in third. Just the nature of this format, but how dearly he would love to grab the 40 points for taking a victory. It will very much help Porsche Commander after the victory from Charlie Collins earlier on in the day in hero mode, where he took 40 points for it. Another 40 for the Porsche Commander team just drags them that little bit closer, pushes them a bit more into contention, keeps them tight going into the team phase, and it would mean that they'd executed the opening portion of this night, where obviously this opening heat, this opening part rather, where we're in the hero phase. We're dividing it into 2 bits as well. The first 2 races, obviously 1 qualified, 1 reverse grid, back to 1 qualified in the next one. You're doing that opening bit as well as you possibly can and maximising that scenario. With 2 laps left to go, it's got a bit of work to do here to try and steal that away.
Here comes Keithley. If he doesn't go for it that time, it would have helped Rogers a bit, although he's closed on the brakes anyway. Keithley, if that's a dry run of the final lap, he's not close enough at the moment, Keithley, and needs a very good second half to this lap at Monza, because look at the top left, we've only got 1 lap to go after this one, and so Siggy's almost there. And I think that the way he's going through the corners right now, Kevin T, I'm not counting against him sort of getting away and winning this race by sort of just breaking the draft the old-fashioned way here.
Yeah, the thing is, it's so hard to properly, fully break that slipstream. It's currently under half a second. I think there is going to be an opportunity for Keithley to maybe try something here, but the one part of this track that he needs to absolutely nail is this final corner at the Parabolica, at the Alboreto curve, because obviously you carry the momentum off of the corner all the way down the start-finish straight, all the way around Curva Grande, all the way into the Roger. See how much it was nailed. It's done pretty well there from Jack Keithley. He closed the gap a little bit on exit, a couple of thousandths. Surely it helps, and the gap comes down. Half a second it's approaching. It's not coming down by enough by my eye.
Well, it's going to start to come down by more and more as he gets closer, don't forget. And I think he purposely backed out of it last time round. He would have gone for a lunge. If last lap was the last one, I think he would have gone for a lunge from that distance. And I think he's going to go for another one here. And Siggy knows it. Oh, and he weaved from one side to the other. Keithley doesn't go for it in the end. Maybe he wants to be cautious, but I felt he had the opportunity there, Keithley, to barrel down the inside. Maybe he was put off there by Siggy in his defensive shape.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was maybe a little bit late there from Siggy. Rogers might have an option to do something here, especially if there's going to be a couple of mistakes like that one there from Keithley, but Rogers maybe running out of the opportunities himself. He's got to stay close to the Ascari chicane, but doing that with the dirty air that's kicked up off of these cars, that one's never easy. Kevin Siggy looks to have done what he needed to do out through the Ascari chicane. One final run into the Parabolica. Victory will indeed be his. Not going to be the double points though for hero mode.
No, it isn't, but it is still a good load of points for Verstappen Sim Racing. And we're going to come out of the final corner with Kevin Siggy and take their first victory on the night here in the hero stage of the RENNSPORT R1 final. It's Kevin Siggy who holds on from Jack Keithley, and Josh Rogers, the first of the hero drivers to come home. And so Porsche Coanda are going to get a decent load of points as well, despite Charlie Collins finishing all the way down in 11th. But it's Verstappen Sim Racing's race, you'd say, not least because they've won it, but also because of Enzo Benito's 7th place finish. That should be a decent haul overall. The final gap, about 2/3 of a second for Siggy over Keithley, with Josh Rogers languishing about a second further back. Stableford beat Sobrero in a 2-driver battle there for 4th. Kaki Oliveira ensures 2 PS competitions in the top half with a great run through the field there, passing 4 drivers. Enzo Benito also made a few passes there to get up to 7th place. Max Benneker ended up 8th, then the 2 Grandmasters with Maximilian Den and Nico Nunninghoff. Charlie Collins still got the fastest lap despite his spin through Ascari earlier, and Moritz Lerner ends up with no points from that race, and that's pretty bad news for Miles in that one, because he was their hero driver on that race there, finishing down in 12th. Let's have a chat though to the race winner Kevin Siggy, who joins us now. Kevin, congratulations on winning here at Monza today. How was that final lap there with Jack right behind you? How sure were you that you could hold on as you entered that final lap?
I mean, I wasn't really sure, considering the slipstream is quite strong in this track. So I was just holding on for dear life. I mean, the pace advantage is clear. So yeah, I just couldn't really do much. And it was just very tough to drive. So but at least I won, so not too bad.
Well, exactly. And it's sort of so far these first 2 races are sort of maintaining the lead that you've got in the standings right now. Just tell us how you assess these first 2 races as a team compared to what you were hoping for from this first stage of tonight.
We just continue as is. I mean, as you can see, I'm practicing as well for the next track. So, I mean, it's the only thing we can really do, just hope for the best and see what we can do.
We'll let you get on with practicing. Congrats, Kevin, on race 2 victory, and thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Kevin Siggy, the winner of race number 2, just in front of Jack Keithley, who joins us now. Jack, welcome in as well. That last lap is what it all came down to. Tell us about it from your perspective.
I gave it everything, and the dirty air plays a part, but that was such a good race. I had a lot of fun doing that. I was more competitive than I thought I was going to be against those 2 guys. I've got 7 or 8 more races to go, probably. That was really fun, though. From my perspective, that was fun.
And in terms of bouncing back from Spa as well, where you were finishing at the back of the field, just how's it feel to sort of step forward away from that first race result and get a good second race there?
Yeah, I needed that because I felt like an absolute idiot, quite frankly, after the first race. First race should have been better, hence. But then if it was, who knows what would have happened in the second? You can't predict what could have happened. So just got to take each result as it comes. But yeah, needed that after the first race. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, congrats on second in race 2 tonight, Jack, and thanks for chatting to us.
Very much.
Thanks so much. Jack Keithley in second place, and Josh Rogers was the other in that trio in third place. Josh, congrats on third. Couldn't quite get involved in the front 2's battle in the final laps, but you were previous to that. Just tell us what it's like it being in third in that scenario there, where the front 2 are going side by side in front of you so often like that.
Yeah, you're kind of just poking them, waiting for them to do something, right? All in all, a solid race to come from P7 to P3 with the hero points as well. It's exactly what we needed. It's tricky to race around Monza, to be fair, at least in these cars. It's very easy to get shuffled off or whatever. So, all in all, positive. Still early days, so we'll just try and carry some momentum. And we're only 2 races in, so. But it's challenging for sure, racing there. Also with the massive long straight, the draft and making sure you're in kind of the right window, it adds an extra element.
Of course, if we use all the races required tonight, then we'll be going there twice more, but that's to come later. In terms of how it started tonight for Porsche Coanda, your hero drivers, whether it's been you or Charlie, have finished ahead of the other in both races so far. Would you put that down to anything at all other than coincidence? Is it good planning beforehand? Is it just how the races have unfolded? Is it even something you're properly, consciously thinking about between the two of you?
Honestly, it's just been the way it's been panning out. First race was obviously a bit tricky for me. Ultimately, yeah, I mean, both of us weren't starting in an ideal position for Monza. I think we were P12 and P7, so it's not exactly what you want. So yeah, I feel like it's just been a little bit of coincidence so far, and how things have panned out. But let's see how it continues to unfold.
Yeah, we will do. Thanks for chatting to us, Josh. Congratulations on podium in race 2 tonight.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks so much. That's Josh Rogers as well in third place from race number 2. So an interesting race. He couldn't quite get involved, Josh, in the way that he might have wanted to, but an entertaining race, as I told you it might be. Monza with no chicane. We'll see if we have to see it another couple of occasions, because as I say, that will be the final race of the day if we use all 10.
Which, for timing, I think we'd still be going at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is fine. But I think we won't need all of the races in Finalist Mode, but it's certainly not going to be done in ridiculous speed. I think the fastest it can be done when we get into the teams phase, I think is it 3 races?
It's
if
3,
you got a 1-2, it would be 3 races, and then you have to win the next one. That ain't happening. I don't see that happening. I just don't see it being done that quick. I think Verstappen, Porsche, and maybe even BS competition are all a little bit too tight, which you can even tell on these points, Ewan.
Yeah, 7 points only between Verstappen Sim Racing and BS competition. That's much closer than I thought it was going to be, actually. Heading into tonight, it was 14 points between them, so they've managed to halve that in 2 races. Kike Oliveira putting in the most points for BS competition, but Stableford did his job in that second race, especially when he was in hero mode. Porsche Coanda are beginning to catch Verstappen Sim Racing just a little bit as well. They're 24 points behind at the moment. They started the day, though, 47 behind. So that feels like a massive closing for them. And if they can continue that, then they'll be right up there. But what that means, because the points are going to be scaled to 100, what that means is that the top 4 are all going to be within 25-30 or so. I think the Grandmaster team and Miles had... Can we almost say they're out of it already? I mean, we're getting that way already. But the other 4 are going to be within about 30 points, which is not much.
So I have thank you to Felix Van Delft, who always passes us on bits of information on these broadcasts. He's sent me his spreadsheet, which isn't quite as pretty as mine. That's fine, but it is more information dense. Yeah, that's fine. Look,
it's a science spreadsheet, isn't it?
We've all got to flex in our own ways. That's okay. But one of the bits on there, he has set it up where it will tell you what the points will be if we were to finish now. And if we were to finish now, obviously Redline would have 100 points, obviously, because they're the leaders. It says Redline on there. So that's
Felix.
2. Yeah, Felix has set me up on that one.
That is a so.
Verstappen Sim Racing, would be on 100 points. BS competition would be on 97. And Porsche Coanda would be on 91. TCE Sports would be on 80. So they'd all be separated by 20 points at the top. Going into the second part then of this hero phase, where we get to see our next group of drivers who'll be in the hero mode. Porsche Coanda sticking with Joshua Rogers in this one as they had in the previous race. Enzo Benito also being stuck with for the Verstappen Sim Racing team. Kike Oliveira for BS competition, Nico Ninninghoff for the Grandmaster team, Jack Keithley for TC as he did in the previous, and Max Benneker for Mouse. Those two, by the way, Grandmaster team and for Mouse, they would be on 66 and 59 apiece if we were to go from where we are now. I think you are right there, pretty much. Not you can't count them out completely, but yeah, it's not looking good.
No, certainly not. I mean, Miles had a mountain to climb anyway, especially being 88 points behind coming in, but being over 100 back now. Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, and I'm afraid the pace that they've shown so far has not quite shown that they're capable of overhauling such a margin as well there. But just to give some context on that, to those other 4 teams being covered by only 20 points, by the way, 20 points is the value of a race win in this point system. Just one race win, and don't forget there's 2 scorers obviously in each race, with 2 drivers in each race for each team, so that is very, very close, and you know that means that there's going to be a whole host of teams who are around finalist mode at the same time. I'm not sure what's the record for teams in finalist mode at the same time. I only remember the drivers is 5.
Oh yeah, teams. I don't think it's that many. I think it's only
2, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, I really don't think, because 24 we had 2.
23 we had 2.
23 we had 2, yeah. 25 we obviously had 1.
Yes. And that's the only times we've done it, isn't it? So
yeah, indeed. So yeah, I don't think it's not that common to have more than one. But this, I think, if there was one criticism that both you and I both had after the Esports World Cup last year, was that we thought they put the points threshold way too high, which was what caused it. Where they basically, it was red line at the time, so I'm going to say red line, all right? Went into finalist mode very late, and they only had, it wasn't going into the last race, it was going into the penultimate race, but then they didn't win either the penultimate or the last. Is that right? Or was it going into the last? I think
they got finalist mode going into either the third last or the penultimate, definitely not going into the final one.
Yeah, so they got into finalist mode very, quite late. It was race 6, 7, or 8.
Stop it.
And with that, then Darren McCormack started winning races again, and basically didn't get the chance to win. If you can get into finalist mode early, then suddenly the tactical games as to people trying to force you not to win, and that's seen from a much earlier part of the competition. I like the points threshold is a lot lower this day as well. Charlie Collins the way up towards the line, 109.0.
And that is probably going to be a benchmark for everybody else to beat, a very difficult one as well, and that might prove to be a problem because his teammates in hero mode. Just for the question, by the way, being asked about what it's actually for, it's just to give one of the drivers double points from the point score. So you've got to select each one of your 2 drivers twice over the course of the 4 races in this phase of the competition, and you've got to use them wisely. As Robbie Stableford goes over the line with a 9.6 for his lap time.
Yeah, and obviously the final qualifying session of the hero stage of this competition before we'll have our breather. We've got 2 races though to deal with. Of course, this one done from the qualifying order. The next one will be done as a reverse grid from the race result here, and of course that will be at the Daytona International Speedway. Devin Sobrero across the line will go just ahead of Robbie Stableford into 3rd.
Yes, and I think the amount of people who are going to get past Stableford there and in between Stableford and Oliveira might just be a little bit frustrating to the BS competition driver in the next few moments. But let's see. Maximilian Den is going to be the first of the RENNSPORT Grandmasters to come across the line here. They've had a bit of an anonymous day, and if they're going to fade into obscurity, then it's going to be in these next 2 races. If they don't perform very well, that's a 10.2, I'm afraid. That's going to see him towards the back.
Joshua Rogers, fastest first sector. He is the one in hero mode for the Porsche Commander team. Up towards the end of Sector 2. Once again, flying. Charlie Collins, his teammate, is the one that's provisionally on pole position. Josh Rogers had the pole earlier on in the night. Can he continue on the pole sitting ways? Up towards the line for Joshua Rogers. What's it going to be? Currently behind his teammate. No, he does indeed go ahead. 108.910. 10th and a bit faster than Charlie Collins.
Here comes Enzo Benito on his way towards the final sector as well. He's the first of our Verstappen Sim Racing drivers to come up towards the line in the next couple of moments. What's going to happen here for the pair of them out of the final turn? The sector times have been very close to the best so far. Can he pull something out in the final one? Over the line, 2nd place by 32 thousandths.
I am being told there's been a couple of off tracks in this session, potentially from the Porsche Commander duo of Joshua Rogers and Charlie Collins, also David Sobrero. So they might be dropping down the order. It'll be, I think it's a 5-second time penalty on your lap time. So they'll drop down in the order they're in. Whoa, that was a big one.
Yes, it was. And so Rogers survives another driver at the front of the field in front of Benito and Collins. Is it going to be a 1-2-3-4 for Porsche Commander and Verstappen Sim Racing as it was earlier on? Looks like it might well be. Kevin Siggy is on a mission here as he comes through the final turn and up towards the start finish line again. Might well be in the 8s. Is it going to be faster than Rogers? It's just about is not quite. Wow, that is so close. Siggy third in that lap there.
Yeah, slots the very small margin somehow between Siggy and Rogers. And Benito all very, very close indeed. Keithley up towards the line, losing a bit of time in the first and the second sector. It's a 9.944 for Jack Keithley, so only in 8th position.
Only for the moment, which is, again, disappointing for TC Esports. They've sort of been banking on the performance of Keithley, and it's just not really arrived at this point. Nunninghoff here coming through the final corner as well is going to be coming towards the line. He's got a bit of a face of resignation on his face there. He goes over the line, and that's because I didn't notice he'd already gone off on that lap time there.
Absolutely rapid. I'm told he went off the circuit on that lap, as well as both the Porsche Commanders and both of the TC Esports cars. Max Benneker, next one towards the line. Again, the first and second sector isn't exactly eye-wateringly fast, and across the line, only going to find himself in 8th position. Hopefully be promoted up there. But the qualifying session complete then with a couple of question marks over some of our top contingent. Joshua Rogers, either side, the Porsche Grand Team of the Verstappen Sim Racing. It's Joshua Rogers from Benito, Siggy and Collins. The same as we kind of had, just in a slightly different order earlier on in the night. Oliveira, Sobrero, Stapleford and Benneker, the 5th through 8th, with the final few positions going the way of Keithley, Den, Lerner and Nunninghoff. Question marks over the legality of the lap from Rogers, from Collins, from Sobrero, Keithley and Nunninghoff, who potentially all have exceeded track limits one too many times, and by one too many times I mean once. Once is too many times, I'll have you know, Louis.
Yes, indeed, and so there might be a bit of moving around with regards to that, but yeah, another qualifying session where we really find out again who the top two teams are. But again, you look at the standings and it is still very, very close. BS competition still absolutely right in this, and Kike Oliveira we just saw there is really, really key to that, and especially in this race, he's absolutely key to that. Stapleford would have been a little bit disappointed with his lap. I think he would have been to be slightly closer to Oliveira. As long as Oliveira is in the top 5, maybe even fighting for a top 3, but getting past one of the Commanders or Verstappen Sim Racing drivers, then I think they'll be pleased with this third race of the day. But I say these ones are so important for Oliveira to make use of the double points.
Yeah, got to capitalise here. I mean, if they can go into the team phase, top of the points, that'd be an incredible performance from the BS competition duo. Obviously, picking up on some of the errors that have been going the way of Verstappen Sim Racing, maybe those of Porsche Grand as well, as much as they were ahead coming into the night. They are the underdogs between those that are towards the top of the points, but make no mistake, at least at the moment, this is very much a 3-horse race at the top of our points, and you're starting to see the brutality of the Laguna Seca circuit. It is a tricky one, especially not this corner. You might just be able to see it. The one under the bridge, this left-hander here at turn 5, brutal.
Yeah, so difficult to even really see for a start, but never mind go through as well. It's a difficult circuit all over, to be honest, even with the slight added runoff that they've put in the last couple of years, just to give everybody a little bit of space. It's still a very, very difficult racetrack indeed, and so a good host for race number 3 of the day. I suspect, though, that qualifying session we've just seen in the last couple of moments will turn out to be very, very important in the actual outcome of this third race.
We're almost ready to go. Let's stick some more time onto the board, some more laps of racing ahead of us. They are in position, 11 laps ahead. And as you can see, Rogers, Collins, Sobrero, Keithley and Nunninghoff all dropped down the order after their qualifying laps were exceeded. And they had those lap times deleted. It is Verstappen Sim Racing on the front row with Benito and Siggy, and we are racing between the pair of them. The perfect way round for what Verstappen Sim Racing would want. Great start as well from Kaiki Oliveira, who's looking to the inside to try and take second away. But could it be the perfect performance for Verstappen Sim Racing? The BMW of Kaiki Oliveira is just about there. He'll have to look to the outside as they get their way towards T3. Can he hang it around? No, he cannot. It is a Verstappen Sim Racing 1 and 2.
Well, they've got to limit the damage now, these other teams, because, and there's a bit of contact, and straight through Josh Rogers. He's trying to retake as many places as possible, and he's doing very well so far. Oh, and Collins is off again. Second race in a row. He's gone straight on this time, coming down towards the left-hander, and that is the... Oh, no, there's more trouble here. Keithley and Nuninghoff now, and Nuninghoff is not happy with Jack Keithley, who is also off for the second time already tonight. Disastrous start for at least three of them down the back there.
And he's Nuninghoff's dropped one of those advertising hoardings right onto the apex. That'll be fun when Enzo Benito gets scared on his way round. Just shocked there's a bit of advertising right in the middle. Not sure an advertisement that he wants to see, but regardless, can't skip that ad. For Nuninghoff and for Keithley, I mean, look, going up towards turn 5 is where it gets really narrow. If you're going side by side, they always ask for a bit of drama. But for the pair of those teams in the TC Esports squad and the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team, they are the hero drivers. So they're going to be scoring, between the two of them, a whopping 2 points. And that's what they get for finishing in 11th, because you get nothing for finishing in 12th. So at the moment, Keithley will be scoring those 2 points. And for TC Esports, is this them dropping maybe a little bit further out of contention?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm surprised they haven't already with the race 1 of Keithley earlier on, finishing right the way down the back of the field. He said himself that he was very disappointed in himself with that performance, and so I'm surprised that they're not further away and would only be 20 points behind first place, despite being in 4th, if the points were to be scaled after the previous race. But there are still 2 more to go, including this one, before we get that point scaling and to the team stage of this competition. Bennica and Rogers here are meantime fighting for 5th place, and what a throwback to older times where these two were I'd say the main two in sim racing, the big names. Once again, nose to tail here, potentially side by side here, fighting for 5th position. What a battle this could be.
Look, I've always enjoyed watching a Rogers-Bennica fight. I miss having Sebastian Job in here as well, seeing the trio of them do battle in this competition. They are 3 of the highest on the rankings, effectively, when it comes to amount of podiums, amount of victories, percentages for this, that and the other, amount of races done. They have been some quality components of the R1 competition over the last 3 years, and of sim racing even more outside of that. For Enzo Benito, the fact the gap's already 2 and a bit seconds, I've got to say he might be a tough man to beat in this one, and Kevin Siggy will have absolutely zero aspirations whatsoever of closing in on Benito. So I think we can probably safely say that unless Benito makes an absolute whopper, the win's probably his.
I was going to say, if by tough you mean absolutely impossible for everybody else, then yes, it is tough for them to get to Benito here. Because, as you say, Siggy is just going to be playing that role here of maintaining 2nd place. And I mentioned damage limitations straight away here for BS competition, because you don't really want a team to get a 1-2 here, especially when Hero Mode driver is first. That gives them, 56 points in one race, the absolute maximum. That is huge. And BS competition have got to try and reduce that as much as they possibly can, because with a 2nd and a 4th, with Oliveira in 2nd, I believe it would be 44. Oh,
Sobrero into the barrier whilst you were doing that, so it goes from bad to worse for TC. Carry on.
Sorry, 44 it would be for a 2nd and a 4th, and a 1st and a 3rd would be 54. 54. So it would be limiting the damage to just 10 points, and that's, I think, the best they can hope for here.
Yeah, which even then, it's not exactly an ideal scenario, is it? For anyone that isn't the Verstappen sim racing. It's one of those ones where it's more about just trying to keep that gap close as possible, because as much as we're talking about all these big numbers at this point in the competition, when we get into the team part of it a little bit later on tonight, there is no hero mode, so you don't have to worry about that one. It's just your outright points, 20, 16, and so on. But at this point, you're just trying to keep that gap close. You're trying to keep effectively your percentage of points as close to the leaders as possible, because that will be the points you're going to have later on tonight.
And like you say, 10 points is not insignificant. I think this is very basic maths. I haven't put this in the calculator, but I think losing 10 points is roughly the equivalent to losing 3 or 4 in the actual percentage scaling. So it's not terrible. But can that be right? Yeah. I think that sounds about right. It's not terrible, but this, from what I can see at the moment, these standings looks like it has a potential to be very, very close. So losing 3 or 4 points is quite costly, even if it doesn't sound like it. And don't forget, for the other teams like Porsche Coanda especially, but especially TC, they're going to be losing heaps more because of their lowly position.
Well, I mean, I think this is actually correct at the moment. That if things were to finish as they stand, and then we were to take the percentage from the end of this race, right, which obviously we're not one more left to go. What was it? TC would have been on 80, right? In 40.
TC were on 80 before this race.
Yeah, they're on 68. Porsche Coanda would be on 81. The NWBS competition would have lost 4 points. They would be on 93. If things were said. That's obviously the relentlessness of a 1-2 in this format and the perfect way round. But still, that is brutal.
What would be the total for Verstappen sim racing at the moment if it were to continue? 324. So, roughly, when you're looking at a gap within this race, but if you want to do your own maths at home, then you've got to divide it by 3.2. What was it? 3.24. 3.34. There you go. If you know your 3.34 times table, you have it in no time.
Do you?
No, I don't. That's why I said. That's why I said 3 or 4 points for 10, which was in the end sort of correct.
I mean, it'll be 1.12 recurring or whatever. So there you go. Tick that one off. Look, these are all. We can talk about numbers all day long. That or football scores, and we certainly do. I'd rather talk about that than cricket, let's be honest, unless you want to talk about Scottish Scheffler missed his first cut in was it 3 years or whatever, going to golf
this
chat,
week.
But
well, even I know that's a story.
Yeah, exactly, going into the Open, that'll be a big one. But no, focusing on today and the here and now. And I mean, BS competition are doing exactly what they can to keep that gap close. Kaiki Oliveira with this move on Siggy would actually be ending helping pretty much everyone in this field at least a little bit. If it takes them out, they'll be helping them a lot.
Well, that's not what we're going to advise in this scenario. But it's not wrong what you're saying. I'm wondering, by the way, is this Siggy purposely slowing down to allow Benito a bigger lead and a sure win here, or is he genuinely struggling? Because to my mind, he doesn't need to give Benito any bigger of a lead, and if he is purposely doing this, he's only inviting more pressure upon himself for no real reason. So part of me feels like he really is at his limit at the moment, which is maybe not good news when we come back to Laguna Seca, which we definitely will. It'll be race 3 of the team phase later.
It is a brutal track that some drivers really gel with. Maybe Benito is gelling with it in this car track combo. I find it very unlikely there will be this much pace between Siggy and Benito. I mean, Siggy might be slowing everyone down, being like, look, BS competition behind us and he's not going to make a mistake where Kaiki Oliveira will be able to get through. But maybe he can just force it where Beneker will do something on Stableford and cause an incident or whatever, which will cost points to BS competition, dropping them even further, trying to increase that points margin through effectively no risk or low risk from themselves, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, the only thing though, as I say, why is he inviting this much pressure on himself if he does have that extra gear? I don't really understand. Well, maybe that's what I feel like that's what he would say. I often quite excitedly ask him questions after these races, and he answers very monotone. Yeah, it was just a race, wasn't it? I drove as fast as I could.
He's occasionally I have seen Kevin Siggy fired up and excited, fired up and angry, fired up and monotone.
I've seen him angry.
Anyone who has been in and around.
I've seen him angry playing Jenga.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, he can be a fiery character. But sometimes in sim racing, he is really, really fiery, and then other times it's just like, yeah, sure, it is what it is. He can be relaxed when he wants to be relaxed. And right now, as much as to us mere mortals who take part in sim racing every now and then drive around and then bin it into a tree, we'd be feeling quite a lot of pressure in Siggy's boots. He's driving around there very confident he's not going to make a mistake, and in that knowledge knows that unless he does make a mistake, Kaiki Oliveira is not going to get an opportunity. So why would he be stressed out? He's just got to drive around.
And it feels like that is what he would say to me if I were to pose him that question, about the pressure that he might be feeling. He would say, well, there isn't really any. Here comes Josh Rogers.
Whoa!
Oh, that is
He has
Siggy.
crashed, though.
He has crashed.
How? Why?
What is that all about?
Even he's surprised. Hand off the wheel. That, I'm not going to lie, I know Kaiki Oliveira was quite close. That feels like it might well have been more of a technical thing than it was a driver thing, because that was bizarre.
It looked as sudden as someone who's taken their... But he wasn't that angry.
Yeah.
So that suggests to me that he was just taking his hands off the wheel accidentally. Well, not accidentally, but thought he'd be fine, and sort of just wobbled himself off the road and into the wall.
Well, one thing that could have been slowing him down, what if he didn't have any force feedback or something? I know that's why maybe he was struggling for speed. I don't know, but maybe he hit a wall and it fired him off to the right-hand side. Maybe. We will never know. Or maybe we could just ask Kaiki Oliveira in just over a lap's time. Enzo Benito might also have the answers, and he'll be crossing the line probably a whole interview ahead of everyone else. He's 9 seconds clear. Incredible.
Not with one of my questions. But yeah, he is a long way ahead of everybody else at the moment, that's for sure. And to be honest, you could see that happening right from this moment in lap 1. The way that the two teammates had just got themselves sorted out, got themselves nose to tail so quickly was excellent. But with first and 8th, suddenly the equation gets a lot more complicated. They'll only get 45 points from that. Second and third with hero mode involved will get you 46. So they've actually gained a point in BS competition with that very crash.
There we go. It's all adds up. Couple of corners left to go for Enzo Benito in hero mode. He managed to grab second position earlier on, which is when he wasn't in hero mode. This one going a little bit better for him. One position higher and grabbing double points as well. 40 points for Enzo Benito as he crosses the line. The victor comfortably clear of Kaiki Oliveira, who will drag a BS competition second and third out towards the line. Maximilian Den here, we look behind Benneker and behind Rogers. Den will at least get some decent points onto the board for the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team.
Yeah, and they absolutely need that. This is weird. Siggy...
He's definitely got a problem of some kind.
Yeah.
Oh, no, reverse grid, obviously.
Ah, very good point. Decides that, that the 1 point wasn't worth the one position at, it said Daytona, but anyway.
Yeah, right.
10th place will then get them only 3 points, so they lose 3 points to BS competition and therefore an actual point a bit later.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Enzo Benito is our winner. Kaiki Oliveira and Robbie Stapleford in second and third. Max Benneker will be in fourth position for the Mouse team. So Mouse scoring decently here in the third race of the evening. Joshua Rogers in fifth. Both he and his teammate Charlie Collins had to rise their way up from the back of the field after getting their laps deleted in qualifying. Maximilian Den in sixth position with Moritz Lerner in seventh. David Sobrero, another one who had his lap deleted in qualifying. Eighth is for him. Then it was Collins, Siggy, Ninninghoff, and a retirement for Jack Keithley. Big question marks as to what happened, of course, to Kevin Siggy in that one, and question marks I'm sure we'll have answered in a couple of moments' time, Ian.
Yes, indeed. I mean, a confusing end to that with Kevin Siggy going off the road and all that. Very confusing, but Enzo Benito still did the business and still got the absolute maximum of 40 points himself. So that will be very good news for Verstappen Sim Racing and their points total going forward.
Well, we await for Enzo Benito to join us. We do have Kaiki Oliveira in the commentary booth, who was just behind the big moment of the race. What, from your point of view, just out of curiosity, I know we'll talk about your race in just a second, what happened to Kevin Siggy? He was right ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unlucky and unfortunate what happened to Kevin. I think points wise, it was really interesting for our team. I mean, we don't really want these circumstances to happen because it doesn't look the greatest. But still, like, yeah, P2 and P3 for me and Robbie, I think it's great points to come into the team races. And I mean, there is Daytona still, but we are very confident to keep this momentum going to the next races.
I mean, look, you say it doesn't look good in the team. What does look good on the team is where your points are heading into the next part of the competition. Obviously, we have one more race to do. I'm getting some numbers in my ear. At the moment, Verstappen Sim Racing, obviously, they are the points leaders. They would be on 100 points going into that. As far as the maths that we've got here, your BS competition would be on 99. You'd be only a point behind. Were you expecting this level of contention from you as you're getting your practice underway?
I mean, everything's at play, and this hypercar is so much different than GT3. Everything can happen, the tracks as well, and we saw a lot of off tracks. Laguna is a very hard track to nail the lap. I was really close to getting an off track as well, like before, but I somehow got lucky. And yeah, I mean, we keep on going. We keep on going as it happens. We are present at every race, so I mean, we take it forward, and looking forward to the next race already.
Well, Kaiki, I don't want to interrupt your practice much longer. We'll go and bother your teammate now. Good luck.
Thank you.
Robbie Stapleford in the comms booth with us. Robbie, obviously, again, great result from the team, grabbing yourselves a double podium here. And whilst your teammate is off practicing, we can see the reflection in your glasses. You're not practicing quite as hard. That's fine. We'll read into that what we will. What's this season been like for you? A couple of victories so far this season. Another podium here for you tonight. You've done fantastically so far this season.
Yeah, the season's been good. I've just been improving each round. Got off to a rocky start, but yeah, we seem to be getting there now. So we just had a race of protecting Kaiki, and now we're going to Daytona, and I quite like Daytona, so it should be good.
Obviously, a very raceable track. We were seeing at the end of that race, whilst you lot were all crossing the line, that there was a bit of a fight further back for who wanted to be effectively last, because obviously a reverse grid race, you two didn't have that option because you finished second and third. You're going to have to start from the back of the field. What are you expecting from Daytona? What is the possibilities for you from there on what is quite a raceable track?
Well, I think if we look back to past rounds in GT3s, it's pure carnage. So I think, to be honest, any one of us 12 have got a chance to win it. So we'll see how T1 goes and just go from there. But we'll be definitely making our way up, and that will be a good result to go into the team championship.
And finally, whilst I'll let you go, going into that into the team side of this championship, what would a good points gap be? Obviously, everyone wants to be first, but what number would it be that you would be disappointed if you were below? If you were on, say, 95 points, if you were on below that, would you be disappointed, or just happy to be kind of in and around it?
I wouldn't be disappointed at points. To be honest, I don't really look at the points. I just look at the results, and as long as I keep consistent with top fives or something like that, then I'm happy with the results. I don't really look at the points, to be honest.
Good man. That's someone else's problem. We'll leave that to Felix. Cheers, Robbie.
Yeah, exactly. Cheers, thank you.
There we go. Obviously, a great chat there with our top three for the previous race. And look, I enjoyed that one. And now we head into Daytona. We stay stateside. I mean, Robbie, I think, put it quite well that this is the one that we expect to be maybe a little bit more chaotic at Daytona.
Well, I don't think compared to Monza that's true, to be honest. I think we've probably seen the most chaotic race of this opening round, certainly, already. It's true what he says about GT3s at Daytona, absolutely. But you've got to remember, because the GT3s are slower in a straight line, they are also spending longer on the straights, and therefore there's more opportunity to draft and more opportunity for that chaos to happen. I'm not saying it won't be, it will be boring. I'm not saying that, absolutely, but I'm not sure it will be any more lively than the Monza race, to be honest, which I think will remain the most chaotic of the first four.
Well, there we go. Ewan O'Leary put him on record. He thinks Sebring needs to be repaved, and he thinks Daytona is boring. That's fine. Obviously, got to take some of the words out of your mouth and twist the context. By the way, I was just a slight side topic here. I was watching a bit of a podcast interview, whatever, that Zach Sweeney, a good friend of ours, was having. So one of the people that he was with suggested that GT3 racing should have DRS. How do you feel about that one, Ian?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not a good sign, is it, that GT3 racing is? Sometimes it is not the most exciting. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
You know, so I can see why you'd reach for, especially, you know, watch some races that, you know, especially down the years, Barcelona, Catalunya, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Terrible GT3 races there always, but yeah, I can see why you might reach for that, but it would also be a bit weird.
Well, look, as long as you don't put a 6-hour Barcelona race right through the middle of the World Cup, you'll be all right. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking about that. It's fine. We'll talk about the points. Red line, BS competition, separated by 4. When it all gets averaged out and divided down, it'll either be 99 or 98 points for BS competition. It should be 99 between the two of them. That is incredible. There'd only be a single point between them going into the team's race. Obviously, Verstappen and Racing will be like, yeah, it should be 6 more than that, but you take what you can at this point in the competition. A fair way back, Porsche Carrera 268. That would actually leave them 14 points off when we get into the team's phase, once we get the percentages all sorted out. And those behind potentially dropping out of contention. It would be TC Esports would be 71, 29 off. Grandmaster and Mouse would both be 40 points off. They'd both be on 60.
Yeah, I'm not surprised based on that points thing. Couple as we look at the hero drivers for the final race in the hero stage here at the moment. Couple of things on that. It has happened where we've had 199 between the top 2 before, if you can remember. Can you remember?
No.
Maybe. I can't remember which way round they were, but Marcel Cinchik and Luke Bennett were on 199 respectively after day 1 in Munich. In 2023, that's true, yeah. People forget how good Luke Bennett was online that season. Just didn't happen for him in LAN. And the second thing, is it always rounded up to the next number when it's a decimal place, which it always will be in this game, or is it rounded to the nearest number no matter whether that's up or down?
You're asking me questions that I do not have the answer to. You're firing them off. Bam. Another one. Anyone else? Do you want to?
Bit of a hospital pass there. Sorry.
I mean, look. If you want to pass the question, who I think is going to win the World Cup, can't answer that one either. What I can answer is that we're racing at Daytona, France. Yeah. All right. We're all the same.
You absolutely can answer that question. Actually, as it turns out, yeah.
Oh, God, we're very pessimistic as a bunch, aren't we? Until kickoff, at which one we think we're the greatest on planet Earth.
Oh, when that anthem plays, I'll think we can beat anybody.
Oh, dear. Typical football fan. We have completed the opening 3 races of the evening. We've got 1 more to go in the hero stage, and then we'll have a bit of a breather before the team stage, the final part of this competition begins. Daytona, we are already in practice. It'll be a reverse grid race. Are people queuing up the exit pit lane then? No, they're heading their way out. Look, I think this will be absolutely chaos, and I'm not afraid to admit it.
I think it will be less than Monza. That's my prediction. I don't know if you can get odds for these things.
I mean, what's the 5 between mates?
And who's the objective or judge? You know, who's the?
Hugo Luis, our broadcast director. He's worked hard enough. He can judge if it's been more chaotic than this. And Hugo, if you just say yes, regardless of whether it's more chaotic, then do you know what? I'll give you the 5 that you will give me as well. Okay.
I'll give you 20%. Yeah. But
already been told it's more chaos.
It's already agreed, right? That's great. Excellent. Well, anyway, let's hope that that's not true when we actually get through this race. All jokes aside, I do actually think Monza will be more, but let's see. But after all, it's a reverse grid race, isn't it? And so there's always going to be a base level, but it's going to be quite busy anyway, I suspect. And I feel like, well, maybe it's not true with that last issue for Siggy, but I feel like the grid finished that first race a bit more as it should have done, rather than in the very first race of the day. It was quite mixed up. Maybe it's kind of the same, but I felt there were a lot of drivers who started towards the front of race 2 who maybe had the pace to have not started up there. So maybe that will help along a bit.
Oh dear, that's a big send from the Porsche Carrera right down the inside of Enzo Benito. Not sure which the Porsche Commanders it is. Have to very quickly read the number all the way through. Collins, yeah, fair enough. You got better eyes than me. You are younger, so it's fine.
I won't point out the fact that they're on the leaderboard pretty much in the order they're running at the moment.
Yeah, but they, that might not be. That's just the lap time they did in the previous. They might not be. It might.
Yeah, but
not.
look at it. Look at it.
It might not.
It just is. But it just is.
Yeah, no, it is. But it might not have been. No, it's fine. We'll put it down to age. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, I'm not the one getting a year older for another 4 months.
Yeah, exactly. You got time on your side, and you're a long way away from your 30s, so it's all right. Into the Le Mans chicane. They are full set. There's one thing that I do like about these cars, more so than the GTs. I'm sure some drivers like it, some drivers don't. The GTs, when they were driving around, they always looked just planted. And it was like, yeah, that looks like a really good lap time. But these, the way they like get thrown around and slide their way around, which yes is. Obviously turn up to 11 here on RENNSPORT. They don't slide around quite as much as this in real life, but I will say I was watching a couple of cars going up the Goodwood Festival Speed hill climb yesterday, and one of them was the Cadillac. They do slide around. They obviously it wasn't big push. It was absolutely limit, and it was on wet tyres. Doesn't really count that much. But they do slide around a fair amount.
It's easy to forget, isn't it, when you're watching that? Well, I've never been in real life, but it's easy to forget when you're just watching that even on TV screen that they are on wet tyres while doing that for the most part, which makes it, you always associate, especially after watching as much sim racing as we do, that wet tyres would be horrific in any circumstances if it's remotely dry. Makes you remember that it wouldn't actually be that bad.
Well, I mean, the wets, if you're not pushing it to their absolute limit, technically the wets are the softest compound tyre, generally speaking.
Yes.
Wets are softer than slicks and what have you. Obviously, it depends on where, who, and what and why. But the wets, they're like I say, they're perfectly fine. It's not like you're driving on an ice rink and will fly off the road. Like you drive around on treaded tyres on your road car and you don't exactly think, I could do with a couple of racing slicks. To be fair, with a few of the people who have been in my car, I'm like, I wouldn't mind some racing slicks in this.
That's not my first thought when I'm in your car, actually. My first thought is, can I get out, please? But anyway.
Look, I did launch it to a couple of those roundabouts. You and Karen Roger have both been launched around to the car by yours truly. But
it was moving, you'd be glad to know. Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, but only one of us had to pull over in a second, wasn't he? So that's fine. 48 seconds left to go of practice before we've got the race ahead of us. Before we'll know exactly what the standings are going to be heading into the teams phase, then the real part of this competition will be underway. The precursor ready to finish, and TCE Sports, that they might not be able to win it. They might be able to assist either BS competition or Verstappen Sim Racing to an early victory later on tonight, so they can rush off and watch Thibaut Courtois try and not let in more than a couple of goals against France. Spain.
That's on Tuesday.
That is on Tuesday.
Against France. BS competition got so close here to pulling off, I think, a really, really great first stage of this competition. That they were only trailing by 14, so if you say they're going to keep that all the way through, at the time, if they would have scaled it, the gap would have been about 7 between them. So they've actually closed it on what it could have been for them at the start of the day. If they get this close and it goes wrong right at the very end, they'll be very disappointed. And again, momentum. Yeah. We've seen Daytona on final days, finals of competition before, changed the whole momentum of an event. And BS competition have got to hope that that's not going to happen to them here.
I do think Kevin Siggy is the firm favourite for the race victory here, but it's about where everyone else can get to when it comes to their point scores. It'll be a rolling start here, and Keith is the one at the moment, starting from the reverse grid pole. Siggy, Collins, Collins was there in fourth. Obviously, those two were fighting over who was going to be starting from that spot. I think the winner's coming from that row.
Here we go then. Let's see as they get underway just before the tri-oval banking here at Daytona. And Siggy pulls across on Collins already. The two hero mode drivers from the two big teams contacted towards turn 1. Where's Siggy going here? He's in the middle. As through the inside goes David Sobrero. He's taken the both here. Siggy and Collins have hit each other, and they've mostly hurt each other through this first section. TC Esports taking charge. Collins sliding in towards the international horseshoe, finally allows Siggy through. Rogers is trying to join his teammate, but it's Sobrero who's taken the initiative in towards turn 1, and he's taken second place as well. TC Esports are 1 and 2.
Oh, bit of contact there as Robbie Stapleton on the inside of Joshua Rogers as well, pushing him out wide. Yeah, that was not what I was expecting there on the race start. Siggy and Collins were so focused on each other and not anyone around them, they kind of just drove themselves up the circuit. TC Esports are the ones in control at the moment. Look to the outside coming in from Enzo Benito, drops back into the slipstream of Max Benneker, who's behind fairway from Joshua Rogers. There is our race leader, Jack Keithley. Now, TC Esports will want to swap this around without relinquishing any major positions here, but this could be very, very good for them. I think they'll probably try and do it on the start-finish straight, and then Keithley will be doing maximum defence to Nico Nunninghoff, Siggy, Collins and those behind.
Well, that should be what they're doing, but there is another school of thought, which is let's just try and get Keithley a victory. I know he's not in hero mode, but let's just try and get him to win and see where Sobrero can finish with the double points. He's going to score a lot anyway. Let's see what they decide to do. Rogers again is stuck in the position of being stuck behind two people side by side. His teammate Collins is on the outside of Siggy again here, in towards turn 1. We saw what happened last time. Sobrero was able to slip down the inside of them both, and this time they are going to just keep it between themselves. Rogers is going to get caught up here. He's seen the spin of Moritz Lerner in front, and he's got caught up with it. Rogers and Lerner to the back.
Yeah, Lerner, I think there was a bit of contact on the outside. He was going for a spin, and Rogers had committed on the cutback there at the opening turn and was trying to force his way down the inside, but as he was doing it, that gap was closing and closing and closing. It was a fair shout to try it, but unfortunately, he just got a bit unlucky with it. This is Robbie Stapleford behind Charlie Collins. Kevin Siggy up ahead as well. This group has dropped nearly a second behind Nico Nunninghoff. So focused on fighting each other. For Verstappen Sim Racing, they'll be scoring some very solid points here, as will BS Competition, to be fair. Robbie Stapleford in 6th position and Kaiki Oliveira in 9th. They will be outscored at the moment by Verstappen Sim Racing, but it won't be by too much.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said earlier. Don't let this get away too far. If they're within 5 points or so, I think they'll be very, very happy indeed. As Nunninghoff gets back past Sobrero, TC Esports have not coordinated this well at all, and Sobrero's got a terrible run out of the bus stop chicane now. Here comes Siggy, and Collins is going to surely fancy his chances at getting them both here. In fact, Siggy's waiting behind. He didn't want to go up on the banking, and Collins is finding out why, because there's no momentum up there, and Siggy's waited to the moment now towards the tri-oval to try and make this move, but Sobrero might survive remarkably. Stapleford under pressure from Benito now as well. He doesn't know where to go. Siggy breaks early on the inside line. Colin goes right to the outside. Can he hold on all the way round there? He's been given the room only just by Siggy. This is remarkable again between these two. They've been door to door multiple times tonight. Here they are again. Siggy on the outside. His teammate on the inside, meantime, of Stapleford as he tries to work his way through. Collins and Siggy still door to door here, as is Benito, who's on the outside here as we ride on board. Oh, it's a big side from Collins. He so nearly went off there. He just about gathered it up in time for the West Horseshoe. They're still side by side, these two.
They're racing brilliantly. They're putting it all on the line. They're all on the table at the moment. An outside look here from Charlie Collins. He tries to go all the way around, returning onto the banking. It will be Siggy ahead. That has cost him a second. Big slide there from Kaiki Oliveira behind, as he himself was fighting Enzo Benito. Back on board with Robbie Stapleford, who was closing up to Kevin Siggy before he had Charlie Collins drop down ahead of him. Up towards the Le Mans chicane now. 2 wide as Collins looks to the outside. 3 wide as Stapleford looks to the inside. Backs out of it wisely. That one was never going to work.
I thought he was going to do it though. That would have been unbelievable. He backs out of it though. And now where are they all going to go? They do not want to be on the outside in the banking, and they're just pinned to that double yellow line on the inside line, not going anywhere. Now Benito's getting somewhere. Oliveira's going to help his teammate, but how much can he do it? He's being banked there in the side by Enzo Benito, who's going to go backwards here. Collins gets ahead of Siggy. Stapleford tries to follow him. As Siggy tries to get to the inside, it's Stapleford round the outside, who's maybe going to get them all here. It's the most extraordinary battle for 4th place you've ever seen, as all 5 of these guys Formerly 6 of them are fighting here absolutely tooth and nail. There's going to be more joining in here as well, by the way, as Benneker is leading another train of Den and Rogers here as well. Unbelievable stuff. Collins now finally through. Stapleford trying to follow, and it's Siggy who's lost out on this lap. Stapleford confirms his top 5, and here comes his teammate.
Bit of a bangfest for 4th position, but Kaiki Oliveira is not quite through on Kevin Siggy. He looks back to the inside. Bit of a lock up there from Siggy, going to roll it out wide. We're on board with Enzo Benito at the moment in 8th position. What a frantic and fantastic fight. We are getting all the action here. It's maybe not quite as chaotic as Monza, but it certainly is exciting what we're having here for 4th position on back. Here comes Oliveira with the slipstream, makes a bit of contact as well with the side of Siggy, as sitting in the middle of the road is Robbie Stapleford. Oliveira backs out of it. Siggy goes full send, continues to go full send through the Le Mans chicane. How wide he's going to go? This is going to slow everything up. A bit of a bump draft coming in from Max Benneker. The look to the outside from Joshua Rogers. The Verstappen duo sit in the middle of the road.
That was not good teamwork from BS Competition there. Stapleford and Oliveira could have worked together to box in Siggy. Oh, it's gone wrong! It's gone badly wrong now! That was always going to happen at some point. Enzo Benito, the one who has gone off for Verstappen Sim Racing there. It was going to happen at some point, and it's happened on the way to the Triangle this time. Unbelievable. Finally, this battle comes to an end in terms of how clean it is. Oliveira's been pushed off by Benneker that time, barely any reaction. Somehow they're all still going here, but finally it has descended into contact.
Yeah, it's been a bit messy here. Race control, we'll probably think, right, well, that 15-minute break that we were all about to have, we're not going to be having a break, are we? We're going to be working hard on this one, adjudicating various moments during this race, of which there have been a fair few. We've got the quartet of hero drivers running 3rd through 6th, and then 2 of them sat off the rear end of the field in Den and Lerner. I mean, it has been a tricky one and a bit of a messy one. We're only halfway through this race that Jack Keithley leads by 1.7 seconds, which that in itself is fantastic. Collins could close in on Sobrero here and take some very important points for Porsche Commander, but right now I think BS Competition may be the points leaders. In fact, surely they will be.
Yeah, they absolutely are. By 4 points.
that was committed.
I was very confident about that. I think it's 4 though. There's little point working it out, because here comes Benito again, and of course overtaking your closest rivals is effectively worth double. That was a bit of a move off the double yellow from Oliveira, and I thought he was hard done by Benneker on the previous lap. I think Oliveira just lashed out a little bit there on Benito, who might well try and respond, and he will do. He was not going to let that pass at all, and Benito is not going to return the same favour there to Oliveira. Just give him a little bit of room, but these two the tempers are starting to fray now. These 2 teams who are favourites here after seeing the hero stage of taking the whole season here. BS Competition defying all expectation this season, and they're properly racing Verstappen Sim Racing for this title, but tempers are fraying now between these 2 teams. Benito round the outside of the West Horseshoe will get the inside for the next corner, and surely this position eventually, but it is not over yet in this fight, far from over.
The humid heat of this heat wave is certainly working its way not only across Europe but also across our sim racing series here in R1. They are pushing each other to the absolute limits, and you're absolutely right. Tempers are being shown and handbags are being thrown around the Daytona International Speedway. Here comes Den, the outside of Oliveira, backs into single file. Here comes Oliveira, maybe going to make a move on Benito. Benneker's about 7 tenths clear, so he's certainly not out of reach from this lot. I think Joshua Rogers probably is, though, a second and a bit down the road. They're all focused a little bit too much on each other. The more they fight between Benito and Oliveira, the more likely that Benneker's going to break away, and that they will be fighting over the final few places and the minor points realistically, as Sobrero is very close to anyone. It could be a 1-2 for TC, by the way.
Yes, and they do need to try and coordinate something very special there, because that could get them right into the game, as Oliveira needs to hold off Maximilian Den as well, and does so. He needs to also stay with Benito. There's a lot of things he needs to do at the moment. Benneker pushed out wide, and there goes Benito straight through. So Verstappen Sim Racing starting to regain. I mean, there's barely going to be anything between these 2 teams at the end of this. Verstappen Sim Racing and BS Competition. As I said earlier, the goal for BS Competition surely had to be, let's just not let this gap go out crazily big. They've at least done that, although, as I say, I think they'll be pretty much dead level on points after this stage, based on that pass by Benito there.
Yeah, I mean, they'll either be dead level or maybe, just maybe, BS Competition might go into the team phase actually 1 point ahead. It was certainly... Oh, no, they'll probably be level. But no. Which, you know, as tight as it gets. I would absolutely not be disappointed if we head into that point with those two on 100 points apiece. Porsche Coanda won't be that far behind either. They're making the most or as much as they can of this race with 4th and 7th at the moment, and Charlie Collins is definitely not out of contention for 2nd place as he sits on the back of Sobrero and Nuninghoff with a couple of laps left to go. Keithley still leads by 2.3 though and looks strong at the front, and I get the feeling that things are about to explode up in that fight for 2nd place.
Yes. That's why Keithley, the fact that Collins is coming up here, I think is the reason why Keithley hadn't dropped back and tried to help Sobrero here. They want to bank that full 20 points here for TC Sports, and they know that whatever Sobrero gets will be doubled, so they're fine with just keeping him back there to fend for himself. But meantime, Oliveira is fighting with Benneker, trying to get what he can. That was a bit of a slide over the curb there. Benneker's going to hold on. Collins does get through. Oh, it's 3 wide. Goodness me. How has this happened? 3 wide through the dog leg. I've never seen that before. Unbelievable. Into the West Horseshoe. They're still 3 wide. This is extraordinary. Collins is going to have to back out finally. Nuninghoff is going to come out the other side with the positions. Collins is going to come back against Sobrero. I have never seen that before, and they somehow made it work.
Yeah, 3 wide through the dog legs. A bit of an eye-opener there. Charlie Collins, Sobrero and Nuninghoff all returned to the 3 positions that they were in. Collins now 1.3 seconds clear of Robbie Stapleford, who, if they're going to fight like that consistently, do not count out the BS Competition man behind. Side by side going into the Le Mans chicane. You can hear Charlie Collins backing out because he wants to carry the speed off of the Le Mans chicane. Devon Sobrero makes it a TCE Sports 1-2. Big snaps of oversteer as the power is applied on the exit. It's Porsche versus Porsche here in the fight for 2nd place.
And look at Collins trying to time his run here. He's going to swing off the banking here. Now he's going to box himself in if he's not careful. And there we go. Now he's stuck. He should have gone to the other side there, I think, because there's no way. Well, he might just settle for 1 position because this is not the last lap. This is now as they begin one more. Lap 9 of 9. Maybe he's going to do it on the brakes instead. He's a bit wide there. Sobrero goes around the outside and through. Now, do TCE Sports take a risk? Do they bring Keithley back to try and get Sobrero up there, or they think, well, it's not worth it? Sobrero already, as it is scoring 32 points.
Yeah, he's doing brilliantly, but look at the group that's joined this fight now. Robbie Stapleford is there, Joshua Rogers is there, Siggy and Benito, they are both there at the moment. The race victory is surely in the hands of Keithley, unless there is a catastrophic error at the front. For the rest of them, they are all fighting over the runner-up position here, which at the moment is in the hands of Sobrero. It would be an excellent 1-2. I mean, TC Sports could score a lot more points here if Jack Keithley goes, right, if Sobrero's going to hold on to 2nd, if I back off a little bit, then maybe... That's probably played a little bit too much games.
I think so. I think it would gain them 8 points. Depends whether you think that's worth it or not. At the moment, I'm not sure. Here comes Rogers on Stapleford. Oh, and that would have been costly for BS Competition, but it isn't over yet. What's that run to the line as well for Rogers? At BS Competition, of course, they once trying to take the lead away from Verstappen Sim Racing. They're going to be very close. Porsche Coanda trying to get involved as well, of course, as Jack Keithley is not going to play any games here for TC Sports. He is going to bank the 20 points, and he'd score 52 alongside David Sobrero for TC if Sobrero holds on, and he does in front of Collins. That was close though. Oh, and who got that one? Rogers got it just about. 9 thousandths of a second, Josh Rogers. So BS Competition do lose out on a couple of points there, with Oliveira down in 10th. It's going to be very close between them and Verstappen Sim Racing because they didn't score very well either. But Porsche Coanda are certainly more in the game than they were at the beginning of that race. Keithley wins it in front of Sobrero, who holds on from Collins and Nuninghoff. Rogers just beat Stapleford on that photo finish. Then the 2 Verstappen Sim Racing drivers, Siggy and Benito. Benneker was just in front of Kaiki Oliveira there, by the way, who's in a photo as well. Maximilian Den Moritz learned to round out the field. Wow, that sets us up nicely for the final.
Certainly does. And when it comes to the points, well, try and update you as quick as we can as to what they not only are after that point, how many points they've scored over this season and this evening, but what their points will be heading into it. I mean, the thing is, what we do know is it's going to be a couple of points separating the top 2 teams, which, for me, that's great.
Absolutely, it's going to be fantastic. Jack Keithley now joins us, race winner again in race. Race winner again in R1. Race winner tonight in race 4 of the Hero Stage. Congrats, Jack, on that one. In the end, by a few seconds over the rest of the field. Were you not tempted to go back and help your teammate in that group there, or did you want to just bank the 20 points?
I was on the horn with the guys quite often, and I was even debating with them. So. The gap from David to whoever was third was too close. It was too much to risk, but we still maximised as close as we could, rather than David being ahead of me. But you know what? A 1-2 finish for the team, that is still a very good result.
Heading into the team stage and potentially finalist mode a little bit later on tonight, what sort of a chance do you think this race especially gives you now? Because you were slipping back a little bit before then.
I didn't at the start, and secondly, I have sound on my game, and my game doesn't crash like it did at Laguna. Then, if none of those happen, we got a shot. We got a good shot of some really, really good points. It's just so unfortunate so far with what has happened, but when nothing has gone wrong, I've been racing at the front end of the field, either winning in this or racing Red Light, Verstappen, and Coanda and Monza. So, and anything can happen still. There's a lot of points to play for and a lot of races to go, so just got to keep mistakes and problems to an absolute minimum, and we'll be in the fight to the very end.
Congrats on the race victory, Jack, and thanks for chatting to us again as well.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much. Jack Keithley, the winner, and David Sabrera also here with us, the second-placed driver from that fourth race of the day. A 1-2 for TC Esports there, David. You must be very pleased for yourself, of course, but also the team overall.
I don't know if I'm pleased. At least, with myself, the races have been pretty tough. I have to be really genuine. I've not performed how I wanted to, but it's okay. I mean, this first Hero stage is what we need to try to get a good result on the last few races. But it's been okay. I just don't know what to tell you. But yeah.
We've heard just then from Jack that it's been a day of ups and downs for you as a team. Tell us what kind of a chance you think you've got of winning the title here later on tonight with TC Sports, especially with this 1-2 in race 4 tonight.
Winning 0, but if we finish top 3, I think we are going to be happy. So if we just keep things clean, unlikely on these last few races, we just have to we have the stuff, we can do it, but we just have to keep it clean and avoid unnecessary moves and mistakes. So yeah, with the good conditions, I think we can get top 3. So yeah.
All right. Well, congrats on second place. Thanks for chatting to us. Good luck for the rest of tonight.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, David Sabrera, the second place driver from that race, and just in behind, not far behind, Charlie Collins in that podium place as well. Charlie, welcome in. Good to have you with us. A third place in the end, picking yourself up from the 2 races preceding that. How does that change the confidence and the mood around heading into this all-important team stage of this competition for Porsche Coanda?
Yeah, hey fellas. I guess with the format, it's a bit of a weird one to keep quite it's quite hard to keep necessarily an equilibrium through this whole 4 races, because if you do well in one race, you start at the back for the next race. So you're kind of always up and down and looking forward and looking behind, and your kind of focus is changing a lot. So, which I guess is the intention behind the format. So happy now to kind of focus back onto kind of qualifying again and getting that right. So no, it's been, I think, a tough start tonight so far. I hope we're doing okay in points. I don't know exactly, but now it's just kind of full focus and doing the best job I can. So excited for that.
Do you think that compared to the other teams, the fact that you're going to get to qualify in this final stage every time now, rather than once in every 2 times, is going to help you sort of disproportionately well compared to the other teams in this next phase of the competition?
I'd probably reword it to say that the other format maybe helps teams that don't have a good race disproportionately well. Because considering this is the normal, just qualifying and racing. So no, but can't take that for granted. And a lot of people, I think, have stepped up their game from the very first round, for example. I think people have learned just from seeing all the references as the season's gone on and we raced at all these tracks apart from Daytona, so everyone had a good idea of what a good lap was or how the lines look. So I think now it will be close again, and like I said, just a different format, and I'm looking forward to that.
Congrats on third in that race there, and good luck for the next stage of the competition.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Charlie Collins as well, third place, in that last race there. Here are the final points then, before they are scaled. Verstappen Sim Racing 328, plays 326 BS competition. We'll see whether that means it's a 1 point gap or a 0 point gap between the two of them. Porsche Commander are their 22 points overall back, so that will be 5 or 6 back to Verstappen Sim Racing. TC Esports have got themselves sort of back in the game here, but they are still 54 behind. That will be about 15 behind or so, just less. Then it's the Grandmaster team and Miles who are really scrapping for 5th place, I'd say, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. And like I say, these are the pre-scaled points. The scaled ones will obviously leave it at 100 points for Redline, obviously. And it'll be 1 point behind for BS Competition, 7 points behind for Commander, and 16 for TC Esports. So we'll look at some of the circuits we're racing at then. I mean, look, these gaps, they're tighter than maybe we were expecting, especially for BS Competition coming into the night.
Absolutely. And again, remind you, one race victory is 20 points for one driver. The maximum you can score with one driver is 36. With one team is 36 in one race. That's how close it is between all of these teams at the moment. As we said earlier, it could take a possible just 2 races before we see Finalist Mode here tonight. And that could be for multiple teams as well, looking at how close that is there.
Well, we'll be returning to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in a few moments' time as the race to 160 points, the race to Finalist Mode, and then the race to who is going to win the spring season here in 2026 is on. We're going to have a quick breather, don't go anywhere. When we'll be back, it'll be time to start that race for the champion. Bring it and ready to go. That is us done with the hero stage. It is all about the teams from now on as we get ready to try and crown ourselves a champion. Myself, Lewis McVeigh, you and O'Leary in the commentary booth. And surprise story so far, I mean, it's not necessarily the BS competition have been good. It's that from that point in the competition, I think they've scored the most points. They've closed the gap up to Verstappen Sim Racing, and they're keeping everything very tight at the top. 3 teams very much within contention, 4 just about.
Yes, I'd say 4 at this stage, just about. As you say, they closed the gap. In that stage of the competition, it was actually very close between Verstappen Sim Racing and BS Competition. I think it was a gain of 10 for BS Competition on the 4 races, which when you split it down into 4 races like that, it means actually the 2 teams were very, very, very close actually throughout. But as I think Charlie Collins made a very interesting point there in that interview just before we went to the break, he almost, it felt to me, wanted to describe it as a bit of a lottery. The second races with the reverse grids, that's all taken away now. It's all qualifying race, and I think that will suit Verstappen Sim Racing and Porsche Commander a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, Porsche Commander actually were the highest scoring team so far this evening. 141 points for them. BS Competition 128, 116 for Verstappen Sim Racing. But that being in a very different format when it comes to point scores. Now we simplify things. Whatever points you score as a team, with a point you score. No hero mode, no nothing. You can see at the bottom of the screen the leader scores. That's what Verstappen Sim Racing will be starting on. The goal is for any one of our teams to get to 160 once they're in it. If they take a victory, we will be done. If we don't get a winner over the 6 races that we have here in the team stage, so you can see there, then it'll be the highest point score. Very unlikely, by the way, that we'll get through all 6 races without having a winner crowned. Because if we got to that 6th race, and I'm sure we'd have multiple teams in finalist mode, and realistically one of those is going to be ones that win. But restarting things again here at the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps. And earlier on in the evening, it was a fantastic lap from Joshua Rogers to grab pole. No hero mode to worry about. If he does it again, they won't have to try and play any game to put Collins back in the front. They'll just try and score the maximum points they can.
No, they won't, as you say. But what was going on with Rogers in the rest of that race? I'm not sure in that race earlier on tonight. He just didn't, to me, look quite himself. And that just... Well, it meant he slipped through the field a little bit for a start, and of course got a 5-second penalty as well in track limits, but it was very unusual. So yeah, he'll be hoping for a better race, Will Rogers, than what he had, but of course he had a very good qualifying, which is now getting underway.
Yeah, we'll hope to at least repeat that part of it and get himself into the 55s. Robbie Stableford will be the first one that we get to see, and we get to see his entire lap and how much these cars are moving around. For BS Competition, a superb performance from them. They'll be disappointed effectively with the lack of points scored in the final race for them at Daytona. They scored just 19 points. For Verstappen Sim Racing scored just 17 from the race at Daytona. Robbie Stableford through that first sector and starting to drop down the hill. We turn to this right-hander at Rivage or Bruxelles, keeping it as far over to the right-hand side as possible before pulling it back over to the right, flicking it through this left. That's where you start seeing that real brutality of Spa when you get the high downforce on so much faster through this part of the circuit than we're racing here with the GT3s. Quite a lot of understeer there. Didn't quite get to the apex at all.
Yeah, it's always an exciting corner in a hypercar, as we were discussing earlier, and so is this chicane as well through Piff Paff. Just a little bit tight over that inside curve there on the left-hander from Stapleford, but this is still a decent lap at the moment, looking for a 50-odd through here. It's a 50.6, obviously going to be the best of anybody so far because he is the first one to come through. He's going to get a very quick test though, because Rogers is only 2 drivers after him.
So that's not a particularly fast middle section. We're seeing low 50s. I think it's like 2s and 3s in that middle sector. So I think that will most certainly be beaten by Stableford, looking like it might well be a mid 56 from Robbie Stableford. A bit of a slide through the final chicane, clips maybe the final part of it a little bit too hard, and up towards the line. It is going to be a 156.7, and I do get the feeling that is challenging absolutely no one.
Yes. Sadly for Stapleford, that is a little bit further back than where he should be. Siggy, who's going to be over the line in quite some time. He's just exited the first sector, 34.2 from him. which is the best of those who've been so far, which includes Josh Rogers. So that's a positive for him. But I do wonder what's happened to Den and Rogers. Den's gone over with a 57.0. Rogers still going all right.
And the 0.3 in the middle sector is a bit more like, again, still maybe a little bit off where we'd expect, but this is kind of going to hover around the 0.2, 0.3 mark. It's not going to be quite as fast as he went earlier on when he set up that fantastic 55.8 up towards the line for Joshua Rogers. He'll take over provisional pole with a 56.032. Here comes Siggy.
That is a bit more like it from Josh Rogers here with a 56.0, so that really does set the benchmark. Siggy's first lap was about half a tenth quicker than Rogers. His second sector, though, far away from that. He's going to need something special in the final sector, where I did feel Rogers broke slightly early for that bus stop chicane. So whether there's any truth to that. Not terribly pleased with it, Siggy, but that's often what he does after a good lap. He's done a 56.2 there, though.
Kike Oliveira, the third highest point scorer as a driver this evening, currently around the circuit, and the sector times are looking good. A little bit behind Rogers, but nothing crazy. Should at the moment, as long as he nails the final chicane, he could challenge Rogers here. If not, that'll cost him a tenth or so off. It'll be a 0.2, I'm sure. There we go, 2.43 for Oliveira. Actually, that cost him second place for sure.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm don't remember he did exactly the same thing in the first race of the day as well. He's not got that final chicane quite right, and as I say, that has no doubt cost him second, and it might cost him even more places when we have others on the board. This is looking like a second place lap time from Benito right now as well. That time from Rogers is standing up very well, even though it isn't in the 55s, which I would have expected to be the pole time here. It's a low 56, but not really that close to Rogers.
So we've got a few drivers that can do the 55s. Obviously, Benneker and Collins especially. Collins especially can definitely beat that 56.0. Could it be a 1-2 in qualifying here for Porsche Commander? Will there be any track limits excursions that need to be investigated by race control? Keithley up toward the line, looking around the 0.2s like everyone else. It will be a 1.75 for Keithley into third.
Yeah, that's a good lap time. These are the things he could have done with when he was in hero mode, to be honest. He had qualifying, control of his destiny when he had hero mode, but didn't use it quite as well as he could have done, I'm afraid, in that part of the competition. Here's Max Benneker, the first of the two Mouse teammates who are going to be coming across the line consecutively. Here comes Benneker first, and it is right in the midfield where they've been all day.
I have been told that Kike Oliveira had an off track during that lap, so his lap will be deleted. They have to start from the rear of the field. Moritz Lerner working his way through the middle sector there, isn't challenging anyone really on this field. He'll be in a battle with Max Den for last place through the final chicane. Up towards the line for Moritz Lerner, out a little bit wide as well through that final chicane. Not quite the line they were taking in COVID around here in the qualifier for the Spa 24 hour, but certainly up there. Here comes Collins, absolutely flying.
Hello. This is an unbelievable lap time from Collins, and surely going to be the pole. The question is, how quick is it going to be? Nobody's going to beat this as he comes into the final chicane, just sliding his way, controlling the slide on the way through. A little bit out of sorts, but this should still be enough for the pole. Clips the grass on the way to the start finish line, but he's nearly 2 tenths faster than everybody else. This looks like a Porsche Commander 1-2.
Yeah, I'm not sure Nuninghoff and Sobrero quite have that speed, which, Sobrero might have something, but I don't think 55. And Nico Nuninghoff going for a spin. Definitely doesn't have anything to challenge anyone. He'll be starting from the final row of the grid. Here comes Sobrero into that final sector, and it's about 3/4 of a second down so far.
Yeah, and this is going to be right down towards the back. If he gets into, there's quite a big gap between 7th and 8th, so if he can wedge himself in there, I think that'll be fine, especially with Keithley up in 4th place, mixing it between the two Verstappen sim racing drivers, which is pretty impressive as he comes up the final corner now, and he will go 8th place. He does get in that gap.
Wow, literally just 7,000 per second as well. He managed to slot his way into that one. So, as we enter the team phase part of this competition, Collins and Rogers will lock out the front row for Porsche Commander. Benito Keithley on row number 2 with the Verstappen sim racing car of Kevin Siggy ahead of Kike Oliveira, who we believe is a track limit excursion, will drop down to the rear of the field, promoting Max Benneker up. David Sobrero, Robbie Stapleford, Max Den, Moritz Lerner and Nico Nuninghoff will be the 12-car field after that spin from Nuninghoff. The first race in the team phase of the competition. I mean, this would be big for Porsche Carrera, because if they were to be able to finish in this order, well, they'll take over the top of the points out of almost nowhere.
Yes, and if they finish 1 and 2, there's nothing they can do about it. In fact, that goes for any of the top 3 teams at the moment, because you get 36 for a 1-2, you get 26 for a 3-4. So even if Verstappen Sim Racing rescue that, they would be 3 points behind Porsche Carrera going into the next stage of the competition. And as I say, each of those top 3 teams, Porsche Carrera, Verstappen Sim Racing and BS Competition, can all be in finalist mode after just 2 races here tonight. So they'll be, and I think, to be honest, one of them's going to do it. So the question for those teams is that let's make it us.
The race is right around the corner. We'll be racing here at Spa. We'll be racing at some big circuits later on. Again, same as what we've already seen so far this evening. Yeah, your Daytonas, your Monzas, and your Laguna Secas. And realistically for these teams, there you go, you can see it. Obviously, it's the same order that we were doing earlier on, with Spa and Monza being added to race 5 and 6 if we get that far. Monza is a lottery, right? I don't think, as much as we'll be qualifying for that one, the race itself is a bit of a lottery. I think all these teams will be very conscious they'll need to score well here, because you never know what's going to happen there.
Yeah, I think that's right. And, you know, going into Daytona as well, where there's surely somebody going to be in finalist mode by then, you want to be, as I say, you want to be the team in finalist mode. So they're the key races to point out, I think, here. But yeah, of those first 2, definitely this is the one where you've got to score well at, and this is where Porsche Carrera have really taken this by the scruff of the neck. And again, as I said to Charlie Collins, you know, this is where this is going to suit them a bit more than it suits some of the other teams like PS Competition, I would say. I mean, they've with that Oliveira penalty, they've qualified quite badly here.
Yeah. I've got to say, you know, speaking of Porsche Carrera and the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, I remember back to the 2023 full season finale. Obviously, it was Drivers' Championship. We had back-to-back Spa races, and when one was complete and then Josh Rogers entered finalist mode, we were all sat around being like, so you can win then, that's fine. And you kind of get the feeling here, if Porsche Carrera in finalist mode but have been unable to win by the time we return to Spa in race 5, they will surely be the absolute favourites to maybe steal that one away then. Either way, we've got to focus on scoring some points here and now, as the 12 drivers are in position and the team's part of this competition is about ready to go. It's Collins from Rogers, it's a Porsche Carrera front row lockout, and it's the perfect start from not so great from Jack Keithley from 4th position, who's having a bit of pressure here from Kevin Siggy down the inside. There comes the big look and the big send from Enzo Benito, but Porsche Carrera hold their 1-2 at the front of the field as we go single file for the front 5. Behind that, though, is where the side-by-side is. Beneker and Sobrero. We're having a bit of a look as we ride on board with Kevin Siggy. Is there going to be a spin up the hill this time? Nearly a couple of snaps, and Sobrero's got the run.
Oh, Beneker it was who very nearly went around, but here come the TC Esports drivers. Look at Stapleford. He's been shot out of cannon here, and he's coming in towards the can't quite go for it, but what a start from him. He now gets to the outside of Siggy as they come through the complex. Siggy's in a bit of trouble here if he doesn't fight on well through Malmedy, and he does fight back well as Sobrero trying to get into the top 5.
Yeah, that's not so great from Siggy, who obviously qualified quite well round here. Tapped the back a bit earlier on in the evening, going up into Radion and went for a spin, managed to catch it and got back going, but was down the back end of the field for Porsche Carrera. It is the perfect start, and I do think Joshua Rogers might be slowing everyone down a little bit here intentionally, just to try and build the gap to Charlie Collins to secure the 20 points for victory. It's Collins from Rogers for Porsche Carrera. Then we've got Verstappen Sim Racing in 3rd and 6th, TC in 4th and 5th. That's 7th place for Robbie Stapleton. This is further down with Nico Nunninghop and Moritz Lerner. The Grandmaster team and Mavs basically were eliminated from contention for sure.
They're scrapping with each other for 5th position, and there is a big difference there. So they'll be fighting that out for the rest of the day. Interesting as well from David Sobrero to admit that, or say that out loud, they've got no chance of winning this overall. I would absolutely say they've got a chance. They're scoring at the moment 4th and 5th place points, which is not bad at all. And certainly scoring better than BS Competition. And he said, and there's a spin meantime for one of the Grandmasters. That's Maximilian Den, who's gone around there into the final chicane.
Taking the head tells you there was some assistance in all of that. Yeah, the way that Sobrero was saying it is it feels like he feels that them winning is about as likely as you and O'Leary ever enjoying the round of golf. But unlikely is that one. Maybe you will one day. Who knows? As you get older.
I've done a bit of pitch and putt in my time. I don't mind it.
Sorry, I'm barren. Really?
Yeah. Not since I was about 16, which is quite a long time ago now.
Yeah, right. Well,
increasing amount of time as it goes.
Yeah, we'll have to go to the driving range then and see if we can get you into the deep triple digits with a driver. We'll have to wait and see. Probably not. But yeah, deep triple digits. No, obviously 300. That's deep in triple digits.
You said deep triple figures. I was thinking 990.
Well, technically in feet. Yeah, probably it's about that. But I don't think you're driving it that far. You're not a tour pro, mate. Robbie Stableford, we're on board with here. Speaking of pros. I don't know where I was going with that, just trying to get off the tangent. the top 6 separated across 3 teams. Robbie Stableford is there on the back of Siggy. He's not quite made his way through at the speed that he was expecting. Back with Nico Ninningoff here in 11th.
So I was driving this stream on a crash course there off a cliff. Sorry, there's no way of saving the tangent. Just had to hard cut the conversation.
I was really trying.
I know. There was no way to professionally bring that back. I'd sent it off the cliff. Anyway, the race is still going on, and there's still 3/4 of it left. This is the back end of the big group for the lead. Basically, you could say Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers do have this under control. We keep an eye on the top right points there, because it's going to be the key really from now. I get the sense that some of the other teams, especially Verstappen Sim Racing BS competition, will feel this reset has come right at the correct moment for Porsche Coanda, just when they've got a strong obviously record at Spa, having a strong race at Spa, and just so happens that it's just after the reset, and they're going to therefore take the points lead.
Yeah, I mean, they are a strong team. Obviously, they're a strong team. They're one of the very best in sim racing. Nico Ninningoff is closing up to Moritz Lerner. We'll talk about this first, and we'll come back to the Porsche Coanda point. The speed over the top of the hill. Porsche 963 of Nico Ninningoff should be able to get past Moritz Lerner here. Once they get to basically maximum velocity at the top of the hill, they kind of hit the same point. Back to single file, Moritz Lerner down to 11. As I was saying, Porsche Coanda, one of the best teams in sim racing. The fact they've taken over their point, that they were this point earlier in the season, they were the team to beat for the first couple of rounds, and the last couple, obviously, the first couple of rounds, they were the team to beat theoretically over the first couple of rounds, ignoring the disqualification at Le Mans, where it kind of fell apart a little bit for them. It's no shock that they've bounced back to this point, and I still think coming into this evening, as much as Verstappen Sim Racing were the top points scored team, there was still something in the back of my head telling me that Porsche Coanda were still the team to beat, even though they were third coming into it. Like they've gelled so well with this car. Charlie Collins has been so fast in this car and so comfortable in this car that this isn't necessarily the biggest surprise. But once you go to some of the other circuits that we visit, it's a bit more up in the air. But if I'm Verstappen Sim Racing, I'm thinking we have to win this in race 4. If we leave it to race 5, Porsche Coanda almost certainly will win it.
Unless you can restrict them somehow to not being in finalist mode by race 5, which is probably harder, in fact. But I've got to be honest, I didn't have them as my favourites coming into this. I'll use hindsight now, and actually now watching this, think, oh, that does make sense actually. But I must say, I didn't have them as favourites, not before tonight, not after the first 4 races. I just felt there was a bit of unpredictability around at the minute, and to be honest, I'd sort of put the top 3 teams on a pretty equal footing, considering they're only 7 points apart, and as being shown here, anybody could have been leading the standings coming out of this first race of those 3, because it is so close between them. But I've got to say, I didn't have them as favourites for necessarily this race. Just thought it was going to be on equal footing. But this absolutely does make sense looking at it now, the way it's going for Collins and Rogers. Although Oliveira and Stableford are doing their best to regain as many points as possible. And Sobrero and Siggy have got into it, and Siggy's gone.
Siggy has gone. There was contact between himself and Sobrero, and Siggy has dropped down the order to 12th position. A huge swing in the points. Less so, like Porsche Coanda aren't gaining anything from that, apart from a whopping 14-point gap now to both Verstappen and BS, who sit there in 2nd and 3rd. That is big for this championship straight from the off. No idea what happened there between Sobrero and Siggy. But clearly, a brush between them at Les Combes, which is one of the most tricky and awkward points of the circuit to go side by side through, but they were clearly giving it a go.
Yes, I mean, you've just seen there the swing. We saw it in the top right. Now Porsche Commander absolutely are the favourites. The big favourites now to go on and take this. They're the only team who could be in finalist mode at the end of the next race if they stay as is. This is just terrible news really for Kevin Siggy. To be honest, if you look back at the Laguna Seca race though, he's not having his best night, is he, Kevin Siggy? This is not World Cup winning Kevin Siggy from 2024 that we're seeing at the moment. This is not a good night for him, and he may well argue, well, that wasn't my fault. We won't know that. He might well put the blame on Sobrero, but nevertheless, caught up in more incidents than you normally see at the moment, Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, I mean, regardless as to who is to blame, it's being involved in drama. That is always the tricky bit. It's always one of the things. Back in my earlier days of sim racing, when I wasn't terrible, and giving a little bit of advice to some newer people in sim racing when I was kind of not terrible. I always said that every time you're in an incident, weigh up not only who was at fault, because obviously everyone will sit there and be like, oh, well, it's definitely them, It's always, what could you have done differently to avoid the incident? And loads of people will turn around to you and say, there's nothing I could have done, which is always absolute rubbish. Regardless of whether someone's punted you off the road or squeezed you around the outside of the you know one of those ones where it's like, we would sit there and as race control, you'd be like, bam, they're at fault, right? Even if that is the case, there is still always something that both parties can do to avoid the incident by just reading the situation better, by knowing when and how and where to fight and not to fight. And I'm not saying Kevin Siggy has made any massively wrong calls, but he's been involved in drama, and that's one of the bits that you need to avoid if you're going to win a championship like this. Yeah.
As you say, there is always something that you can, even it might not be fair on you to have to back out in a moment where in a fight like that, but it might be better than the alternative, and in that scenario, it certainly would have been for Kevin Siggy. Obviously, hard to really tell any specifics without having seen it, but nevertheless, you can see what it's cost them in terms of points. He has got back past Maximilian Den at least, who seems to have had his own trouble. So they're at least 1 point closer, but they're 13 behind Porsche Commander. As I mentioned earlier, I'll reiterate again, 36 points is the maximum you can get in one race. 160 is what you need to be in finalist mode. So any team on 124 or more can get finalist mode in the next race. There was a stage where both Porsche Commander and Verstappen Sim Racing had that, but no longer.
Indeed not. Down the hill comes Robbie Stapleford, and BS Competition now a point behind Verstappen Sim Racing, courtesy of Siggy's movement up now into that 11th position, as you were saying. For Stapleford, he could get his way past Benneker. This is the only extra point that they could gain in all this. They could technically lose quite a bit more if Benneker gets his way past Oliveira. But these are the few points that will indeed matter. TC Esports scoring okay as well here. I still think just 99 points for them, 30 behind Porsche Commander. Knowing what Porsche Commander are like with their scoring pedigree in this championship, I would say it is a 3-horse race. I know you're desperate for it to be 4, that's fine. But I do think it's... I think this race, it will be 3. I just think TC Sports aren't quite there enough.
Yeah, I think... by the way, before this, I did say it's 3-horse race as well. I am desperate for it to be 4, but realistically, I do think it's 3. To be honest, with this race, I'm starting to think, is anybody going to actually beat Porsche Commander here? Maybe I'm getting overexcited over a 13-point margin. But,
yeah, maybe.
But it feels to me like this is a really... again, momentum. They've really taken control of this. And now it might turn out to be nothing. As you said before, the Monza race is not a lottery, but there are lots of uncertain variables that you can control here that you can't at Monza on that layout. So they are going to get to qualify again, but are they going to have too much control over their own destiny? Maybe they're going to be dragged straight back again. But I just think this is a gap and a change of course for this title that maybe is not going to swing away again from Porsche Commander, but we'll see.
Did receive a message from Luke Crane. He said, so let me get this straight. To avoid a crash, don't crash. Nothing new, water's wet, and I will pass on my advice to the England football team for tomorrow night. Score a goal, and just score some more goals and just don't let any in. There we go. God, I should be a football coach.
How much of that was Luke's message? Or
That was it was nice and short to the point. I added.
Oh, you added the last bit. By the way, honest to God, this is slightly very off topic. When I was a kid playing football, I had a football coach who used to scream at us from the sideline, "Just score a goal!"
That is very helpful. Do you know what? I've always thought that it's really good when you're qualifying to just shout in your driver's ear to say, just go faster. In fact, it reminds me actually one of the advice that I got when I was, I asked, obviously you do your sim racing things where when you ask your teammate, I don't know how you're so fast around here. And my teammate was Oscar Harburg on this day. No, this is not the story about him at Le Mans, don't worry. He turned around to me and said, well, you're losing a bit of time here on the corners and the bits in between them. And I was like, fantastically helpful.
That's very
Thank
Oscar
you.
Every sentence that comes out his mouth just sounds very Oscar Harburg. It's just...
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, isn't it? It's very straight up and to the point. But to be fair, not wrong.
No.
So as much as we as commentators do state the obvious, at least, I'd rather state the obvious and be right than try and say something bigger than my vocabulary and get it wrong.
Yes, indeed. Well, exactly. And also, it's kind of the job of us, if you really want to boil it down like that, you can all see what's happening. You don't need us to tell you as well.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of our job to state the obvious, because you can see, unless you're listening to this, not looking at the screen, which would be a bit mental.
Oh, I've had some radio coverage before, don't worry. In fact,
this
quite
is not
frequently.
going on a radio station.
Everything's on our radio if you think about it, if it's in the background.
If you shut your eyes, everything's on the radio, yeah.
You can tell this race has been quite quiet the last few laps. We're about to complete the first lap, the first race rather, of the opening race here at the team stage. 129 points at the moment being scored by Porsche Coanda in a very solid 1-2 finish, which will be the perfect start of this. No gaps within 9/10 of a second. Everything is quite wide and calm. But Charlie Collins, as he did earlier on in the night, is looking pretty formidable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about stringing the races together now for Charlie Collins, because he's done that earlier on in this season. He's not done that tonight though particularly well, so he's got to try and do that from now on. I mean, he won both races, for example, in round 1, 2 podiums in round 2, 3, sorry, when it happened in round 2 at Le Mans, although he did well there before the disqualification. He can string races together, hasn't done it so far tonight. Races 1 and 4 he was strong at, the 2 and 3 not so much. So can he back this up in the next one? That's the big question. Him winning here at Spa is not exactly the most extraordinary thing to ever happened.
Well, Charlie Collins through into the final complex of corners for the second time tonight. He's going to win at the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. He will actually become the first driver to take 2 victories tonight, won't he? Across the line, Charlie Collins will win and drag over a 1-2 finish for the Porsche Coanda team. 129 points. They take over the lead of the point standings with Enzo Benito behind for Verstappen Sim Racing.
Yeah, and here's the other one. Kevin Siggy from Verstappen Sim Racing, and that incident with David Sobrero, how much is that going to cost Verstappen Sim Racing here, who, don't forget, came into the start of the night, the hero phase, well out in front of the likes of Porsche Coanda. Now they are the ones who've got the chasing to do.
Indeed. Wow, we can see the 12 cars across the line, which is a sign of things to come, maybe, that Porsche Coanda could be taking control here, but realistically, you can't say that it's certainly not over yet. And Verstappen Sim Racing, I do suspect they're going to come on very strong and very determined over the next couple of races. Charlie Collins and Joshua Rogers 1 and 2. We'll catch up with them and Enzo Benito in a few moments' time. Jack Keithley in 4th with Kiki Oliveira in 5th. Max Benneker will be in 6th position, just ahead of Robbie Stableford. So for BS competition, 5th and 7th. Benneker getting involved in that. Solid performance for him. Nico Nuninghoff in 8th. Then Lerner, Sobrero, Siggy and Maximilian Den as well. So I'm sure there is some disappointment. I'm sure there is some positivity. Here is what the provisional points are like after the opening race of the team phase, with Porsche Coanda, Verstappen Sim Racing and BS competition all separated by 14 points. 99 points for TCE Sports. and we're starting to potentially rule out Mouse and the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team. Charlie Collins joins us in the comedy brief for the second time tonight, the first repeat winner of the 2026 spring season finale, and you've done it again here at Spa. Well, there could be another Spa race later on. You might have already won, maybe Verstappen might have already won by that point, but if we come back to Spa later on the night, I'm assuming you're feeling pretty confident for that race.
Hey fellas, yeah, getting a bit of deja vu here. Spa, jumping into the voice chat again. No, that was really happy with that. Me and Josh kind of put the laps where we needed to put them in quali, which is, I think it takes on a different kind of feeling, this part of the championship, or like this phase of this finale, because there's no more reverse grid or anything. It's just qualifying, as I said before. Really proud that we put those laps down, and now full focus on the next track.
Obviously, you came into this 7 points behind Verstappen Sim Racing into the team phase part of this, but that was after being the highest point-scoring team from the hero stage. Obviously, like you said before, different format. There's no hero mode in this. It's just the points you score. How much confidence was brought into the night? Because clearly you and Josh have brought in a lot of confidence, even though there's obviously been the odd mistake here and there, but it's been very solid.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's been a long season up until now, but it's only been 4 rounds. But I guess, that confidence isn't built one day before the race. It's kind of built with all the hours of testing that we've done around here, or around these tracks in RENNSPORT now. With having these 4 online rounds before, it gives us the kind of platform to do our testing and come here tonight feeling prepared. So I feel like we've done that, and now it's just about execution.
We'll let you get the practice and preparation ready for racing at Monza, which is going to be a very different style of race. No reverse grid this time for you, Charlie.
Thanks, fellas. Thank you very much.
And Joshua Rogers joins us in the booth as well. 1-2 for Porsche Coanda. The perfect start here for the team phase. Maybe made even slightly more perfect by Kevin Siggy dropping down the order. So not only did you score the perfect amount of points, bit of problems for your rivals. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, does it, Josh?
No, it was a pretty good race, that one. We executed well, gave ourselves a nice gap to draft into, and from there it was just a matter of hitting our marks. There's a lot of dirty air in Sector 2, so you saw me fighting Enzo quite hard to make sure I stayed in front. So that's ultimately the determining factor. And yeah, managed to get that done, and obviously it's fortunate for us that our competitors had unfortunate races, but every race is an entirely new experience, so it could very easily swing the other way. So we just have to stay focused, keep hitting our marks, doing what we can, scoring points and getting ourselves to that finalist mode where we can hopefully then do something with in the end. But yeah, at this point, just trying to score whatever points we can and get into that finalist mode.
Obviously, earlier on in the night at Spa, you had pole position. The race didn't quite go your way. Now, I know partially that'll be down to Charlie being in hero mode, so you would have let him go through, but then obviously dropped down a little bit further than where you would have wanted, and had a time penalty for track limits. How do you kind of get that out of your head when you go back to that circuit in the same evening where, effectively, because of all the race that we've had between it, you can't really reset?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of taking each race as its own event. That early on in the night, a bad result doesn't define your entire evening, and it's important to then not let yourself kind of take that into the subsequent races. So yeah, just looking at every race as its own event, and really just trying to put that behind you and focus then on the new task at hand, which is obviously the next race.
Well, we'll take a deep breath, and hopefully Monza will go well, at least clean. Let's go with that. Cheers, Josh.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go. That is the Porsche Coanda duo done. Obviously, Enzo Benito's not joined us in the commentary booth. He's decided he doesn't want to chat to me. He only wants to chat to you and O'Leary. I think that's the rule that he's come into this. One race down in the team stage. We are done with the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, at least for now. We might need to use it later on. But now it's time to return to Monza and the Monza shortcut. And this time, unlike earlier on in the night, we do have to qualify for it.
Yes, and that obviously will be the case for Daytona as well, should we get there. We see the first qualifying session at those racetracks. So that will just help a little bit of the unpredictability that we were fearing for Monza here today in the races. That is, as I say, doesn't alleviate all of it. for Monza at all. It is going to be still a very unpredictable race, that's for sure. And so, what are we going to see? What's the qualifying order even going to be? Because even though we are qualifying, there's not many corners, so it's not like you can really stretch out a very big gap in a qualifying session like that.
I think we just need to follow on from the advice that we've been giving our drivers throughout the race that we've just done. Just go faster. It's fine. Did get a note that Kaki Oliveira received a 5-second post-race time penalty from that one as well. So clearly some bits still being handed out from race control. Practice and qualifying will be ahead of us. And like I say, this probably across all of the races that we've ever done in R1, which is quite a lot over quite a few different tracks. This is probably the least important to qualify well at, in a sense. Obviously, you want to qualify on the front couple of rows, somewhere like that. But with it being such a wide open racetrack, you don't necessarily need to. I think you can win from, like I said earlier, you can win from anywhere. The only place that I wouldn't personally want to be, I wouldn't want to be on row 3 or 4, just because I think that's always where the chaos is and the drama is. If you're at the back, you can almost just drop back a little bit and then just speed past everyone once they're all crashing into each other.
Well, if you've got that foresight to step through everybody like that, then fair enough. I do agree, though. You don't want to be in the middle, really. I think row 3 might be okay. If you remember back to the start that we saw of the other race, and yes, it wasn't sorted by qualifying, but the guys on row 3 got a decent start, and yes, they had to quite dangerously make it 3 wide, and that could go wrong. They did still have some wiggle room there. They did still have some space to work with. I think if you are on row 4, maybe even 5, then you have less of that with people in front of you and behind you as well. So this qualifying session is going to be very important. But like I said earlier, this is not a long circuit in the first place, and there's not very many corners at all. There's 7 that you can actually make a difference on. So it's not like the gaps are going to be very large here, and the smallest error is going to be very costly here.
Well, I mean, if you account for it in corner complexes, you've got the Rogier, you've got Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2, Ascari, and then the final corner at the Parabolica, which then means realistically, outside of that, we'd only add the Retifido, and then it's 6. So there's not much to it, even though obviously that makes it sound very easy, and it definitely isn't. We've also got another 5-second time penalty going to Sobrero. So TC Esports also being penalised. Before the Sobrero penalty, it would be 117 for Verstappen, 112 points for BS Competitions. That gap growing to 5, and BS Competition being a fair way off, 17 points off of our current points leaders in Porsche Coanda. Not major gaps, but certainly some which might raise the brow.
Okay, excuse me, sorry, just choking. So yeah, sorry, I was just checking if the there we go, the penalties due to Kaki Oliveira's penalty. I was just wondering if they've been calculated or not, but excuse me, they have done now. So yeah, it brings Verstappen Sim Racing a little bit closer. I think the bigger thing is the fact that it takes points away from BS Competition really and puts them further away. It's still only 17 points though, as you say. It's just the fact that they can't make finalist mode now, and neither can Verstappen Sim Racing in this next race, whereas Porsche Coanda can, with, for example, a win and a 4th or better. What else would it have to be? Yeah, that would, well, one of them would have to win. Let's put it that way. So yeah, that's not going to be easy, but they do at least have the chance, and I think that could be quite crucial.
Thought you were getting choked up and emotional over some. Maybe you just didn't want Kaki Oliveira getting a penalty there. No, you're actually probably one of the least emotional human beings I've ever met in my entire life. So
thanks for that. That's an anti-compliment if ever I've not an insult, but an anti-compliment if ever I've heard one.
I mean, look, I've thrown a few around in my time. I'm pretty sure I've had to. I can't remember. There was one that you dropped when we were in Saudi Arabia a couple of years ago that really got me chuckling, and it was from, I think Dareth Thacker said that. It was about Alan Partridge. He said that you seem like the kind of person that would watch Alan Partridge. You said, "No, it's hard to take that as a compliment." Really got me because it was just out of nowhere. That was a good one. That's stuck right in the old memory bank. Funny, basically, to only me, but that's okay. It's just it is what it is. I'm not going to focus on you. I'm going to focus on the teams at the moment for Porsche Coanda. They need to qualify Now, at least need to race well. I think the most important bit for the top 3 teams then isn't necessarily the pace in the race. It's just keeping out of trouble, because this race has the potential to be either really boring or very, very chaotic.
I don't think it's going to be boring. I think it will be the chaotic option, to be honest, based on, as I say, the race that we saw a few weeks ago, round 3 of the regular season, but also the second race of what we saw tonight as well. So, yeah, looking forward to it when it gets underway very shortly, and look forward to seeing qualifying round here for the first time, because we didn't get that earlier. Well, first time since obviously round 3 of the regular season. So, yeah, it's an important race, and that's why you said before, the Spa and Monza sort of combination. You want to get your good race in at Spa. I'm afraid Porsche Coanda were the only ones to do that, really, and the only ones to properly satisfy those conditions there. So they're the ones in the driver's seat now, I would say.
Was just checking the race control sheet, and yes, it will indeed only be the 2 penalties from the race. One for Cabrera, that's for contact between himself and Siggy, and one for Oliveira between himself and Den. As you can see in the top left, qualifying is about ready to get underway. Practice is over, and they've got themselves used to the whopping 6 corner complexes of the Temple of Speed, and they are ready. Huh?
You said 4 complexes earlier.
Well, it depends whether you count Lesmo separately and whether you count Curva Grande, really, doesn't it? Well, I mean,
Curva Grande doesn't count. Lesmos are the same, I would say.
Well, that's a very... I mean, I think we should just throw random corner numbers into it like the Americans do. We'll number the chicanes just as a single number, and then we'll give the Seraglio straight where there's that slight kink. We'll number that for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And then won't number one of the chicanes by apexes, but we will do Ascari, because that's how they roll.
Shall we give Curva Grande a number or not? You know,
well, I mean, look, if we're in America, mate, we'll give them 2. Why not?
Give them 2. It's such a long corner. You've got to think about the entrance and the exit.
Just give it a couple. Why not? Qualifying then about ready to go. I don't know who your favourite is for pole, because unlike with Spa and with Laguna Seca, we have no reference point for this, because we didn't qualify here earlier.
Yeah, not earlier today. Let's say, obviously, the last qualifying session that took place here was back in round 3 of the regular season. So it is very hard to put a driver for definite on pole here, a favourite for pole. But I've got to say, this man would be one of those. Charlie Collins has been excellent in qualifying this season. He's been excellent in R1 qualifying generally since he joined. Not with us right from the very beginning, but he's been super impressive at picking up RENNSPORT and getting up to speed with those who've been with us from the very beginning.
Any ideas as to how many pole positions he had coming into tonight, this season alone?
Oh, this season?
Yeah.
I'd go for 6.
It was 6. 2 of them are technically with question marks, but...
Okay. But I was counting those in my head as well.
Yeah, right. The Le Mans ones still kind of count, but not really. But it was 6. It was 6 in the bounce, and then has had... Is it 1 or 2 tonight? Did he qualify on pole at Laguna Seca? God, we'll do it, our job. Either way, he's firing his way around this circuit. That was a little wide going into the Ascari chicane.
Yeah, just see him grimacing slightly there, but not willing to give too much away just yet, because there is still one more corner to go here at Monza. It is the Parabolica, of course, or the Curva Arboreto, as it's now known. For a while, I think. Through the final turn he goes. And what is the benchmark that everybody else is going to set here, that everyone else has got to beat, in the next few moments? It's a 23-1 for Collins.
Jack Keithley will be the next one to come through. Currently a couple of tenths off of that pace set by Charlie Collins, who does look at the moment to be holding on firmly towards the top. It was technically Enzo Benito, by the way, at pole position earlier on, because obviously Joshua Rogers exceeded track limits and didn't start from pole at Laguna Seca. If not, you can count as a double pole for him, who knows. Jack Keithley across the line. Couple of tenths off of Collins. Here comes Keke Oliveira, fresh off of his penalty back at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, it wasn't a good race at Spa at all. Got his lap deleted in qualifying, and then got that penalty in the race as well, which cost BX Competition, I think, 3 points there. And so he's going to have to try and make those back up again as they slip 17 points behind Porsche Coanda at this stage. Over the line, and it's only 3rd for Oliveira. He might be disappointed with that.
I'm sure he won't exactly be happy with it, let's put it that way, because I don't think that that's going to do him favours later on. Yes, he's going to be ahead of Moritz Lerner, but there's a lot of drivers who I suspect to be faster than Oliveira's time there with the 23.455, including Enzo Benito will be up next, and maybe his teammate Robbie Stableford. I suspect Rogers, Beneker and Siggy also would be in contention for it as well. Lerner will be across the line and will remain in 4th position, 24.254, second and a bit off of the current pole time.
Yeah, it's just not been their day. It's not been their season, really, has it for Miles? It's Enzo Benito now, the first of the Verstappen sim racing drivers that comes up towards the line. This is such a crucial lap time in the context of this competition here. BS competition, Kike Oliveira not been able to get anywhere near Collins there, really, with that lap time. What about Benito? It's not looking so great for him either. Over the line, and it is going to be only 4th for Benito. Charlie Collins' lap time is standing up very well here.
Certainly is, maybe more so than even he would have expected, as we'll see Robbie Stableford into the final corner, and that middle sector isn't really holding up to it either. He's going to be around where Enzo Benito is. It's going to be around the 4s, maybe even a 5 across the line. Not even that, a 7. Robbie Stableford, just 5th position.
Yeah, pretty bad news for BS competition there, I'm afraid. There's not going to be too many behind them. Nico Nunninghoff here is going to fancy his chances of getting into the top half of this field, the way that these lap times are going at the moment. Here he comes out of the final turn and up towards the start-finish line. Where's Nico Nunninghoff going to get to with this time? It's not going to be too great. It's going to be only just in front of Moritz Lerner.
Cabrero himself is half a second off in the middle sector. Clearly that middle sector from Charlie Collins is pretty pacey, and Keithley and Oliveira have done a better job than I was giving them credit for getting as close as they have, because no one's really challenged. But we do have a few heavy drivers still to come. Sobrero, the Portuguese driver, up toward the line, and it will be a 23.826 behind Stableford, ahead of Nunninghoff.
Oh,
here's Siggy.
Was that just the way we caught the car there, or was that a bad line through Ascari from Kevin Siggy? Oh, it was a bad line. He's not looking too pleased with himself, but as I said earlier, he often looks like that when he's about to get pole. So let's see what happens here, what the eventuality is for Kevin Siggy. He might well be ahead of his teammate nevertheless, because Enzo Benito's time is 4th place and still over 3 tenths behind Charlie Collins, who's taken the provisional pole here. Siggy goes over the line and it is 2nd place, so it wasn't so bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was sat there thinking that the pole was definitely his, especially when we were riding on board with Collins through Ascari. It didn't look incredible, and so Siggy was obviously pushing it to that next level. And again, far be it from me to tell Charlie Collins that his driving didn't look incredible. Max Beneker up towards the line, and it'll only be 7th place for him. Here comes Josh.
And it's not too bad, especially first sector, purple first sector, which basically is just how good your run was from the previous lap out of the Curva Alboreto. But he's lost a bit of time in the middle sector. Will that stop him from getting a 1-2 for Porsche Coanda? If they were to be able to get that, this championship could be right in their fingertips. Over the line, Josh Rogers to 2nd. Porsche Coanda are taking control.
They really are, and if Rogers can play his part as a teammate to maybe back some of the field up, then maybe Charlie Collins can run away. Maximilian Dent, the last driver, the 12th and final one, into the Parabolica and out towards the line. 3/4 of a second off in the middle sector alone. This will be around where Lerner is, maybe even slightly behind him. It is indeed behind him, a 0.423, but of the 24 variety. It's an excellent lap from Collins and Rogers, isn't it?
Unbelievable. I mean, again, and here's the qualifying order, sorry. Porsche Coanda 1-2 ahead of Kevin Siggy, who will have to work hard to get in amongst that. Jack Keithley and Kike Oliveira did better than what we gave them credit for. They're going to end up 4th and 5th in front of Enzo Benito. Stableford wasn't bad either there, 7th place ahead of Max Beneker, the best of the Miles drivers. Tavis Sobrero down in 9th, Federico Nunninghoff, Moritz Lerner and Maximilian Dent. The reason why a 1-2 is so much better, to my mind, than just a pole here at Monza is because of the sort of sitting duck factor, really, of the starts of the races here. The run to the first chicane is so much longer. It means that pole, to my mind, is almost a disadvantage. Now, considering the teammates are going to be able to run side by side, they're going to make it more difficult, and they could just try and sort of weave around, block the road, if you like, for Kevin Siggy. Obviously, they've got to be careful of not getting a penalty for doing that. But the fact that they're 1 and 2 means they've got so many more options than what Collins would have had sat there as a sitting duck on his own.
But yeah, I mean, bare minimum, what they can do if they get the start right and they hold on to the race lead into the Parabolica, it's probably into Curva Grande. they can sit side by side, intentionally sit side by side, just holding the inside line, because then anyone that wants to overtake has to go all the way around the outside there. And going around the outside of one car there is possible, but still, you know, you're going quite a lot further around. To go around the outside of two, you're effectively taking the entire outside of the corner pretty much out to the white line. For one, there's not much room there, there's quite a lot of grass and you might pick up any of that. But also, realistically speaking, you're just not going to be able to carry that speed to make the double pass. So you're absolutely right, a front row lockout is critical at this part of the competition, and their performance at Spa. Maybe a 1-2 is going to be a bit trickier, but a victory is certainly very much in the hands of Porsche Commander.
And to be in finalist mode at the end of this race, one of them needs to win the race and the other one needs to be in 4th place or better. That is the scenario to get them over the 160-point threshold and be in finalist mode ready for Laguna Seca, where, again, I mean, think of what Verstappen Sim Racing were able to do in that race. In the end, it obviously went wrong for Siggy, but they locked out the front row and they were able to control the race from the front, and there's no reason why Porsche Commander can't do that as well if they're in finalist mode. So this is, I think the other teams are in more of a danger zone than they really realise at the moment.
The time hits 0 for the end of the warm-up session, and the race is about to begin. And I mean, nailing the start here is critical. It's weird, obviously, doing the standing starts, but a standing start with a length of this run into the first braking zone, almost unheard of. I don't even know I've never calculated how far it is. I'm going to assume it's probably quite close to 2 kilometres before they slam on the brakes into the Roger.
I haven't calculated either, but you're probably not wrong on that. It's a very, very long run to this first braking zone. What is going to happen in race 2 of the final stage in RENNSPORT R1 competition for the spring season of 2026? Charlie Collins gets off to a good start. Roger's already in a bit of trouble here. If Siggy can get alongside, he might be in some bother, but no. Oh no, they don't go side by side there. The Porsche Commander teammates wanted to keep things safe, and so Siggy's got free rein. Oh, there's contact, and what a save that was from Keithley. Off the road for Benito as he tries to avoid them. Kike Oliveira's trying to come through on everybody as the Porsche Commander guys try and just manage this scenario. There goes Siggy. Contact with Keithley again. Kevin Siggy spins. Verstappen Sim Racing in big trouble here.
They're basically handing things at the moment to Porsche Commander, who hold their 1-2. Siggy's at the back and probably fuming. There has been that contact, that drama, that expectation that we have here at the Temple of Speed. Enzo Benito sits in 4th position and has a high task ahead of him to score some solid points. Right now with 1 and 2, 165 points for Porsche Commander. They would be in finalist mode after just 2 races. Here comes the spin for Nuninghoff.
And here comes a load of points for those other teams other than Porsche Commander, so they'll get a bit closer. And now Verstappen Sim Racing and BS Competition are at least in range for the next race to get into finalist mode. But Kike Oliveira initially made a very good start here. He's slipped back since then, and he's now fighting for 6th. Meantime, it's a 1-2 for Porsche Commander. They're ahead of the rest of the field comfortably in front of Jack Keighley and Enzo Benito and Max Benneker, who are fighting between themselves for 3rd. It is falling into their laps right now. Porsche Commander are going to be in finalist mode by the looks of things after just 2 races tonight.
Yeah, disastrous. There comes Benito through on Keithley. By the way, did get the number in. Apparently it's about 1.75 kilometres from where they start this race to... so I'm glad with my 2 kilometre guess there, by the way, into the Roger. Skipping over that first chicane. Porsche Commander are gone. 3 wide nearly in the background. Lerner will keep Oliveira, Den, Stableford and Spirit Bay. There goes Stableford, and he himself has gone for a spin similar to what Siggy did earlier on.
And now BS Competition are back out of range again in the next race, so this is just terrible news for them. They're averaging about 10 points a race in this finals mode at the moment, this team stage at the moment. It's just falling apart for them at the wrong moment. And again, we felt it in these final days for the most part. When it feels like it's suddenly going away from you like this, generally it doesn't come back. And Porsche Commander, it feels like they're in that scenario right now. That's a big save from Maximilian Dent, but surely Kevin Siggy, that is, behind, is surely going to be able to get through here.
Yeah, it might have been the 2nd best save of the night so far. The best one will go the way of Kevin Siggy in that opening race where he did a 360 no scope at the top of the hill at Eau Rouge and Radion. and was able to get back going, even though he was at the back of the field, but he kept it out of the barrier, so as far as I'm concerned, that's a save. Don't know, it was a good catch, but obviously not enough to keep Siggy at bay. On board with the slipstream of Oliveira, using warp 9 to find his way past Moritz Lerner.
Straight into the top half again, as Oliveira has done an astonishing amount of occasions in R1 history. Look at, Den's back ahead of Siggy again. Dear me, now he's finally going to get back past again into Lesmo 1, but these are the moments he could do without. And he's going to soon catch up to his best friend David Sobrero, who I'm sure he absolutely loves at the moment.
Was it Sobrero or was it Keithley that spun him around?
In race 1?
No, Sobrero spun around in race 1, yeah, of course.
Keithley in race 2. So he's going to be hoping Belgium lose by 6 goals to 0 tonight.
I was about to say, there is not a bigger fan of Spanish football right now than Kevin Siggy in 9th position here.
Nope.
Oh, he loves the Yeah, that's fair. I respect it, but obviously he'd be very disappointed at focusing on the here and now. They'll be 25 points below finalist mode at present. Ideally, want to get that as close as possible and try and dominate the next race. Certainly, this is the thing: is that sure, it'll be a 1-2 in the opening couple of races if things finish as they're running for Porsche Coanda. Sure, they'll be in finalist mode going into the next race, but remember, they have to win it. If they don't win it, they can finish second or third for the rest of the night, but they will not win this competition until they take that victory.
Exactly, and we always speak about it as well when exactly one team gets into finalist mode, that it does get difficult. So it is far from over yet. As Sobrero gets down the inside of Lerner, this is very tight between the two. Siggy's going to be loving this because he's getting much closer with this fight now. He gets to the outside now of Lerner, who loses out in the fight. And yeah, there's 2 positions there for Siggy that really might present themselves very soon. So yeah, this is not too bad at all for Siggy. But is this going to be the last potential overtakes that he can make here? Might be.
Yeah, I think the rest of the contingent, obviously ahead of Sobrero, are too far ahead. Now, the thing is, we did see this in the opening race, the opening time that we came to Monza this evening, where there were some big gaps around the 2, 3, 4 second margin that were able to be caught down because of when battling happens. The problem is that once he gets to Sobrero, there's a big gap up to Oliveira. And Oliveira is not exactly on the back of Benneker, who he himself is not on the back of Keithley. So as much as that did work earlier on in the night, I don't think he's got those options here. And so what will be a very frustrating race for Siggy, I don't see it getting any easier here. And in fact, he's more focused on the RENNSPORT Grandmaster driver of Maximilian Den behind than he is of what is possibly ahead of him, as he holds the tightest line possible, even using a bit of the escape road there going around Curva Grande. Not seen that before.
No, indeed. Well, there's a reason for that.
Yes,
anyway,
it's not normally good.
Yes. Here comes Lerner again on Sobrero. Contact. Sobrero's gone and straight into Maximilian Den. That was going to happen. In the end, it's only a little bit of contact that has sent Sobrero around. And Maximilian Den couldn't avoid. There might be some more penalties coming a few people's way, and that Stapleford will be the big beneficiary out of that one. So all these teams who are behind Porsche Coanda, who can't get any more points out of this, they're all slowly gaining points from various incidents here.
Yeah, I don't think obviously some of those incidents are actually from them themselves. Obviously, Verstappen Sim Racing would have gained a couple of points when Robbie Stapleford dropped down the order, and that was like, oh yay, but then that's just sometimes how it goes. Obviously, when you're gaining those points, you're gaining it because of someone else's misfortune rather than what you can gain yourself. And it is what it is. Verstappen Sim Racing are trying to, as best they can, make it a 2-horse race at least at the top rather than just a 1. And BS Competition would love to make it 3. And as much as they've started out this evening so well, I think now that we're hitting crunch time here at the top of the table, probably attention is probably going to be a little bit more focused on TC Esports and just making sure that they're holding the points deficit to TC Esports at around that 10 or 11 mark. Here comes Siggy to the inside of Moritz Lerner. Might try and get a run here into Lesmo 1. Not going to get close enough. Scari's not a great overtaking opportunity, so I think it's going to come down into the Parabolica, at which point you might as well wait until it comes down towards the run into the Roger that they've literally just tried.
Well, indeed, yeah. So this really is going to be the only overtake that Siggy can make now in this race, I feel. Moving up to 7th. I'm not sure Enzo Benito can do much more up there from 3rd either. In fact, he's got still a bit to do with holding off Jack Keighley. So Verstappen Sim Racing are in range at least. They're only 24 points off Finalist Mode. They've got to prevent Porsche Coanda from winning the next race at Laguna Seca, which, by the way, if their performance from previous is repeated, they will manage to do. There goes Siggy past Lerner, and he moves up to 7th place. So there's another extra point for Verstappen Sim Racing.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, looking to recover as much as they can here for Verstappen Sim Racing. Get the feeling that Maurice Lerner is going to be able to come straight back through potentially here on this run into the opening complex, which is the Rogier. Of course, this enormous front stretch now, which including the run round Curva Grande, it's around 2.5 kilometres. Did not go to the inside there, did Maurice Lerner. It was blocked by Kevin Siggy and did not fancy going to the outside on the brakes nice and early as we head into the Rogier. 3 laps left to go for them to navigate. This is the closest battle on the circuit for 7th and 8th position in a race which has opened up far more than we were expecting, to be perfectly honest. I suspect this to be a pack race for most of it, and alas, they've said no, we will spread ourselves out.
Quite amazed really at what we've seen here, really. Maybe it's the amount of incidents that we saw in the first half of the race that's really spread everybody out here, and certainly the urgency of Porsche Coanda, and actually how well they played it through the opening lap there, actually, in hindsight, to stay in line as they did. I thought they would go side by side and try and sort of manoeuvre themselves into a position where nobody could make it 3 wide with them. They decided to just stay in a line instead and try and get somebody to go round them. Well, Siggy tried to, got hit by Keighley, and here's the gap, basically. That's how it's unfolded. And Charlie Collins is on his way to another victory here this evening. Might end up with double figures for the season. There's not been that many races, so that would be impressive if he can get another.
I mean, yeah, like I say, he's picking up his fair few victories, isn't he? Well, he had 3 coming into it. He's into tonight. He's had 2 so far, so he could be having 3 at the end of this race, so up to 6. I think he potentially will run out of time before he gets to double. Well, in fact, no, he will run out of time before he gets double digits, because obviously he can't win another race and then the competition continue, because if he wins the next one with their current spot, then they will win overall, and the Belgium-Spain match will go on TV.
I suspect it's already on your TV.
It's actually not. I've got the spreadsheet open at the moment, I'll have you know. Also, it doesn't kick off for 9 minutes.
Yeah, so nine more minutes of the spreadsheet. But there you go. Here's really battles for low positions now. Miles versus the Grandmaster team. Of course, these two are fighting for 5th place in the standings, and Miles are probably doing enough now to count themselves in that. Not sure they're even going to reach Finalist Mode in the amount of races that we have here. And that is the thing with this format. You do have to, even though it does reset things a little bit, you do have to have done well previously. It's not a complete leveller, and so they've got too much work to do. Max Benneker back into the top 5, and as I say, they're just rescuing a top 5 really overall in this in these team standings now.
Lerner closing in on Dent. BMW versus Porsche. Obviously, those are the only fights we get. No Peugeot 9X8s have made their way into our final. As the inside from Lerner is going to go into the Rogier. He'll have to go for the cutback or around the outside. He tried to go around the outside and nearly spun the pair of them as he was leaning his way through and looking his way through on the final lap here, but could not find his way past on that occasion. As Maximilian Dent will hang on to 8th position. Only a few corners left to go for the duo that run at the front. It'll be a 1-2 again, it does appear, for Porsche Commander, and it will be a 3rd victory of the night, I think.
Indeed. Another domination as well, really, as they've done so many times this season. Porsche Coanda have been head and shoulders the best team in this race, and Charlie Collins has been imperious again. Over the line, another victory. Porsche Coanda are in Finalist Mode in RENNSPORT R1 competition again. Rogers brings it home in 2nd, taking important points away from Verstappen Sim Racing, who are only 13 points away themselves, with Benito finishing in 3rd. Another great race from Coanda.
Yeah, they've perfected it so far in this team stage, but you know, we'll sit here as very much a neutral in the sense of we've seen this before, where a team has or driver has started dominating, and then things after a couple of races they don't necessarily go all to plan.
Yeah, it's a 1-2 for Porsche Commander. Enzo Benito in third. Jack Keithley with a good fourth position. We'll see whether there's any stewards' inquiries into him and that contact with Kevin Siggy. Max Penneker round out the top five. It's Kaike Oliveira, then Siggy recovered to seventh. Maximilian Den did hold on from Moritz Lerner. Nuninghoff held on from Stapleford. And David Sobrero finished at the back of the field, leaving TC Esports with it all to do. To be honest, even to get to third, to be honest, in the point standings. We'll wait and see whether they can do that at least. But yeah, Porsche Commander are in finalist mode now, and one race victory away from winning the spring season of 2026.
Indeed, and that victory could come at the next circuit that we race at, Laguna Seca, which is only just on the horizon, isn't it? And we'll see whether they can do it there. We'll see if they're able to jump their way in for an interview, or maybe they only want to speak to me. They might think, oh, not the Northerner. maybe they hate cricket. Who knows? I do. But there's a look at the circuits that we race. It's so not there, is it? Obviously, like I say, next we're racing at Laguna Seca, a very different type of track. And as much as we did have Josh Rogers on pole position earlier on, he did have that lap deleted along with Charlie Collins. They both have to start from the back. Can't do that again.
No, indeed. But let's chat to Charlie Collins now, who joins us. Congratulations, Charlie, on another race victory. Were you expecting it to be that much of a gap by the end there? I know the earlier race was a reverse grid race, but even so, were you expecting it to be busier than that?
Hey, fellas. I mean, I think once I saw the result from qualifying and that me and Josh were first and second, I think it gave me a lot more confidence that we'd just be able to control the lap one in that chicane. I would always say second chicane, but with this layout, it's just the first chicane. But yeah, I think after we got past that and we saw the gaps, that was kind of how I expected to play out, just kind of all in their own bubble. So yeah, really happy with that.
And it puts you into finalist mode along with Josh now. How confident are you that you can clean this up as quickly as possible and do this at Laguna Seca? Because, of course, earlier it was Benito's win by some seconds in that earlier race.
Yeah, I mean, all we can do is do our best. So, no, I'm confident we've done all the practice and prepared enough to put down a good lap at Laguna Seca and put in a good race stint. So, yeah, I think from that side, I'm confident we can do it.
All right, congrats on that latest win and good luck for the next one.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Charlie Collins, the winner, and Josh Rogers in second, joining us as well. Josh, I asked Charlie whether he thought it would be busier than what it was in the end for you guys, but in the end, a very, very quiet race. Just tell us, though, about your strategy on lap number one, because you were the one in second who I thought was going to pull alongside your teammate and try and do something on lap one in that regard. What was your strategy, though, and reasoning for staying in behind in the way that you did on the way towards Curva Grande on lap one like that?
Yeah, I mean, we had multiple conversations before the race with maybe how to play it out. We felt like side draft isn't really much of a thing in this car, at least, and me sitting behind, at least we would maintain the same pace. And if Kevin was to try and draft around the outside of us, he has to travel a further distance. And if the side draft isn't really in effect, we kind of knew that we would have been okay and that he wouldn't have got an overlap on Charlie. Which, of course, at that point, then he can go defensive and give me some room to drive into. Obviously, we were expecting that race to be a little bit more hands-on than it was. Ultimately, some bad luck for Kevin in the chicane behind. I don't know exactly what happened. But, yeah, all in all, strong race from both of us. Mine wasn't executed quite so well, but still 1-2 and really good points. And finalists were now going into the next race, so it's getting exciting.
It is, and finalist mode is been achieved going into Laguna Seca. So what does that mean for you in terms of how confident you are? Because I point out in the regular season, I think it's 8th and 11th, your results from Laguna Seca, but although you didn't have much riding on that final week, I suppose. But even so, how does it feel having finalist mode at this specific circuit?
Well, it feels like we've got pace. Ultimately, I think we both got slowdowns in qualifying earlier today here, so we'll have to get the monkey off the back with that one. But yeah, we know we've got pace in the car. It's a track that you, outside of the first couple of corners on lap 1, you can't pass at all. I mean, Kevin was driving a second lap off pace last race, and none of us were able to get by. So it just goes to show how strong the dirty air is. So for us, as long as we can put the car right up the pointy end, and yeah, get a good jump and a good few corners, we should be able to use the pace. But we've got an entire quality session before that point, so let's see what we can do.
Yeah, indeed. Good luck for that. But for now, congrats on this 1-2 again from Monza, and as I say, good luck for the rest of the next race.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. Josh Rogers there in second place as well. From Monza, these are the points as they run after that race. Porsche Commander in finalist mode. Verstappen Sim Racing 23 points away from it. BS Competition still 37 away. That's just one too many for them. They can't get it in this next race. They are still 12 points ahead of TC Esports though. In for Verstappen Sim Racing, only needing 23 points they need to get. That could be achieved with a win and a 10th or any other different combinations of different positions as well. So they're nearly there, but their biggest objective, I think, Lewis, is preventing Porsche Commander from sending us all home after 3 races in this next one.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's always the goal of this competition. Score as many points as you can. That's great. But I think Verstappen Sim Racing, obviously their goal here would be to get 160 points. Not from this one race, just at least to cross that threshold. But I guarantee that if they were like, right, that extra points you're going to need to get over the 160 point threshold is going to come from you finishing like second and fourth would be good enough, for example, second, fourth, second and fifth. They would take that every single day of the week if it wasn't, or it wouldn't matter to them who else would win. If it was them or BS Competition or TC or Mouse or the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team, wouldn't matter. As long as it's not Porsche, right? Because that's the whole point of this competition. It's the nature of this competition. It's what makes it exciting and interesting, and what created some fantastic moments going back to the first time we used it, of course, when you were alongside me, clean shaven and ready to go, in what was a very exciting day of racing back in the in Munich back in 2023.
I don't believe it's 3 years ago, really.
Yeah.
To be honest, I thought that was the best session of RENNSPORT. I think
it was incredible.
Don't want to go too soon. The best session that we've had of RENNSPORT, I think, ever. But there you go. We've had some other good finalist modes as well.
I mean, I still, every time I see like the odd like highlight or clip or whatever, like this, just randomly appears from that final, I get a bit giddy and I get a bit of goosebumps. I think it was an incredible event, and it's one of those ones. There's a few moments that I just kind of remember clearly from it. Everyone cheering about James Baldwin going around and battling with Marcel Chinchik at the top of Spa, and we've had some great moments in this championship history. That is definitely up there.
Yeah, the atmosphere in the room was fantastic at those critical moments. And so the last 5 races in a row, basically, were just fantastic. And it felt like probably the levelist, maybe not a word, playing field in the competition in terms of drivers. Competitions that we had, so it was just fantastic. But this is a team competition, and it's very, very different in so many ways. I thought heading into this we were seeing a sort of similar level playing field, that we were going to have a really, really close ending to this this season. But Porsche Commander have taken it by the scruff of the neck, and they are in finalist mode a long way ahead of the others. As I say, there's multiple scenarios where Verstappen Sim Racing are also in finalist mode after this race, and they're both fighting it out at Daytona, but for now they've all got to try and stop Porsche Commander. Yeah,
our first race of the team phase with a team in finalist mode, and I think this, where I was saying I didn't think the last qualifying session was really that important. Turns out it was, because the team that qualified first and second ended up winning. But that's fine, we don't talk about that. This is one where, regardless of any other scenario, this qualifying session is really, really important, because Laguna Seca is such a difficult circuit to overtake at the best times anyway. You've really got to qualify well. If Porsche Commander don't qualify, if they don't qualify on the front row at all, I don't see them winning. If they exceed track limits and they have to start from the back, they definitely aren't winning. And as you can see there on the left-hand side, anyone with the R1 next to them, they aren't in Finalist Mode, they're just scoring points. Anyone with FM, they're playing Football Manager. No, they're in Finalist Mode. They're not playing Football Manager.
Well done. I'm glad you clarified that.
Thank you.
By the way, just to clarify as well, Finalist Mode guys do still score points in the normal way, but just in case it carries on longer, and if this gets to, for example, if this gets to the end of 6 races and we still don't have a winner, then that will order things as it did at the end of the World Cup last year. But given how quick Porsche Commander have got to it, I'd be very surprised. And indeed, the scenario where Verstappen Sim Racing surely are going to be in Finalist Mode as well at the end of this, I'd be very surprised if we were in that scenario.
Full send through T5 there from Kevin Siggy. He definitely doesn't want Coan to be up there. Through the corkscrew they go. Rainy curve over to the right hand side, pulls it back over the left, almost keeps it completely pinned through there. Wow, this car is fast around this track. Incredible from Kevin Siggy. He's leaving it all on the line. He knows that pole position, a front row start somewhere on the front couple of rows, it is an absolute requirement. White line seems to be a bit of a light-hearted question mark for a lot of these drivers, at least from what we've seen there from Kevin Siggy. He's definitely pushing to the limit with an 8.9. Cracking lap.
Fantastic lap time, and Enzo Benito's got the chance to join him in just a few moments. But Moritz Lerner first into the final corner. Sector time so far showing him quite some way away from Kevin Siggy here. Motivation must be low for Lerner at the moment. A 10.1 from him.
8.904 was faster than the pole time that Josh Rogers set earlier on, which was an 8.910. So we're faster than that. Enzo Benito now into his final sector. Doesn't seem quite as on the limit as Siggy's was, but it's gone purple anyway. Sometimes smooth is fast. Who'd have thought it? It could be a 1-2 in this qualifying session for the Verstappen Sim Racing team. If he can get anywhere near Kevin Siggy's lap time, it's definitely looking like he's going to. 8.904 to beat. Getting in and around that is important. 8.960. 961 on the leaderboard there on the left. That might be close enough to lock out the front row, although I do think both the Porsche drivers can get in and around that.
That's a benchmark though for them to set. That's a real target for them both, as the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team are going to be next. Very respectable lap time from Nuninghoff there, a 9.6 as he at least slips in front of Lerner.
Then next one to come through, quarter of a second down in the opening sector, quarter of a second or 3/10 down in the middle sector. We'll get Benneker around after this before we'll get some drivers that really can start challenging for that pole. And it seems as though late in the session it's going to be the Porsche Commander duo. Rem up towards the line, sets a 9.715, goes ahead of Lerner. Here comes Lerner's teammate Benneker.
Yeah, through the final sector. Looks like he might be best of the 4 who are fighting for this 5th place in the teams. And don't forget the Grandmaster team really do have some work to do now. As Benneker breaks into the final corner. Oh, a bit of a slide on the exit, but these are not guys who are going to be challenging that front row. I'd be very surprised if they are over the line. And he is behind both Grandmasters.
Yeah. I will say the sun that was setting there clearly for Max Benneker looked absolutely annoying. Let's wait and see if he closes his blind before the race starts, or whether he just wants to get a little bit of a tan on his right cheek. Why not? Keithley, final corner. No tan definitely going this boy's way. Keithley heads his way out towards the line. That was actually quite a shot at him, to be honest. Keithley with a 9.452, half a second off the Verstappen duo.
Well, here we go. Josh Rogers, purple in the first sector. What is this second sector going to be? It's purple as well. He's gone wide. Oh, is that going to cost him here? Siggy and Benito put in fantastic lap times, and it's all falling apart at the end here for Rogers. He's just thrown it away at the very end there, has he? Over the line. Can he still take it? No. It's a 9.1. And Rogers there had the lap in his hands and he threw it all away.
Yeah, just been told that Benneker got an off-track, so he'll be starting from the back. Keithley off-track, starting from the back. And that final sector we just saw, Joshua Rogers off-track, starting from the back. He pushed it a little bit too hard. Big shame for him. Sobrero for TCE Sports up towards the line. He'll find himself just ahead of the mouse cars at the back of the field. Here comes BS Competition's Robbie Stapleford.
He comes through the final corners now as the sector times come through. Some big gaps to slot into here with Rogers and Keithley now going. You can and get in front of Nuninghoff. This will be a strong start for Stableford and for Oliveira, who can't score enough points to get into finalist mode here, but they could get close. Let's see over the line from Stableford. It is 9th. Ouch.
The biggest lap of big laps needed for Charlie Collins if they want to win this here at Laguna Seca. His teammate has exceeded track limits and has pushed it a little bit too far. Collins is firing it around as best he can. Looks so tidy through the final sector. Can he steal pole away from the Verstappen sim racing cars that sit first and second at the moment? Tidy up the final corner, up towards the line. What's it going to be? 8.904 to beat Charlie Collins. Is he going to do it across the line? Not quite enough. 9.04. He'll have to start from the second row of the grid and try and challenge from there.
On his own as well, so it's a tall order for Charlie Collins, as long as that lap stands, of course. Here comes Kaki Oliveira. He really needs to get a good lap in for BS competition here, because otherwise they're not really going to have one. Stableford so far down, and it is 5th. That's a nice time. He'll be on the second row with Collins.
So, qualifying completed then. It is Kevin Siggy and Enzo Benito that lock out the front row with 8.9s between the pair of them. That's a fantastic qualifying lap from them. And 9.049 for Charlie Collins. Joshua Rogers will not be starting from 4th position. He'll have to drop to the back, which means that Kaki Oliveira will join Charlie Collins on the second row. Jack Keithy will also be heading towards the back, so Nico Nuninghoff will take over the second row with Den Sobrero. And then Max Benneker, who will be at the back of the field anyway, again with his track limit excursions. Stableford and Lerner will move up a few spots apiece. Important there for Siggy and Benito, but the question is, what can Charlie Collins do from 3rd position? I mean, a win is definitely possible. I get the feeling he'll sit there and be like, I'm going to get aggressive at turn 1, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. At bare minimum, he needs to be second, right, on the exit of T1. If he, down towards turn 2 at the hairpin. If he's not second, there's no chance.
Exactly. He's got to get between them, literally at the beginning of this race, and from there try and fight it out in a 1v1. But he's going to have that pressure from behind, whoever he overtakes constantly. So that's going to be very difficult to manage. And it's also a difficult circuit to overtake on anyway, even if you haven't got that pressure coming from behind you. And, of course, Collins hasn't had great races at Laguna Seca this season. Already mentioned the one earlier this season where he finished down in 11th. He also went off on the opening lap earlier tonight as well, race 3 tonight. So he's got to go better around here than he has at any point this season.
Going to be some deep breaths and some big sends, I'm sure, here in what could be the final race of the spring season. Well, I do feel if you were a bookie right now and you were taking bets, you'd be saying, odds are it's not going to be the final race of the season. I think we're going to need at least one more, and I think we are going to need that race at Daytona International Speedway to crown our champion. He's not pulling the blind down. That, honestly, that would drive me mental.
Yeah, yeah. Also, I suppose the sun's going down, so it's not going to get up into his eye, is it? But
right there it did.
Well, yeah, as long as he doesn't look down and right too much. There you go.
As long as he doesn't go through the corners, driving in his normal way.
No, driving in his normal way, yeah. I see what you mean. And he's gonna have a nice jawline, but nothing else.
But only on one side.
Only on one side.
No,
nice
I mean,
right
look,
jaw.
Yeah, right. Look, I respect it. Sim racers need to see as much sunlight as is humanly possible, because I mean, to be fair, with this plant they're all right, but for most, grass does need to be touched.
My plan's been down for 2 days. I've got to be honest.
I don't want to tell you the last time the blind was up in this room.
Oh my god.
Days definitely is part of it. That's fine. Race ready to go. 11 laps ahead of us. Could be the decisive moment in the R1 spring season here as the team stage could be coming to a close. It's Verstappen sim racing from 1st and 2nd. Charlie Collins in behind. He's had a solid start, but does he have an option as to where to go? Enzo Benito ahead of him goes out wide. Charlie Collins is going full send into the back. Potentially here of Kevin Siggy, and he's going to go rid of a half spin. Is he going to remain in 2nd? He's going to go for the full spin. It is definitely not going to happen here for Porsche Commander, who go for a double spin all over the circuit. Well, clearly they're pushing it to the limit, and I can tell you something right now. We are going to need another race, and we will have at the moment 2 teams in finalist mode.
Yeah, how close can BS Competition get is going to be the question for the rest of this race, because we know that Verstappen Sim Racing are going to be there. In fact, it's probably worth keeping an eye on Verstappen Sim Racing overtaking Porsche Coanda in the standings, should it become important later on in the day, because you just never know with these things. So Siggy and Benito doing absolutely what they could. I mean, Connors was on a hiding to nothing there anyway. He was going to get boxed in by them. He was going to be on the outside for the next right-hander, potentially the one after that. Even if he did get through, the gap to Siggy would have been large. I don't think it matters that he spun there particularly. I think it matters far more that that he qualified third and not on the front row, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it came down to the qualifying lap there for Kaiki Oliveira and for BS Competition. Could be some very important points for scoring for them, but then with Robbie Stableford down in 12th position, maybe not so much. We just await for the end of the race and finalist mode for two teams heading into Daytona, which I'm going to say it right now. With our two favoured teams being in finalist mode going into Daytona, I find it very, very unlikely, Ewan O'Leary, that we would need to return to the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps.
I'm not going to say very, very unlikely, because it was a weird race, that one earlier.
It was a reverse grid though.
True. And Monza without a reverse grid compared to with was quite startling, to be honest. But I'm not willing to say very unlikely yet, because these two teams are going to be fighting with each other so hard to get that to get that win. They might take each other off. Again, we saw how aggressive they were with each other in that previous race. Again, yes, it was a reverse grid, but if you think about it, at least two of them, one from each team, are going to be up towards the front fighting for the win, I'd imagine, from qualifying. So, and maybe both of them from both teams. So, there's going to be a big fight for it, no doubt about that.
Well, they'll be going into it effectively 0-0. See if it needs to go to extra time or. Well, we don't have penalties in this. That would be. The hot lap, the thing that we had between the thing we've only ever done once in R1 at Gamers 8 in 2023 in a one-lap shootout between Marco Pajic and Kevin Ellis Jr., which, by the way, was excellent. That's a penalty shootout of the sim racing kind. It takes a lot longer than a penalty shootout though sometimes. Goodness me.
Yes, true. I mean, I was going to say, a penalty shootout's more drama, although that was quite high drama itself.
It was very entertaining.
It was entertaining, but a football penalty shootout is still better.
Yeah, we don't really have a racing equivalent of a penalty shootout, unless
do that 5 times.
Yeah, that would be boring. Because that's just if you got to do it 5 times, that's a race. Sure, that's just a race.
Well, a hot lap competition, best of 5.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's just time trials, though, isn't it? It's just it has its own form of entertaining, but it's not the most thrilling thing in the world. I mean, to be fair, it depends on what car track combo it is, to be honest.
I think it was GT3 at Spa. But you've never seen
it. Was indeed GT3 at Spa, which I would recommend if we are going to do a show. I always say go to somewhere that's really difficult. You know me, Bathurst, middle sector of Bathurst. Don't have to do the rest of that. Just the middle sector of Bathurst. Basically, turn it into a hill climb, right? That'll be fine.
I thought you said Middlesex or Bathurst. I thought what's Middlesex?
Middlesex hasn't existed outside of cricket in a very long time.
I was going to say, what are you talking about? Anyway.
Yeah, that I think it was 1965 was the last time that Middlesex was a thing outside of the world of cricket, which shows you how archaic cricket is and why no one should like it. On board with Charlie Collins and his recovery drive up the order. Onto the back of Sobrero. This race has certainly calmed its way down, knowing that basically the result maybe it won't be one, maybe there'll be an incident, whatever. Obviously Kevin Siggy was in a spot earlier on to make it a 1-2 for Verstappen Sim Racing and then biffed it into a wall and sent the car flying. But realistically, we know that they're almost certainly going to be in front of it.
they'll have to do very well not to beat this at this stage. So they'll just have to focus on not making a mistake from here and in. But Benito would have to slip down to what, the 11th or something to prevent this from happening. So that is unlikely. I think the real questions here are about the other teams who are not in finalist mode yet. How close can BS Competition and TC Esports get, and how realistic is it that they can push this to Spa by the time of which they're in finalist mode themselves and have a chance? But to us, I wish to say Porsche Commando are the favourites. Yes, they've not had a very good race here, but if this does get pushed to Spa, for example, they've got that banker that if this does get pushed to Spa, they are definitely favourites, I would say.
Yeah, definitely favourites.
And that helps them in terms of their status for Daytona as well, that everybody else having that knowledge in their head.
Yeah, I mean, also, to be fair, I mean, they'd be favourites for Spa. Also, they did all just 1-2 Monza as well, so are they favourites there as well? Yeah, the opening two, they've got a 1-2 on the books, which they know maybe it's not the easiest to repeat. It is still a quality field, but they've done it once, and they'll know that they can do it again when it comes down to it, if it gets that far. But I mean, like you say, all they have to do for it to get to Spa, in a sense, is if they're battling with Verstappen and Racing at the top. That's a big one there from Sobrero. Here comes the move from Charlie Collins. He looks to the outside. Didn't even really have to fight for it that hard. Yeah, if they fight too hard and then someone else comes through and wins, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, indeed, and he'll be looming over everybody into the next race. Just before that, by the way, Charlie Collins had a big moment through the rainy curve as well, so all sorts of sliding happening here. Yeah, Sobrero sits back behind Collins, and again, this is hurting TC Esports a little bit. They just haven't quite had things go their way since it's felt like this has returned back to sort of sim racing default here with Verstappen sim racing Porsche Commander, quite a long way ahead of the rest. It was quite enjoyable seeing TC Esports and BS Competition challenging so much throughout the regular season and the first 4 races tonight.
Indeed. As they go through the fast, this has been the last time we've seen Laguna Seca, at least this season. We've only seen it briefly. And a good addition, I think, if a little bit, honestly, clearly a bit challenging, at least when it comes to keeping within track limits. We have noticed that in some of the circuits we've raced in R1 before, that there are a couple of circuits where track limits really are difficult to keep within. Typically, we didn't have the lap times deleted. We would just have everyone getting the slowdown in the qualifying if they did exceed the track limits. We've not had that since we've moved to the hypercars that have been present through the 2026 season. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see what we're racing later on in the year, if it's going to be remaining as the hypercars, if we're going to maybe return to GT action, or maybe take one of the other cars we've got here. We're getting quite a few. Obviously, there's TCRs and whatnot. They've got those, the historic, the Le Mans historic pack, where obviously you've got the Merc and the Porsche that don't flip. They don't flip, unfortunately, on the sim going down the Mulsanne. So at least there's that. Mark Webber can play it fine.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm a big fan of putting these retro cars in the in RENNSPORT. I was at the what's it called, Sim Expo in Germany last year, where we had our stall I can't remember what era the touring car's called either. The Alfa Romeo touring car. Goodness me, Group A, is it? Group A, is that right?
Oh, there's a spin for Josh Rogers to interrupt you, flailing. I mean, Group A there was an Alfa in Group A, yeah.
Right, it might have been then.
Also an Alfa in Super Tours as well.
Could have been any of them. I've forgotten them really.
You're a big touring car fan, you and O'Leary.
Huge. But yeah, anyway, it was good to have that at the store, and good to know that that classification of cars coming as well. These retro cars coming to RENNSPORT. So I want to go ahead. So I'd like to see more R1 competitions happening on cars that are not the GT3s, which we began with, and glad that started with the hypercars this season as well.
Yeah, like I say, I just like a little bit of variety. I mean, in sim racing, we've got such variety in the selection of cars that we can race when it comes to classic vehicles and even slightly more odd ones. Why not give it a go? Why not? But then what you'll do is you'll try and have a little bit of fun, and so you'll put everyone in like touring cars or something, and then suddenly the best drivers in sim racing will be like, oh, I'm not driving that, it's pathetic. And then that makes me feel really bad about myself, because I quite like the touring cars, because I can only handle front wheel drive, because otherwise I spin going down into P1 at Spa, right?
I don't think that was a real drive's fault.
Do you not?
I think the problem with that car was between the steering wheel and the seat.
Well, no, because if it was front wheel drive, I could have done a bit of oppo and just slammed the throttle down, right?
That's not a bit of oppo though, is it? That's using the physics to just save you from trouble again.
Yeah. And what? You can't do that in rear wheel drive.
That's
I was
not
already
skillful.
spinning. But it is.
Anyone can put their right foot on the floor.
I never said it was skillful.
I've done it right now.
Have you? Is it bad to say? Oh, I think it is bad to say actually. That I learned that in sim racing, and I have done it in my road car once because I pushed it a little bit too hard. It's fine. We'll just talk about the race. For Verstappen sim racing, obviously they've got a lap more to do before they get a 1-2. Any police officers listening to this broadcast, I drive responsibly at all times.
Move in. We've got him.
Can't get about. I'm sure he'll be happy with his third place finish for fierce competition. It's gone so well since we started the team stage here, but things are going perfectly now for Verstappen sim racing at the front, as they really are dominating this race. There was a bit of pressure from Charlie Collins right from the start, but I mean, it was a mistake that kind of felt like it was always going to happen.
Well, it all came down to the start, as we were saying. Collins had to get between these two. He had to try and get between them. Couldn't in the end, as we saw, but he had to try. And in the end, as obviously drops a bit further back and is in ninth place. But that doesn't particularly matter. I mean, Verstappen Sim Racing are ahead of Porsche Commander here in terms of the points. But the important thing is that they're both over 160, and they're both therefore in finalist mode. At the moment, BS Competition only 21 points away. TC Esports 36 away, so they'd need a 1-2 in the next race to be in finalist mode for Spa.
Indeed. Well, it's been 2 1-2s in the team stage for Porsche Commander as they booked their place into finalist mode. Couldn't do it for a third consecutive time. And Verstappen Sim Racing will work their way up towards the line, and Kevin Siggy putting the issues that he had earlier on in the day at Laguna Seca to bed as he makes his way to victory alongside Enzo Benito. A 1-2 for Verstappen Sim Racing books their place in finalist mode. Kaki Oliveira behind us will see the rest of the contingent across the line. A relatively speaking, in air quotes, disastrous race for Porsche Commander, but I think they'll sit there and be like, well, we're either winning or we're finishing last. Doesn't matter that much. They're here to win.
Yeah, exactly. Win it or bin it, as the phrase goes, and they certainly did that. Both of them spun coming out of the hairpin on the first lap of this race, so they obviously could not take the title here this time. Instead, finishing 9th and 12th.
Original race results then from race number 3 of the team stage and 7 of the night. It's Siggy and Benito first and second, with Kaki Oliveira in third. We'll try and catch up with the top 3. I know Oliveira is almost raring and ready to go. Nuninghoff there in 4th position with Keithley, Benneker, Lerner and Den. Charlie Collins for Porsche Commander in 9th with Sobrero, Stapleford and Rogers, the 12th and final car on this grid. Kevin Siggy joins us in the commentary booth once again this evening, and you got a bit of a smile on your face. Finalist mode for the Verstappen Sim Racing team. What were your thoughts like going into the start of that race when you were leading down into the opening complex? Charlie Collins, I mean, for them, they had to win. For you, just had to keep them behind. Superb stuff.
Yeah, not too bad, I guess. That's what we needed. We had to win. Otherwise, it's game over, right? So all about sending it now on the next track.
Back to a level playing field. You're on both in finalist mode with Porsche Commander, and we're going to a circuit which we didn't qualify at earlier because it was a reverse grid. Do you think that'll play a part maybe in your mind and your approach coming into this, or maybe even between you and your teammate and the Porsche Commander duo?
It's still the same mentality. Just give it everything, risk everything. Doesn't happen. We go home and nothing happens out of it, right? So just give it everything.
Absolutely. Why not? Love that winner's mentality. Can see you're already practicing. Going to let you focus on what's ahead. Good luck, Kevin. Good luck to you and Enzo.
Thank you.
There we go. Kevin Siggy joining us after winning another race here in R1. Kaki Oliveira is alongside once again. We've caught up with you a couple of times tonight and a few times over the season. BS competition, the hero part of the tournament went really rather well for you. The team stage has been a bit of a struggle so far. What do you think you're going to be able to get here from Daytona? Can you get a win and try and extend this competition, maybe?
Yeah, why not? For sure. That's what every race we try to. But again, the other competitors like Honda and Verstappen are doing a great job. So it's a little bit close, but sometimes not. But yeah, it's Daytona. It's up for grabs. We'll do our best and see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, the expectation is obviously, let's say, for example, you were to qualify in 5th position behind Verstappen Sim Racing and Porsche Commander at the front. They're probably going to race each other pretty hard in that O-Ring stage. Is that kind of what you're expecting, where maybe you can pick up the pieces from that? Do you have the confidence maybe you can get pole and beat them just going straight outright?
We'll see. That's the only thing that I can say. We'll see.
Well, we'll let you get yourself ready and in the right mindset for the race. Good luck to you and to Robbie for BS competition.
Thank you so much. See you.
And this is the state of the points coming into what could be the final race of this season. Could have a couple more afterwards. Just 3 points separating Verstappen Sim Racing and Porsche Commander, but importantly, the pair of them are above the 160-point threshold to put them into finalist mode. BS competition in third, 15 clear of TC Esports. They've been doing a good job to hold that gap, maybe even extend it a little bit. It was 11 earlier on. It's now up to that 15-point. And the battle for the wooden spoon between Mouse and the RENNSPORT Grandmaster team, 5th and 6th position. Did just see a switch there on the points. 177 there went the way of Porsche. It wouldn't matter too much if there was a penalty either way, because as long as they're both in finalist mode, it doesn't really matter too much. Here's a look at where we're at. We've completed the first 3 races of the team stage, Ewan, Daytona, and then potential repeats of Spa and Monza ahead.
Indeed, and that's where, especially after the previous races, Porsche Commander are going to be feeling very, very confident based on the previous performances that they've had at that racetrack here this afternoon. So, yeah, big race up ahead here at Daytona. It is going to be very interesting to see if this is the last one or not. I think I'm probably in agreement with you that this is more than likely the last race, but you can't count out strange things happening here, because there's still more than half this field determined for this to go on a little bit longer.
Indeed. I mean, look, there's the thoughts ahead of us that it could be the end. There could be a little bit more. Some teams will probably sit there and think, look, I'm okay with where we are and what we're doing. I mean, you've got a couple of battles. In fact, the battles have become, we've got 3 different fights. Fight for first and second, fight for third and fourth, fight for 5th and 6th. And I think every single one of those teams, you know, the 3rd and 4th and the 5th and 6th, if you're in that 3rd position like BS competition, if you're in that 5th position like Mouse, if you're still up that at the end of this race, I think you'd probably be sat there and be like, I'm happy with this being over, right? And so you might even see them, they're probably not going to do it, they're not going to like get out of the way of either of the teams to try and assist them to win. But if you're in that fight and you're as good as you're going to get in that, the team winning and ending the competition straight away is not actually a bad thing.
Yeah, exactly. We have seen that before. I think in the other, obviously, Verstappen Sim Racing, Porsche Commander are going for the win. I think BS competition will still hold hopes, although they'll be realistic about the chances that they have being certainly lower than they'd like. But they're still in with a chance here. So I don't think they'll be pulling out their way, certainly. I think if TC Esports were to get ahead of BS competition, they would think about it if the right situation arose. And I think Mao's or Grandmaster team being ahead of the other would think about it as well, but they're unlikely obviously to be up towards the front based on what we've seen so far. Having said that, again, Daytona has been very unpredictable in that first race. Again, it was a reverse grid before, and Monza wasn't as chaotic as a not reverse grid than when it was. So maybe a similar race to what we saw at Monza, i.e. a team just runs away with it.
Yeah, obviously, let us know in the YouTubes and Twitch chat, who do you think is going to be the winner? Who do you want to win? Who's most likely to win? Obviously, we know a lot of these teams do have a lot of support. I see it all the time for Verstappen and for Portugal and for TCU Sports as well. Shame their team manager can't tune in with us today. He's too busy letting Spain score goals. That's fine. It's okay because we're at this point in the competition where we're kind of looking to see how things could go, and we're waiting for qualifying to get underway. Qualifying, which, unlike the previous couple, I think might be a little bit more open, might not matter quite as much. That said, if I were Porsche Commander and I locked out the front row, and then Verstappen Racing were directly behind me, I'd be a little bit uncomfortable going into this opening corner because it is quite wide and open.
Yeah, it is absolutely, and so I think that is correct. You'd be a little bit concerned. It's hard for me to see a scenario in this qualifying session where Porsche Commander, in whatever order, I don't know, but Porsche Commander and Verstappen Sim Racing are not the first four all covered. Again, I don't know in what order. I think that's very hard to predict, especially because we haven't seen a qualifying session here yet tonight. However, I think that is the likely scenario. All four of those drivers in all four of those front four spots, and they fight it. Excuse me, they fight it out from there. But again, it's not certain that even that would lead to one of them winning the race because of how unpredictable Daytona has been, as we've seen.
Did see the Collins Benito incident at the effectively opening corner at Laguna Seca was reported to race control. Any guesses as to what race control's response was? Obviously, it was an NFA. There is no further action for that one, which is a shock to absolutely no one. I get it, why you'd report it. Obviously, I get it. But that is absolutely no surprise that was a racing incident. I'm sure there might be a little bit of hard feelings one way or the other, but that'll just fire up the Commander team, where in about a couple of minutes' time we'll be heading into the fourth qualifying session of the team part of the evening and the 8th of the night.
I mean, do you really think Collins would be that upset about the incident? I mean,
no.
They were so unlikely to win anyway, and I don't think there was anything that either of them did anything wrong. Collins absolutely should have gone for that and had to go for that in the hairpin. He had no other choice. The Verstappen guys had no choice but to try and fend him off with their life because otherwise the whole thing was going to be over. I don't, no surprise. That's no further action. Nobody did anything wrong there at all. So play on there, and they will do into Daytona. This qualifying session is going to be so important. And like the one at Monza, although there's a few more corners and sections here, complexes here, it's still one with a lot of straights. So expect to see another close session, especially between those four.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be surprised if at least the front couple of rows were separated by too much, and with this potentially being that final race, and look, I really don't know which way it was going to go. I said coming into at least not coming into the night, I said midway through the night that they were the favourites. Well, I thought they were coming into the night because I like to sit on the fence and then only tell everyone last minute that obviously I was right. Porsche Commander potentially were one of the favourites to look at, and Verstappen were also potentially one of the favourites to look at. Yes, indeed, one of those top two teams. God, this fence is comfortable. I'm gonna let you talk. I've been rambling on. This broadcast has melted my brain.
Well, yeah, you'll be getting injuries in other areas if you sit on that fence for too long. So be careful of that. Anyway, I mean, as I say, this qualifying session is, to my mind, going to be those four in that front four. But again, I'm going to sit on the fence as well. It is impossible to tell who the pole sitter is going to be. I guess if you had a gun to your head, you'd probably pick Collins because of the qualifying performances of this season so far. But even then, it's impossible to know at this stage. Is this even going to be the last race? That's another question. It's always the fascination with Finalist Mode. You don't actually know. I mean, how many championships are there where you don't actually know how many how many races the championship is going to be? It's such a fascinating format, and great that we can do it all again here in 2026.
Exactly. Well, you can see on board with Charlie Collins the final corner, and the lap will begin. See what lap time he's able to set. We don't know what lap time they're really aiming for here because we haven't raced it this season.
This is first lap. This is starting lap.
Exactly. And into that opening corner. I mean, it looks pretty on the limit to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I expect to see this through the infield. It's a weird fascination with Daytona, isn't it? That The difficult part of the lap comes right at the very beginning, or at least the technical part, the bit where you gain and lose most time, comes right at the beginning here. And difficult as well for Charlie Collins to go on and set the benchmark. I'm sure it doesn't really matter to him, and he'll be focused and ready to go no matter what. But he nevertheless is having to set the benchmark for everybody. As he comes out the infield now and on to the banking, the first sector will tell us what that first benchmark is going to be at 46.5 through the infield.
Obviously got to navigate its way through the Le Mans chicane and got to keep tidy through all that. Through the rest of it, it's basically just driving on a straight and waiting for it. See how committed he's going to be, assuming somewhere between quite and fully. Oh yes! Oh, that is pushed. That is pretty scary, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, close in terms of getting track limits, penalties or whatever from race control. I'll be very, very careful of that. As Charlie Collins comes through to set the benchmark. Benito's going to be next up, of course. It is a 1:30.3 for Charlie Collins. Benito, the next of the big names, but before then, Nico Nunninghoff.
Obviously, probably not a driver we're expecting to particularly contend up towards the top lot, and that is reflected in the sector times. At the moment, 8/10 off of Charlie Collins, and the momentum carried out through the final complex at the Le Mans chicane. We're going to drop him a little bit further off. In fact, lose an extra half a tenth in there. 31.128. Here comes Enzo Benito. Can he do anything about Collins?
It's not looking great so far, and this final sector doesn't look rather like it's going to really mind the top contender here. Benito running up towards the line. He's going to be a few tenths back here. How many tenths back is the question? It's a 30.5, not even particularly close. Next up though is Josh Rogers.
Well, actually, we're on board with Robbie Stableford here, and it will indeed be Rogers who should be a bit ahead of this. Not sure as to whether Rogers is whether he's exceeded or anything, but see what that time is. He is coming up towards the line. No, fastest first sector, fastest second sector. What's he going to be for Rogers across the line? 3:02 to beat from his teammate, goes for a 2:04, 10th clear of Charlie Collins and plenty clear of Enzo Benito. This will come down to Siggy and how much he can push that car to the limit.
Yeah, the whole team rests on Kevin Siggy's shoulders now with that lap time from Josh Rogers. Just when you think he might be wavering in terms of form or whatever, he pulls out a lap when he needs it. This is going to potentially challenge Benito, by the way. It's not bad from Stableford. Might be just behind him. It is by less than 2 tenths of a second. And here's Oliveira, who needs a better lap than that as well if he's going to really get BS competition into finalist mode at the end of this.
Yeah, I think they're going to need a little bit more luck. That first sector not going well. I'm going to assume that probably came in the opening corner, which is so difficult sometimes to arrest the car. You can lock that front left and it just pushes you out further and further. The opening corner, you can do the same basically with the front right going into the international horseshoe. Kike Oliveira ends up in 5th behind Stableford. Here comes Siggy. The first sector's not great either.
No, the second sector is back to where it should be, but if you've lost the 2.5 temps in the first sector, you need to be regaining some time rather than just holding the line. And Siggy here is going to have done something special through the bus stop chicane. It's over the line. It's only 3rd. Horst Coanda in prime position here.
But the question is, can anyone else get themselves ahead and get themselves involved, get themselves in between Verstappen and Porsche? Obviously, Verstappen Sim Racing will hope very much not. And Moritz Lerner certainly isn't going to do it on this lap. Can Beneker, can Den, can Keithley? No Devon Tabrera in this qualifying session. Let's see, here comes Lerner across the line. It'll be last, unfortunately, for him. 31.659.
You say that VSR would like nothing in between them, but they certainly wouldn't like anybody in 3rd. Somebody could get 2nd or 1st. That might be all right. But yeah, they're on the back foot here, no doubt. Are we going to get a 2x2x2 formation here? I'm hoping so. What's Max Beneker going to do over the line here? He is going to. Hello, we've got a Noah's Ark formation coming here. It looks like if Maximilian Den can get ahead of both Mouses.
And with that first sector, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. He will go in between Beneker and Lerner, at least at this speed, which is fine. If it ruins your day a little bit, I'm all for it. Go on, Maximilian Den. Thanks. Qualify in 9th. Boom.
So close as well.
He was closer than I gave him credit for.
Not a great end to the lap for Beneke there, but the Noah's Ark formation is gone. In any case, Keithley might well just wedge himself between two teammates anyway here. Let's see what he does. He's on his own because David Sobrero is out at the moment, sadly. So this is bad news for TC Esports, who are going to remain, it looks like, out of finalist mode for some time. Seventh place for Keithley there. But Rogers takes the pole just when he needed it most in front of Collins, his teammate. Verstappen sim racing drivers have it all to do from the next row. BS Competition have got to try and get into finalist mode from row 3. Keithley on his own from 7th is going to do well to get in finalist mode from there. Then Nuninghoff, Beneke, Den, Lerner scrapping at the back. Is this going to be a race like Monza where they take the 1-2 in qualifying and then at a drafting track just get away from the rest of the field anyway?
Could it be one final run into the opening corner? Could it be that last checkered flag of the season? And more importantly, I guess, which team will it be taking it? At the moment, it'll be between Verstappen Sim Racing and Porsche Commander. Don't necessarily rule out a BS Competition win here. It's very possible they could work their way through and piece their way past in the opening stages of this race, but definitely everything is level at the moment, and as we've said time and time again, can't get a draw in this. There's no such thing. Someone will be leaving this evening as the victor.
Yeah, indeed. One of the sports where you can't have a draw. There you are. Thibaut Courtois is lucky it's a draw at the moment.
Yeah, he's pretty happy that everything's level, but definitely not 0-0.
After he passed it to a Spaniard there. Anyway,
he palmed it off.
He palmed it off. Yeah, that makes it better then. It feels, doesn't it, like this is the big final here. This is the last race. I mean, how aggressive are Porsche Commander going to be in terms of letting one of their two get away here? Let's say if they leave turn 1-2 here on lap 1, is the guy in second going to slow down egregiously to try and get them clear even by the end of the infield, or are we going to see it go a bit deeper than that? I do wonder how aggressive they're going to be here.
I mean, I think that is, if it were me as team manager, which thank goodness for all of our 6 teams here tonight, it ain't. But if it were me as team manager and whatever going into that scenario, that would be my call. If you can lead first and second through the opening corner, whoever is in second, slow them down. All you need to do is give the lead driver a second, and that is very possible. You slow things down on the apex a little bit. If you get spun out, it's chill. Don't worry about it. As long as it is your teammate leading, and you can. It maybe is a nefarious tactic. It maybe is a boring tactic, but these drivers, these teams are here to win, and putting on a show is second to that.
Well, it certainly is. Let's see how aggressive they're going to be here. The first part of the job has already been done though for Porsche Commander. They are blocking out the front row here. How crucial is that going to be in the story of the RENNSPORT R1 spring season of 2026. We're underway for potentially the final time here from Daytona in race 4. It's Rogers off to a good start and Collins directly in behind him. Siggy and Benito get into line as well here as they run towards turn 1. Already a dive. He knows that this is crucial here, Siggy, and he hits the inside wall. He's off. It's Benito alone. Who's going to have to do this now? He's side by side with Collins already. Josh Rogers has 6/10 of a second. Are we seeing the deciding moments here as Collins gets into the side of Benito? He's going to slip back to third. Collins is now away from Rogers, but Benito's also down to third.
Well, that was always going to happen, wasn't it? That's now Collins batters it about with the TC Esports duo of Jack Keithley and David Sobrero, who leads it to the outside. Collins was always going to go full send into the international horseshoe. Siggy was always going to go full send into the opening corner. And for Joshua Rogers, a driver who has not won yet this season. In fact, if he was to cross the line in second place this season and Charlie Collins were to win and they were to win that way, this would be the first season in R1 history where Joshua Rogers hadn't taken a victory, which is incredible, by the way. But how fitting would it be for the driver with the most victories to win the last one?
Exactly. It would be highly abnormal to see Rogers not winning a race in a season. Very, very abnormal. It feels like he's not quite been himself this season, but when it matters, he does have that extra level. We saw it in qualifying with that pole position. We're seeing it in this race now as well, but Benito's not done. He's getting the slipstream from Stapleford. Is he going to let off Stapleford? He is. So he's not going to fight Benito at the moment. It's now down to Enzo Benito to bring back Josh Rogers. One of the most difficult things to do in all of sim racing, Benito has now got to do in the next 10 minutes.
Which, you know, that second margin, I'll say it now, that is certainly closed down. That is not safe for Joshua Rogers. And especially when you consider the stats this season. As I said before, Joshua Rogers is winless so far this season. In the season coming into this, in the on part, it had already been 3 victories for Enzo Benito. He's had another one tonight. He's won quite a lot this season compared to Rogers, who's looking for his first of the 2026 campaign.
Remarkable. As you say, that second is not decisive at the moment. It is exactly as it was at the beginning of the lap as they get around the back half of the lap now. Through the bus stop chicane they go. As soon as Benito starts to pick up some slipstream and so on, then it will get a little bit closer. He's got a better run through the bus stop there and out of it as well. Look at those two there on the right-hand side. This is where the whole season comes down to. This is where the pressure comes down to now. And over the next 7 laps, these two are going to have to put in some of the best laps at Daytona they've done for some time, because the stakes are high, the pressure is on. Siggy's all the way back there, he's in 12th, he's of no assistance. Collins is down in 5th. I'm surprised he did such a kamikaze move, to be honest, because if it went wrong, I mean, it's gone okay, but if it went really wrong, he wouldn't be there to help Rogers. But even now, he's nowhere near to help.
I was going to say, I wouldn't say he's there to help Rogers at the moment. I don't see that one happening. The only thing, if Enzo Benito were to get close enough, then maybe Rogers could start really, really slowing things down here to try and bring Oliveira and Stapleford and Collins back into it. But as long as it hovers around the 8-9, to a second margin, 8-9 tenths to a second margin, he'll feel fine. But I mean, Benito has been fast in these cars. And in fact, again, in the season coming into this, in the regular part of the season, Enzo Benito had failed to finish outside the top 6 in exactly 0 occasions. All 8 races, 6th or above. 5 of which were on the podium, 3 of which were wins. He knows how to get it done in this car, and he's an experienced driver in sim racing. The one that's kind of a little bit of a standout here is this circuit, which is someone we haven't raced in the build-up to this final. A bit wide there we saw from Stapleford. Charlie Collins not close enough to capitalise. Weird that Charlie Collins is actually second off of Stapleford. He's not really been able to close in.
No, not for the moment. I think he will get there, especially with Stapleford. By the way, PS Competition are at the moment in finalist mode. If this were to somehow go another race, Rogers and Benito would have to first of all actually get together here and then, literally get together and take each other off the road for that to happen. They've swapped positions here, Oliveira and Stapleford, to allow the faster driver in front. At the moment, they're just hoping for something to go wrong up front here. Otherwise, it's going to be third, which I think on the season is probably, at the start they would have taken it. But I think if you'd have given them, you're going to start this final portion only 1 point off the lead, they'll be disappointed with third almost.
But I mean, that's just sometimes how it goes. The team stage has not been quite as nice as the hero stage of this competition, where in the hero stage they were looking so strong. Maximilian Den, another retirement. So we've got 2 retirements this race, and Den and Sobrero. For BS competition, they did so well in the opening stanza of this evening's racing. It's just one of those things. I think they made the most of the hero stage, certainly of the hero mode when they were in it. They made the most of it. They scored points when they needed to score points and in the right order, realistically. And where some teams got, not through any fault of their own, the order wrong. That's just sometimes how it goes. And I think third is still something they should be proud of, because remember, we're seeing 6 teams here, but there were 6 other teams. So you're third of 12, right, as a team, which is actually pretty good.
Exactly. That is true. That's a good way of looking at it, because, as you say, third from 12 sounds a bit better than third from 6, but well, both are true at the same time. And as I say, still one that they absolutely would have taken at the start of the season. Gap down to 8 tenths for the first time, or at least just below 9 for Rogers for the first time. Stableford continues to ride around behind his teammate and be a little bit concerned about Collins just closing in here, because biggest competition are only 5 points above the threshold of Finalist Mode here. They've got to just ensure that they're there in case. And I suppose if the two in front take each other off, then they will get the extra points anyway, won't they? But they do have to just be wary of the train that's behind them, just in case here. Otherwise, settle where they are and take home a top 3.
Yeah, like you say, it's very unlikely that they're going to enter Finalist Mode for the next race and actually have a next race. But it's not impossible. We're halfway through this race. We've got 4 laps left to go at the line. Enzo Benito is closer than he's been. He's sitting around 3/4 of a second, and we're suddenly at the point where that slipstream starts to hit the front of Enzo Benito's car. There's the 3/4, and we're below that threshold. Benito has been closing in the last couple, and you were mentioning it earlier. This is where things get a little bit easier. Once you start getting that 7/10 margin, that's when the slipstream type starts to take control. That's when it effectively becomes pretty easy to close down. It's getting below that, it's getting to that. Once you're around a second, you're both the same lap times, the gap's not changing. It just changed by 1,000 a second here and there. Now, it's coming down a little bit.
Well, this wouldn't have been expected by many when Josh Rogers got up to a second lead. That's just not quite the right line through the West Horseshoe that Benito needed there, as he slips back to 8 tenths behind now, almost. Now coming onto the banking. It's a good final couple of corners there from Rogers. He's pretty much level with Benito out that corner there onto the banking. But this is not comfortable. 3 laps to go at the end of this one. And Josh Rogers is being reeled in. It's not prime Josh Rogers we're watching at the moment, but even not at his best, he is an excellent driver, and he is holding on at the moment from Enzo Benito.
Could be a nail-biting finish here to the R1 spring season. That has Joshua Rogers at the moment at the front. The gap goes back out to 9/10 of a second. Both these drivers are giving it absolutely everything. They've gapped the field 3.5 seconds back to Kaiki Oliveira, and with 3 laps left to go, you can tell neither of these drivers are giving an inch. If there was ever a point where you'd see a driver of this quality make a mistake, it's when you're under this kind of pressure. That goes both ways for Benito and for Rogers. They're leaving pretty much nothing on the table. Meanwhile, back to Rogers' teammate and Charlie Collins and Tommy Stableford's on his inside. So Collins has got to the inside in the opening corner.
He has. And he's trying to get in the middle of these BS competition drivers here, as he doesn't get up to 4th, but Stableford realises that he can afford to lose 1 place, can't afford to lose too many more at the moment, as the gap goes up to 1.1 now. Rogers responds in the next couple of laps here. 2 laps to go at the line, 2.5 right now, and Rogers has just responded when Benito was putting him under the most pressure. This is, I say, this is not prime Josh Rogers, I don't think we've seen this season, but boy, is he still a great sim racer, despite all of that. Despite the fact he hasn't taken a win all season, it would be alien for him not to take a win in a R1 season. Frankly, it's weird that he's only taken 1 if he goes on to win this one, but nevertheless, it is still a wonderful sim racer we're watching right now.
Yeah, obviously there'll be the technicality that it'll be technically 2, but even 2 would be a low number, right? It would be lower than what we'd expect. Obviously the disqualification from the Le Mans round dropped them out of that one and meant they had to work a little bit harder coming into this. But look, I remember going back to the 2023 full major when we were at Jönköping. And Josh Rogers was really ill, really ill. He had a cold and it was really beating him up. And on the Saturday, he looked rough. Managed to get himself into the final. And he come back on Sunday and he still looked pretty rough. And then he still won. And that's the time where you go, yeah, some of these drivers are a bit superhuman, mate. They once their backs against the wall, where regular drivers, you, me, and the likes of us, will tend to crumble under that. Drivers like this, they find that next level somehow every single time.
Yeah, it is. It's unbelievable to see. It really is. And Rogers looks like he's found that extra thing again here as he stretches it out to 1.3 seconds. And we were just watching Enzo Benito there, a shake of the head out the international horseshoe, almost resigning the victory here to Porsche Coanda, but there is still a lap and a half to go. And his teammate here for Rogers is going for moves round the outside into the bus stop. Oh, side by side through the whole bus stop for these two. You don't see that too often, but Charlie Collins might have made the error by doing that, because here comes Stapleford as well. Jack Keithley's not too far behind. That was a bit of entertainment in the final 2 laps of this season.
Look, I mean, he was trying to leave it down there, almost to discombobulate Kaiki Oliveira a bit there, but didn't knock his confidence at all, and will actually find himself discombobulated. Is that a word? I don't know. But either way, he's dropped his way down into 5th, and now even into 6th as Keithley comes through, and he's gone for a spin as well. Oh, Chuggy.
Oh dear. In fact, it's going to mean Porsche Coanda are going to have less points than Verstappen Sim Racing at this stage, I think, or the same, as they bump side by side here, Keithley and Stapleford. Everybody knows it's like the last day of school. Everybody knows that there's no consequences here. Well, they think there's none, and they're just going for it now, in towards every corner possible. There goes Keithley down the inside of Stapleford as well, trying to push him out. Thanks very much, says Max Bennicut. I'll have 4th then. Might be one of his better results of the night, with that rather balmy moment there between all those guys. But anyway, out front, it's all about Josh Rogers here, and it's all about Porsche Coanda, who have been excellent all throughout this season, coming back even from being double disqualified at Le Mans, the 2nd round of the regular season. It didn't matter. They still didn't have a bead of sweat on their brow as they qualified for this finals competition. They haven't had it all their own way tonight, indeed, either. They started the final part of this competition in 3rd, 7 points away from the leaders at the time, but they've taken it by storm in the last 4 races, and they're going to be successful once again. Porsche Coanda are the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Champions for 2026. Finally, the emotion shows for Josh Rogers. He's brought them home to yet another title.
Very deserved, and it took him this long in the season to get a victory, and a well-deserved one it was indeed. Not quite the 1-2 that I'm sure Porsche Coanda wanted to end on, and I'm sure Charlie Collins there on the right-hand side of your screen might be a little bit disappointed with how his race has gone, but he knows his teammate has done the work, and he knows that they are the champions. I mean, it's one of those ones, you both have to do work at various points of the night, and they both played their part. An extremely well-deserved title. I mean, it would have been well-deserved if Verstappen had got it as well, Verstappen Sim Racing, but I mean, either way, great to see 2 of the juggernauts of sim racing go toe-to-toe once more.
It is the 2 greatest teams in the history of sim racing once again doing battle. This time it's Porsche Coanda with another Josh Rogers victory, the first of this season. Not his first in R1, I'll point out. 1.5 seconds in front of Enzo Benito in the end. Kaiki Oliveira got another podium for PS Competition, who will end the competition in 3rd. Miles with Maximilian Bennicut getting 4th, one of his better results of the day. Jack Keithley on his own getting that top 5 after a battle with Stapleford. Moritz Lerner was just off the back of them. Kevin Seege got past Charlie Collins towards the end there. Both of the Grandmasters retired from that race, and David Sbarro never took part in that final race of the day. But yeah, what an end to the season. It was tense for a while there, but yeah, Rogers just about did enough, and in the end, the 1.5 second margin is a fairly large one, actually.
Yes, indeed. Wow, the competition may well be over. We'll wait to catch up with our top contingent, including Kaiki Oliveira and our champions in Porsche Coanda. And Josh is here. He's ready for a chat.
Yes, the winner of the final race of the season again. Josh Rogers wins here tonight at Daytona. Congratulations, Josh. Just tell us the emotions as you came across the line there, and we obviously saw you celebrating. Tell us what it was feeling like at that point.
Yeah, it was a tricky race, honestly. Like, keeping Enzo at bay and having to hit consistent clean laps. Basically quali lap after lap. Yeah, so, obviously it felt good. It is a team championship though, so where's Charlie? Let's get him in here.
Of course.
Yeah, it's stellar job from the team all throughout prep. Also, our race day today. I mean, we had our ups and downs, but we were able to reset and come back again. You know, like after Laguna, that was a pretty shocking race for both of us, being in finalist mode and ending like that. And then to 1-2 qualifying at Daytona, straight out the gate, and put it together like that. We can be very proud of ourselves. So I'm very, very proud of everything that all of us have put into this. Me, Charlie, Luke, everyone in management behind the scenes. It's good. Also back-to-back too. Before with Dane in Munich and now here. So it's pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned qualifying there, but as you well know and found out, the qualifying was not all of it. Take us inside the discussions of what's going to happen down at turn 1 when everyone knows everything's on the line in finalist mode between you and Verstappen Sim Racing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, from my side, I just knew I wanted to hold the inside line no matter what. Ultimately, if I do that, Charlie's on my outside and they can't get around me unless they just push me off track from behind. So, keeping that position there. Obviously, I think something happened with Kevin. He went for, he ended up in the grass and in the wall. And ideally, you know, like Charlie would have still been second out of turn 2, but obviously it didn't end that way. So from then on, it was just a straight up sprint between Enzo and I. But yeah, ultimately just covering off all the lines, considering possible outcomes, of course, and trying to put yourself not only in the best position to, in some cases, move forward or just hold position, but also keep yourself out of trouble at the same time. So lots of thought goes into the first lap for sure.
All right, well, congratulations on holding on to the race victory here in the final race of the season, Josh, and thanks for coming to chat to us throughout this season as well.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Thanks very much. Josh Rogers, the winner of the race, of course, and a big part of that throughout the season, and indeed in the final race as well. Charlie Collins joins us as well. Charlie, welcome in as well. How was that as you came across the line there? You weren't the one winning the race, of course, but you played such a big part in this season. Tell us what it was like hearing Josh cross the line in that crucial moment.
Yeah, I think just so proud of Josh and also everyone behind the scenes, the engineering, Luke, our engineer, Dane as well with the first part of the season, with the first round, sorry. I mean, I think Josh did an amazing job considering the entire race. He had Siggy 1 second behind him, and it's so close with draft. Benito. To keep him behind and kind of not have anyone to change and not have anyone to chase, I think Josh did an impressive job. So when he crossed the line, I think I just felt very satisfied and happy for Josh as well to do that. It's very impressive.
I say you played a role in not only this season as a whole, of course, but indeed in this final race. Tell us about your part in that sort of lap 1, if you like, when everything's on the line down there. Well, not everything, but a lot is on the line down there at turn number 1. Tell us about your part in that.
Yeah, I mean, I just for me after qualifying, we both put in some good laps. I was happy with my lap, and Josh did an even better lap, so it was really good after qualifying, and the gap was quite big. But at Daytona, the starts are quite close together, like the starting boxes. So I knew it was going to be tight into turn 1. Just tried to take the inside and kind of just fend off Josh from any other crazy dives. But then came out side by side heading into turn 2, and I just got pushed on the grass. And then once I get on the grass, it's like the acceleration isn't very good, and you saw the rest. I broke for turn 2 and kind of made the corner, but I hit Kevin or Enzo, whoever it was. And after that, it was some contact and fighting back through and just trying to build the gaps where we could, like trying to build a 5-second gap to Kaika and P3 just in case Josh got a 5-second penalty. So managed to achieve that, but in the end, I don't think he really needed it. He did an amazing job. So like I said, super proud.
Congratulations on taking the title yourself and Josh, Charlie, and thanks for chatting to us throughout the season as well.
Thank you guys very much. All the best.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Charlie Collins chatting to us at the end of this season, as is Kaiki Oliveira now as well. Another guy finishing on the podium in this final race of the season. Kaiki, congratulations on ending the season with a 3rd place for yourself and a 3rd place for the team as well. Tell us how satisfied you are to get Beard's competition into 3rd place in this season.
To be honest, I'm quite satisfied. I think considered getting a P3 against the monsters of Porsche Honda and Verstappen. It's really good. I think we brought a good fight, and we were on the cusp sometimes, especially on the hero stage. But I'm really glad. I think hope Florian will be really happy as well. He's in Japan right now. I think it's quite late. He didn't watch it, but I hope he's happy when he wakes up. But yeah, I'm happy too. Robbie, we are quite fine. We're always having fun, not super pressured. Of course, always trying to go for the best result possible at P3. And again, like coming from Munich Summit to here, P3 twice, it's a good thing moving forward. So I'm happy.
At the after the hero stage, which as you mentioned really went well for PS Competition, I think you might have got the most points of anybody throughout that part, but you were certainly up there. Anyway, you got a lot of points for it, and you were only 1 point off of Verstappen Sim Racing heading into this final stage. So how does it sort of make you assess this this second stage of the competition tonight?
The second stage, I knew it would be more chaotic, where somehow, even though we had reverse grid races, but like the stakes were getting higher and closer to the finish, so things would happen a little bit more aggressively, like in Monza, where was crazy stuff happening at the start on turn 1. I mean, it's the nature of the track. But the assessment that I have is like, I think we are in a good path, but I think it's lacking a little bit overall, us as a group, to really bring a more complete package to fight more consistent, like throughout the whole competition, you know. And I'm really happy to bring the points. And Robbie drove amazingly as well. But I think especially with the hypercar and the way that the car is dealt with, I think we lagged a little bit behind. And for sure, for whatever the next competition or challenge that we will have, for sure we will bring and be more ready for that.
Absolutely. Look forward to seeing you at the next one, Kake. Congrats on the third place as a team tonight.
Thank you. Valeu, galera. Ciao, ciao.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. That is Kake Oliveira, third place for PS Competition in that last race, and indeed for the team as a whole.
Indeed, great season coming to a close there, Ewan, and we had a great fight there between Verstappen and Porsche Commander, and a great winner. I mean, what have you made of the season?
Probably enjoyable. Again, a sort of a different format as we've had so many times in R1's history, although returning to the familiarity of Finalist Mode, once again providing some great drama. And it's always great to see the biggest two teams in sim racing go head to head in the way that we've seen here tonight. So yeah, thoroughly enjoyed the season and the finale to it here tonight.
Thank you so much for everyone that's joined us throughout this short spring season. I'm sure we'll be back in the near future. You can obviously follow RENNSPORT all over social media to find out what will be coming up next. For myself, listening today from Ewan O'Leary, and everyone that's joined us throughout the season. From us here at RaceSpot, thank you so much for joining. Until next season, bye-bye.